Shipmaster Callista, we have been betrayed. The War Master has turned from the light of the Emperor.
No, it cannot be. Why would Horus do this?
He has fallen to darkness. We must flee the system. Take these 4 remembrances to Terra and carry word of this heresy.
The navigators tell me the wharf is in turmoil. We will be ripped apart. We cannot do this.
You must have faith in your ship, my old friend.
Your service will be remembered. We will carry word and ensure the galaxy knows of the War Master's treachery. And when we can, we will send the Legion to reclaim your sarcophagus.
Only in death does duty end.
Good evening, and welcome to episode 7 of year 6 of Edge of Empire. I am Rob, and I am joined as ever by the inestimable biggest fan of Volkite in the world, Mr. Michael Bottrell, Esquire.
Yep, Volkite goes burr. I can't remember. No, Tomb. Oh, for God's sakes.
Shall we start that one again?
It's got one line.
No.
One line.
One line, it's fine. I'm just...
One line. Oh,
show how I'm an idiot.
You had one job. One
job.
Literally.
And I got it wrong. I got it mixed up with 3D printers.
Yeah, and now to prove that you always have. It's a sliding scale of competence in the workplace. I'm joined by the oldest manager in the heresy, that is Mr. Graham Mills, Esquire.
Good evening, youngsters.
When I was young, none of this was Mark 6.
Yes, I could do my Dick Van Dyke
from Mary Poppins at the end.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it have been Mark 6? It was the first Marines were Mark 6.
I remember when all this was Thunder Armour. Yes, and before we go off on a tangent, before we've even...
Ravens, wherever it was in London. Anyway, go on.
Yes, before we go on too much of a tangent, before we've even started the Chuffing Show.
Come on, next.
Also joined by Mr. Chris Mills the Younger. How are we, old boy?
Oh, well, contradiction in terms, but I'm very well.
Well done for spotting. Deliberate. Planned.
Always a pleasure to chat to everybody.
So what are we doing, Rob?
For a small negotiable fee.
Yeah. Well, yes, exactly. Well, tonight we are doing the usual. We are taking a month at this month's new releases. Somebody desperately scan it for 40k stuff. We are having an update on what we've all been up to. We'll have a run through this month's news. Engine Kill has Michael and Chris taking a look at Legio Fortidus, the Dauntless, and a new advert, I believe. And then finally, I will have a mosey down the garden path to kidnap somebody else for the paint shack, I believe.
Awesome.
Nice.
So without further adieu, morning dew,
You and you?
honey dew,
Mountain Dew.
or anything else,
Yes.
Kajagoo, let's crack on.
Meanwhile, in Plaster firing room of the Iron Blood in orbit of the Siege of Terra on Thursday, it's been raining.
We shall divide our forces, and Fulgrim, you shall assault the walls here. Magnus, your 1,000 sons...
It's so dark in here, Paterabo. Even with my demonic gifts, I can't see what you're pointing at.
It's just how I like it, Fulgrim. And it's my ship.
Come now, brothers. We must be united in this endeavour, or our father will never fall.
Excuse me, gentlemen. And 8-eyed, 12-tentacled creatures of the warp. This might be of some use. It's a Lumi Lamp from the Daylight Company. It just clamps on the edge of the table, like so. It's really good for helping to see the smaller details.
Sorcery beyond even my knowledge.
Right. Yes, that's much better. Interesting. I hadn't noticed the saturn wall.
And they call Fulgrim the Illuminator.
What did you say?
The Daylight Company, bringing illumination to a galaxy near you. Okay, it's time for new releases. And this month it's been quiet, I'd have to say. We start off with the Eos Knights Army Set. £160, £136 at Element Games. I think it's pretty much out of stock everywhere. But in that, it's out of stock everywhere. But in that, you've got 2 Armigers and a normal Questorus messed up knight with stuff. So if you want to have what do they call them? Chaos House, or Fallen to the War Master, Latent Heresy. You got stuff there.
It's a bit too late.
Is that cheaper than just buying them? Not sure.
You can't get those 2 individual ones right now.
Oh, can't you? Oh, well, there you go. Then.
No, but it was cheaper than buying them. Apparently, if we base it on the prices that they sell the others at, it would have been cheaper than buying them even at the GW price. And you got a 40k codex and cards as well that you could always sell on. So
yeah, I was going to say So you've got 3 models and then some stuff on eBay.
Yep, exactly.
Here's a funny story. No longer available online.
Oh no, it's not.
Yeah. Don't
listen to us for the news, folks.
No, you shouldn't do.
Just listen to us for advice about Iron Hands.
To be fair, someone has suggested, you do a lot better if you started putting a post on a Saturday morning saying, order your stuff here from Element Games in the Outpost. Might start doing that.
That involves being awake before midday on Saturday.
I know. Or you might have to.
When I say us,
can you schedule? Can you schedule posts? I don't know, maybe.
Or could you just get out of bed?
Don't be ridiculous, man.
Me out of bed at 10 a.m.
Well, anyway, to be fair, the time you go to bed, you may as well just stay up a bit later on a Friday night and post it before you go to Kip.
There is that, of course.
So sometimes, honestly,
not like there's doing out else league.
They look pretty good. I suppose
they're nice
late heresy, they look chaotic.
Corrupted, late heresy, corrupted stuff. Yeah,
very, very corrupted. Yes, spiky as you like.
I wonder.
Okay.
If you could get away with.
Sorry, I went all 60s.
I wonder if you could get rid of some of these bits for AT for corrupted.
Oh.
I would have thought so. Yeah, I would have thought so.
Some of those like Tendry things, but pretty. I'm sure you could do something cool with those.
What about the heads? I mean, I don't know if they would work.
No, because they'll be the wrong.
You could. Well, I don't know. You could probably use an armiger. You could use an armiger head on a warlord.
Yeah, those armiger heads would work. But then remember, they're corrupted, so they don't necessarily have people in there. Like machine spirits.
I think the knight head the knight head that you can see on the box with the daft tusks. What is it with chaos and tusks? Is there like a 5th chaos god of like the walrus? And then presumably a 6th called the Eggman.
I am just going to say I am the walrus.
Yeah.
That's who the manatees are continuously fighting against.
Ah, right. The manatees like the old ones against the walrus and the Eggman.
Yeah.
What do you think secretly?
Which I believe was an EP, wasn't it? Around about 1975.
Well, secretly, that is what Fleetwood Mac's album After Rumours is all about. That war, Tusk.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, and the critically
Walrus War,
and the critically panned Kevin Smith film that nobody watched because it's not Dogma.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, nice tangent, folks.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, the other 2 releases we had that we've already had, they've just reboxed them. So instead of having 2 separate boxes for the different models, you've now just got one, which is better for heresy players because we can mix and match weapons at the minute. You've got your Imperial Knight Armigers, 5250, so that comes with the Helverins and the Warglaives now. So it's got both weapons and both sets of heads and armor. So it's got up in price a bit, but you get both stuff in there, which, as I said, heresy is brilliant because we can mix and match what we want on all of them. And the Dominus has got both the Valiant and the Castellan in there for £105. They're not yet listed on Element Games for some reason, so I can't give you the price for those. But I imagine they'll be soon enough because they're replacing the standard split set. So
okay, so previously there were 2 of these big old knights, weren't they?
Basically 3 sprues. Now it's 4 sprues in the box.
Makes total sense. That's not bad actually. 105 quid. So what's that? Only about 85 quid.
I'm not a massive fan of the model, but it's better that it's bundled and you can mix and match.
Yeah,
I seem to remember that harpoon being utter filth in Heresy.
Yeah, better for Heresy players all around. So hopefully that continues in the next edition. Right, then we have some Adeptus Titanicus releases. The Direwolves. 2 Direwolves, one with neutron laser, one with volcano cannon, £35 each, which I think is, to be honest, better than I was expecting. I was expecting 45 to 50 myself. But
the thing that surprised me about these is that they are entirely resin models.
Yeah,
I did think they were going to be, but I did think there would be some plastic elements like the legs.
Yeah, it's but like
But I think
Yes.
when you do the old 360 spin view, you can see that it is that much chunkier.
Yeah,
the body.
And of course it's Lucius pattern.
Yeah.
It's not a Mars pattern. It's not based on a Mars pattern Warhound, which is why it looks weird. And the original picture that you saw didn't show the back enough. Like the exhaust ports didn't show them clear enough to realize that it was a Lucius, not a Mars. Personally, I'm still not a fan. If you made it out of chocolate, I might eat it, but other than that, not bothered.
If I can combine it with the plastic legs, then I'm a happy chap.
Yeah, but then
you wouldn't be able to.
Then you're talking 70. Then you're talking like like 100 odd quid for a pair of them instead of.
But
35.
you could magnetize the legs.
Well, yes, you could.
At the base of where the hip is and where the pelvis is. It says, trying to remember GCSE biology at some point, so that you just
the biology of Titans. That was the course.
Yeah, exactly. That was I went to a very advanced school, Ram.
Good course.
So you could just stick the body onto the legs, and then you could mix and match, perhaps.
I don't know.
Further investigation.
I haven't seen the rules yet. I don't know anyone who's managed to get hold of one. So
they won't, because the rules will come with the thing in the box.
Yeah, they went out of stock very quickly.
I'm still going to pass.
Cannon is still available.
Oh right, yeah, it's back in stock. It wasn't available earlier today.
I'm still going to pass. I'm not sold. Even with I'm glad I can get a 360 view, because the 360 it does look better than
it does a lot better.
The picture we had before, and the grey one looks better than the all yellow one that we saw before. That colour scheme doesn't do it any favors, I don't think. I mean, it's still better than I could do, but it
looks less like a chicken when it's like this, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sold. I don't get why it's got a muzzle as well. It's got a warhound's head. Why have they literally put a steel strap keeping its gob shut?
Who knows? I mean, I like the look of them, but
I do as well.
Again,
and it's the little arms. I don't know whether it's the disability kicking in, and I have this kind of thing where it makes me feel a bit weird when arms aren't the right size or shape.
Bear in mind, they're not arms. That's, I think it's having that they are sponsons.
I think they've been bigger.
But then the Lucius ones, that they are in the right place for how the Lucius pattern Warhound used to be back in old AT. Which the shortened barrel, it looks like they forgot to stick the barrels on the front.
Yeah.
If you could extend that even with a 40k assault cannon, I think that would make a massive difference to the top half. The legs are still.
I quite like those legs,
Nah.
No.
I don't care how many seconds you have to comply. I think they look biff.
Fair enough.
I'm not a big fan. I think
it's supposed to be a more stable gun platform. So what they've done is they've taken a toe off it, so it's gone away from an actual stable foot to a really unstable foot against any horizontal movement. You could knock that thing over in a stiff breeze from a sort of
side angle.
Side angle, yeah.
Okay, well there we go. Physics is not your friend.
I want scientific accuracy in my completely made-up space game.
Of course
with magic.
Of course you do. Why would
the next two bits aren't available for pre-order this coming Saturday. We don't have a price for one on, but we do know the price of the other one's going to be.
Are they what we're waiting for on pre-order, or does anybody care about these?
What we're waiting for?
I think they probably do.
I'm afraid not, but we do care about them. I think we do care about them. These are the Combat Patrol Adeptus Custodes. So for 90 quid, you get 3 jet bikes, which I use in Heresy. I don't see why you couldn't. You just use the bolters, and they're basic jet bikes with the bolters. Perfectly fine. You get 5 Custodes, Custodes as they are, and 10 Sisters of Battle.
Ooh.
Not Sisters of Battle, Sisters of Silence. I always get those two mixed up.
Yeah.
So that's not a bad set for the price.
Not bad.
It's 90 quid or 76.50 at Element Games. It will be after pre-release. You'll get a bit cheaper on the first week.
I mean, to be fair, 90 quid would get you 3 Forge World jet bikes. Now, what you could do, if you wanted to be all artisanal, as is my want, I reckon those Virtus jet bikes, you could, if you wanted to put different weapons on them, have a look at the AT range. I reckon you could convert different AT weapons to fit onto those to be like the you could use something like the Volkite for the Adrathic. Everybody's got spare las cannon barrels kicking about, apart from maybe Graham, who sticks them on anything that sits still long enough.
Anything that can have a las cannon will have a las cannon.
I think you've got lots of options with them. Out of the box, the only real one that works is the bolters.
The spears are way better than the Forge World ones. I bought the Forge World ones and then paid through the nose to get hold of the spears from a bit site because the spears are way better.
I think I prefer the design of these bikes as well, to be honest.
That's contentious.
Yeah, I think you're on your own. I think you're on your own there, Mr. B.
That's me personally, but different. Everyone likes different things.
Yeah.
So we've got that, and then the other thing is the Blade Champion. Now, it's not Blade Champion isn't a unit within Heresy, but that I think would make a Shield Captain with a Paragon Blade.
I don't know because there isn't a link.
I put the link in WhatsApp.
Did you have for it?
Sorry? If you have a look in WhatsApp.
But you always put them in the notes, Michael.
I know, I forgot to put it. I'll put it in there now.
It's the chap from the box set. From the
chap with the box set. He's a single model.
Is he the fellow with the weird head that's some character in the books or something?
Yeah, weird head.
Is it the guy who looks like Homelander from The Boys?
No. That was a special.
And what you've linked is taking me to something with Sylvaneth on it.
Scroll down. We've got a big week next week.
Oh, right.
What's it all blooming fed to in these days?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I do. I suppose I should also mention that there'll be a Horus Heresy print on demand of the books Born of Flame, Wolfsbane, Burden of Loyalty, Old Earth, and Ruin Storm.
Oh, that gadget. Sorry,
I quite like that figure.
I quite like that figure. I mean, cool. he's got a different head on, which is.
Well, the only problem is, where are you going to stick a shield?
Well, yeah, he's got a sword. Where's his Presidium shield?
Put it on the back. Put him on the back like Fafnir ran.
Does he have a shield?
No, he doesn't.
He could have a shield.
If he's a Tribune, then he should do. Because I know he's
But I take that as a shield captain with a Paragon blade.
He'd make a nice Heteron.
That's the one, Heteron.
I was like, he'd make a nice Heteron. There's a problem with him being single pose because like 3 of them in that kind of super action pose, or 5 if you're Chris, would be tasty.
I wonder how attachable the arms are. I haven't seen it, so I'm sure someone's.
Yeah, I'm sure there's pictures of the sprue out there somewhere.
I wonder if you could stick a spear in him somehow.
I reckon.
I'd be more than happy to stick a spear in him.
Well, you have to, have something that has a spear with it, and that's never going to happen, is it?
I can't imagine if he's a plastic. Is he a plastic or?
He's plastic. Yeah.
I can't imagine they'll have tooled something up that doesn't have a standard fitting.
He's from the box set where they were like, oh, we're not going to do actual War on the Webway. We're just going to kind of do War on the Webway, but with Gene Stealer cults.
Oh yes, the War in the Diet Webway.
Yeah. Like, come on, people, so close.
But you can also get that Gene Stealer cult figure next week as well.
Is that why there's the last with? Is that why there's the last with 3 arms below him?
Yeah, last with 3 arms. So you knock off that Gene Stealer arm thing, do something with that, and you could probably have a decent militia character there, I reckon.
Yeah, the Gene Stealer cult characters are good for militia.
But I've not included that on the list.
Provided you just check the number of limbs beforehand.
Yeah, so
it was a good idea.
I think the crack is right now we're just waiting for the box set.
Whenever I go into a pub up north, I always check the limbs before I walk in.
We weren't obviously. I was expecting it to go on pre-order next weekend, but it hasn't, which is a shame. So the rumors were wrong.
Didn't you say that it was going to be after 18 articles, and we're only on 9?
Yeah.
We did 8 today. I was honestly thinking
8, rather,
the last article would coincide with the box set being released.
Yeah, and the last article would be the 18th Surviving Legion, which would be the Alpha Legion at 20, and we're only at number 8. I reckon it's going to be however many days that is. What's that like?
10 days.
Another 10 days.
I reckon it'll be longer than that.
1, 2,
I reckon, given how
10.
frothy everybody is for it, they'll be like, actually, we've got this. We know it's in the warehouse. Let's get the cash in.
You know what? Actually, that would might be 28th of. That would actually 10 days from today would obviously be the 28th, which is a Saturday.
It'll be weekdays, so Maybe they'll put it on pre-order on Saturday. Yeah, a little week
Fantastic.
Saturday.
Fantastic. I'm in Holland. Looks like I'm pre-ordering before I go out for.
They have the internet in Holland, Rob. I went recently. And they definitely had it.
That's true. Yes.
There's more than life outside of Castleford.
Yes. God.
Also,
God, yes.
I
There
hate to
is.
say this.
Do you know what? In Holland, you haven't got to dial. You haven't got to wind up the thing first and put the number in of the IP address that you want.
You know,
the manual roll of the dial.
We haven't called it Holland for about 50 years.
Well, my stepdad who lives there calls it Holland, so I'll take that from him.
Part of the Netherlands, but anyway.
Yes, I know, but that's what he still calls it.
And tonight on podcast for the pedantic, we have our reigning champion,
Mr. B.
Yes, we have the two.
Oh, he's had his Ribena, everybody.
He's had his fighting juice.
He has had his fighting juice.
Before we get any complaints from the flipping from the Dutch, and you know what they're like.
The Dutch aren't going to apologise.
They were perfectly
fine
up until
lovely,
you said,
amenable people.
Yeah,
Alles heel lekker.
They were absolutely fine, Michael, until you said you know what they're like, and in which case now you have provoked the wrath of the Netherlands.
Yeah,
well done.
Which means all the Ajax lot are going to be sending their finest
hooligans,
to see you and say, stitch this, Jimmy. But they'll be very polite about it.
So were they Scottish as well?
Yes. Anyway, shall we move on to what we've all been up to?
Why not?
Okay, so now it's time for what we have been up to this month, and I'm going to start things rolling with a Project Mortis update. I need to make myself a little jingle thing for that, I think, going forwards. That's something to work on tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm getting like a 50s sitcom kind of vibe.
I was thinking like a really ultra Project Mortis kind of vibe going for it.
Oh, I was getting the complete opposite, like WandaVision, kind of like, Project Mortis.
Oh, yeah, that could work.
I think it should be like a Titans war horn.
Don't you worry, there's plenty of that.
Don't you worry.
Yes.
I've tricked that box. I've ticked that box rather. You'll enjoy that all later. Just don't have your bass too high on your speakers if you're driving in your car. When we get to the Adeptus Titanicus section of this show. Right. So what have I been up to with it? Right. So the attempts for the Void Shield have continued with progress. The Mark IV Void Shield, and there will be an update to the blog going out with this episode. I need to do a bit of the actual writing for it. So this time, I've used a spherical or hemispherical cake tin to give me the shape, because it's the correct proportions for the Titan, gives me the right kind of spread around it that I want. But the problem that I was having was if I just put the resin directly on the tin, it was almost impossible to remove it from the tin, even after it set, because I tried it on some smaller ones. Sort of, test run. You got a test run.
You have indeed.
So cling film was all right, but not quite there. So what I ordered was some dust sheets, because dust sheets are designed not to rip, which is really helpful, because when you're trying to remove them, and sometimes if you haven't left the resin quite long enough, although the outside will be solid to the touch, the inside can still be quite sticky.
So what
ends up happening is when you try and remove the whatever covering between the two, it just doesn't it rips, or it won't rip or cleanly and anything like that. It's a problem. So the dust sheet, so I got it as relatively flat as I could, taped it into place, poured probably too much resin over the top for this one, but that's fine. It was a test run, and I'm pretty happy with the result. It's got everything that I want, sort of look wise, apart from a couple of things, such as it's not quite clear enough. Now, I want you to be able to see the Titan as much as possible.
What's your tin made out of? Presumably steel.
Yeah, it's a baking tin here.
Right. As daft as it sounds, have you tried, these low-calorie spray oils?
Yeah, I'm just not sure how they're going to work with the resin, with the liquid resin.
I think if you build it up, it probably won't make that much of a difference.
Yeah. Because what happens is the liquid, the resin as it dries, contracts slightly. So I'm not. That's why I've only done it with kind of solid materials as the separator. I have thought about using oils, but
could you get a silicon half sphere so that the actual thing itself was like non-stick?
Well, the other thing that the resin will do is it will pick up. So when I've used it before with balloons, for instance, what it would do would take some of the color from the balloon.
Right.
Which was weird. So that's why I'm trying to use non-colored separator surfaces to try and keep it as white as possible or as clean as possible until I decide to paint on it. So that's, but yeah, the Mark IV, I did put a photo on Facebook and my Instagram. But yeah, it's got all the nice tendrils coming out from the back of the.
Yeah, it's got a proper dispersion pattern. It looks really good.
Yeah, I just need it. So I'm going to try some isopropanol spray on the Mark IV and see if that cleans it on the inside.
Yeah.
Hopefully that'll do it. And if that works, then
you could.
It's basically I'm there.
I mean, I'm presuming at your work you've got a buffing wheel.
Oh God, yeah. The problem is the polish, all the polishing mops and everything else like that are covered in rouge and things like that.
All right, so you'd need a fresh one, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
they're not expensive to buy,
No, I know, but there must be an easier way for me to do it than buying a mop for work to use at work for this.
Yeah, I used to have a blooming grinder, which I say I would have sent you. It was made of cast iron. It would have cost you like £200 to have it posted, but you could have put a polishing mop on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to find as easy a way as possible to do it, without. I mean, I'm sure ultimately it'll end up being, as I said at the start, it'll end up being more complicated than I want it to be to do this. And so far, the simple approaches have kind of worked nicely.
Excuse me while I just rub my hands together, sort of in a evil fashion in the background. About things being complicated. Because how many different types of plaster have you gone through now, Chris?
Well, so I haven't actually started on the plaster. The plaster is for the actual board. So I've got 3 different types of plaster. I'm only going to use 2 of them.
All right.
So yeah, that's right. That's what we've come down to.
Was the other one too readily available?
No. So I've got Plaster of Paris, which is your you can talk. Your normal everyday should be available in the shops. Plaster of Paris, but it's surprisingly difficult to find. So I've got some of that. I've got some Woodland Scenics carving plaster. And I have some lightweight hydrocal plaster as well.
Yeah.
Because I'm just going to base it. 70% of this is going to be covered in the lightweight hydrocal. Because the foam is rock hard anyway. You can't. It's not like any packaging foam you get where you can put your finger in it and it compresses it.
Yeah, it's extruded, isn't it, rather than expanded?
Yeah, so it's perfect. It's nice and tough, but I want some. There's going to have to be some smoothness because from where I've shaped it, it currently looks like the landscape of Mars or the Moon at this point, and that's not really kind of I want to add that afterwards.
Mhm.
So I've carved all my foam out. So I've got a sort of a ridge area where some potentially down the line Imperial Fists will be based. There's a little slope that comes down where that'll be the loyalist side of the board. I've cut a little crater in, and that's where the first lot of the carving plaster will go. So I can, work away at it nicely and put lots of detail into the crater.
Have you got a chef's blowtorch?
Again, fire isn't a problem because I've torches at work if I need them. So
because you might want to try on a scrap, see if you get a nice irregular pattern by doing that, and then you could just like pour a thin sheet of this other plaster and then smash it for like rubble around the crater.
Well, I've got charcoal. What was what we were talking about last time? Come on, brain.
Charcoal.
The stuff for train sets.
Oh yes, you've got ballast, haven't you?
Ballast. I've got some charcoal ballast and some other different colours of ballast that I'm going to put in the crater.
Right.
Bear in mind, but the carving plaster is so that I can give it that cratery, not perfect hemisphere, add some kind of step into it and things like that. And then I've got the cliff edge that'll be carving plaster as well, so I can give it some actual rock face kind of look. But yeah, that's all going to come along. Plaster will start playing with that on Monday this coming week. Just didn't have time this week with one or two other things going on. So, but yeah, we're making progress. I've base coated the Titan. I did order some additional decoration today in the form of some Aeronautica Imperialis planes.
Nice.
So I am going to crash a Thunderhawk into this map at some point.
A plastic Thunderhawk, no less.
A plastic Thunderhawk into this, yeah, because I can, as it's plastic, I can warp it and melt it and things to make it look knackered, basically. Yeah. What I've worked out I'm doing is basically just building a realm of battle board. That's what it's coming down to. Just incorporating as many realm of battle boards into one by one square. That's kind of where I'm at.
Well, there you go.
What legion are you going to do the Thunderhawk as?
So it's all going to be, any legions that go on it are going to be Imperial Fists and Sons of Horus. Because bear in mind, I'm still basing it around the
trailer
preview trailer. So
yep,
that's the plan for that. So yeah, but things are coming along nicely. I see all my materials are here. Yeah, it's just going to be the long haul of painting the base next, getting that done. Then I'll start on the Titan, and then we'll go for the Mark V shield. And then fingers crossed, we should all be done. And then I can put it in a cupboard and forget about it for 5 years.
As is the way with dioramas and stuff. Okay. Graham, what about you? What have you been up to this month?
Nothing quite as exciting as that, it must be said. Rob and Chris putting the art into artisanal. Fortunately, not the other way around, which sounds much more exciting. Caesarean is what I finished. So that really was a chew on, I think. So I've got them finally over the line, as good as I can get them anyway. And they're okay. They're kind of okay. They look all right with Bobby G leading them on, which is great. They used them last night in a game. So, yeah.
Are they looking forward to soon be jumping out of a plastic Spartan?
Quite possibly. I have actually built and started to paint another Land Raider because I forgot that there was a plastic Spartan on the horizon. So I thought, I'll get myself a Land Raider.
Land Raider's out of stock at the moment.
I need another one of those. So yeah, I have. So basically, I've got those finished. I also did another test model. Well, a bit more of a test, not so much test model, but model I'll probably use for the Thousand Suns. So that gold and then using the sort of gemstone colour, red gemstone colour, over the top, and then Agrax Earthshade to make it look like it's not glowing in the dark. So yeah, kind of think I'm about where I need to be with that if I wanted to paint that in volume. So
cool.
So that's cool. I did have another Araman figure, so I just used a different head, so he can just be a normal kind of Chaos Sorcerer. Of course, I did use a Mark III head because, you know, why not?
We should organise a Prospero game when you've got them sorted out.
Yeah, that would be nice.
And we'll stick it on the YouTube with a parental guidance warning, with an explicit lyrics warning. Because if you have to play wolves and me at the same time, it's not going to be PG-13, is it?
It's not going to be PG-13. But then I'm going to have, you know, if Thousand Sons are as lethal as they are in this edition, then I'm not going to have my usual, you know, kind of moral high ground here.
No, you're not.
So that's going to be difficult. You know, it's going to be like the scene from the end of Return of the Sith, except unfortunately this time I'm not Obi-Wan.
No.
The thing I find interesting is you just said they're not as lethal, if they're as lethal. Now, what you would have said previously is broken, outrageous,
nonsense.
Bobbins. This is the thing. Bobbins. You know, now it's they're just as lethal as they are now. You know, changing the rhetoric.
As if lethal is a friendly word.
Yeah,
he was supposed to he was supposed to destroy the Thousand Sons, not join them.
That's really good. I think it's
with the robots.
Yeah, look, he's at Mechanicum now. He's doing, like, you know, the ones that get everything wrong.
The Thousand Sons are. To be honest with you,
the first time I met Graham, he was wearing a Thousand Sons t-shirt.
That is very true. I did have a Thousand Sons t-shirt.
Can we change Graham from the oldest man in Heresy to the
most hypocritical man?
Hypocritical man in Heresy. Yeah. I think it suits just as well. I think that coat's going to fit on those shoulders quite nicely.
Have you finished?
Just saying. Oh no! I mean, I'm just warming up.
Anything else you want to have a go at? I have two models. Two models does not an army make. But yeah, I mean,
Magnus and Harriman. Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's all he needs, really, isn't it?
Yeah, just walk around with that. So I think there is a reticence. I like painting them because I think the painting looks cool, and I like the color, that kind of metallic.
Yeah, they have got a beautiful paint scheme.
And it would be interesting to do an army, and this is what happens when you hang around with Rob in his paint shack. Other than you know, having to make some very interesting excuses, you have to. Some of the stuff rubs off, and you end up doing this unheard of.
I thought the problem was it didn't rub off, but anyway.
Well, yeah, well, you know, I'm not even going to go about Rob and rubbing off, but it does lead to some unholy practices, like painting for fun. Who would have thunk such a thing exists? So, you know, I have actually started painting things, and get this, folks, just for the joy of painting them. I can't quite believe I've said that sentence. So that's very weird. That is super strange.
I will take that as a win.
Well, you should, because it's your tutelage and mentorship that's brought me to this precipice, where it's just like, oh, that looks like an interesting model. I want to paint that. Not, hey, that looks like a great model to crush my enemies with.
Yeah, that looks broken. Let's have that, because that'll make someone cry.
Sign me the heck up. So yeah, so I've been painting those like for lols, if you will. I mean, not Heresy, of course, but I have been even painting Primaris because I actually quite like painting them. Probably never going to use them. So yeah, it's been quite good. Again, I used the airbrush, getting a little bit better with the airbrush.
Good.
Now. It seems to be working okay. I've managed to just about work. So this is a top tip, I suppose. One thing that was a kind of game changer for me with airbrush painting was mixing the paints and putting them in a little bottle, rather than trying to mix the paints in the cuppy thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that a lot easier because I can kind of say, oh, that's the color that I want, rather than trying to guess what the color is, but looking into the hopper.
Make a batch up, keep it.
Yeah. So that's been a game changer, because that means once I've got the kind of consistency of the paint right. I don't have to
Sorry,
mess about with it.
You mix paints?
Yeah, I do. I absolutely do.
What kind of witchcraft is this?
I absolutely do mix paints. Yeah,
Well, you've got to thin things as well, just to make sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I thin them. I mix paints together to make other colours. Would you believe? It's all Rob's fault.
I just do what Caleb told me to do with the Citadel paints. He just says to shove them straight in.
I really don't. I think they're super thick. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I've tried a few, and they're thick enough to go on Love Island.
Yeah. Oh, what's the group he works with again, Caleb?
CK Studios.
America. Yes, he just said shove them straight in. They're perfect as they are.
If I give them a good shake, I've not had any problems with them.
Oh yeah, mine go through a nail varnish shaker.
You've got to really give them a good bit of.
I'm not had the results that I would expect with what I'm used to with them, so I'll stick to what I'm used to.
Compared to the joy that is a Tamiya paint, and because it's me again talking, incidentally, not Rob.
So proud to hear that. Michael, can you chop that out and send me that just so I can have it as a text tone for when Graham texts me?
Yeah,
a bit like when he's got. I'm going to go with Michael for when Chris texts me.
I'm going to go with Chris. Michael's.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Copy and paste quote. So, yeah. Anyway, enough of my nonsense. Caesarean finished, ready to go on the battlefield. Fantastic. They were they're. I think I mentioned last episode we did this. They're an advanced level thing. 1,000 Suns on the thing, and kind of everything else is in a bit of a holding pattern now. Until the box set.
Yeah. Shall I go next?
Yes.
If you want.
Okay, so I did a little model project. Finished off the Warhound Titan.
Did indeed.
And that is
there's a lot of that going about these days.
Yeah, that seems to be. No, I was really happy with it. I was really happy with this. I was really, really happy with it getting this done. It's been sat in a box for too long, and it was just like, get on with it, buy the tools, crack on. And it's held together.
It looks gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. It is yeah. I can't think anything else more to say really. Just very happy. I think
it's the best thing that I've seen you do.
Well, I put in the effort. It's pretty much most of it's airbrushed. I mean, the gold is hand done, but yeah, it's I'm really happy with how it turned out.
Where's it living now then?
It's currently on a shelf behind me. I'll send you a photo, but I need to get it out for a game because it will be cool.
Actually, just one before you carry on, just one thing. When you talk about airbrushing, I did something I've never done before in my life. I actually sprayed a sprue before assembling the model.
Welcome to the good side.
Oh, yeah, I never did that.
That never happens, but I actually did it. Anyway, Mr. B, your Warhound Titan is great, and I can't wait for us to have a Warhound off soon.
Yep, I was really happy with it. Turned out fine. I used some Adeptus Titanicus transfers and some Mechanicum, and I had a Titan transfer sheet as well. And
why don't you guys? I mean, far be it for me to tell you guys what to do.
You tell us where to go often enough, so why not what to do?
Well, exactly. Why don't you guys arrange like the Titan Owners Club do, a Titan and Knights game with you guys and a few other people in your area?
Oh, that might be fun. Yeah, we should do that, Graham.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
I've got 3. Well, no, if we do armatures as well, I've got 7.
Yeah. Why don't you have a big old night fight?
Night fighting, monkey knife fight.
Wait till Rob's got his done, and then we can get.
The problem is Graham's got the Dolly Parton Warhound, which will just destroy everything.
No, I don't. It doesn't have to be. It can be the Sheryl Crow instead with the plasma cannon.
That's the thing you went for next.
If it makes you happy, it can't be that bad.
Yeah, exactly. If it makes you happy,
all he wants to do is have some fun.
Exactly.
And you're not going to have that with the double Ds. Well,
no, exactly.
Actually, that's completely not true. But anyway.
Anyway,
go on.
Anyway, so
It's a good idea.
That is a good idea.
Yeah, it is a good idea. We will do it. We will have to do it. I think that's a really good idea. The rest of the month was pretty much scenery. So I did some alchemite stacks for a table I'm working on. A pair of ferrotonic furnaces, the Manatee naming convention out in thingy. A pair of ruined factorums that I got from the Imperium magazines. I bought a couple more of those from Forbidden Planet. I'm still waiting for my actual ones yet, but they haven't turned up. So I'm really happy with those buildings. Actually, they really turned out quite nicely.
Oh, nice.
And then an autochoral transmitter, which Games Workshop don't even make anymore. It's a piece of scenery they shoved in a box set. I like it. It's quite nice.
Sounds like some kind of pedal that got rusted with salt water and when Brian Madden was in the studio.
Autochoral transmitter.
Autochoral transmitter.
Yeah. Autochoral transmitter.
Where
did that come from?
It came from a box set that they did.
The one with the Ruins of McCrag one, where it was.
No,
having like a little.
It was quite recently. They did it.
Do you know what? I've forgotten something hugely important. I was speaking to somebody last night, and they said if we haven't mentioned the word "Conquers Deep" within the first 30 minutes, they turn off the podcast.
Oh
well.
So I think we might be over 30 minutes.
No, we're not.
Can you text? Can you text them or contact this person and just like send them a caps lock Conquers Deep?
No, I think you might have to hear it on the show.
We're within 20. We're 26 minutes. So, oh no, it is. No, it is way over actually because this is a separate recorded section. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. No. So yeah, autochoral transmitter. It was from a box set they did mid last year. I think it was mid last year. Or was it the year before? I just have one of these lying around, so I painted it up. It's quite nice. It's just like a bit of transmission tower or whatever. Just fits in the box. I also did some Medusa siege guns for my militia. But I bought
look at these
years ago. They're all right.
Now Graham's Conquers Deep, listening to what Michael's got to say because he's talking artillery.
Yeah, so a couple of.
You say blast templates there. Let me just.
Let me just furnish you with some.
Two of them, and I also did some crew for them. Death for Core of Krieg crew. So.
Yeah, would Sir like the breacher shell or the phosphex shell?
Yeah.
Oh, both. Good choice, sir.
So I plan to be using them in the militia army eventually when that gets sorted out.
Have you thought about painting the wheel spokes a different colour because it's very silver?
Yeah.
I did.
You haven't got a lot of. I mean, look at me, old Harry Artisanal here, but it looks like one big silver thing.
I did consider doing them wooden.
You could do them the same as that sort of light blue that you've got, and just have it sort of chipped up, like I would do this.
Yeah,
maybe I might. I might go back and touch them
because they look really good.
It is a lot of silver,
but it's just a lot of
get
silver.
Some pigment, get some pigment on them.
Even change the barrel color or something. Maybe paint that black or something, just to give it a little bit of contrast.
Showed Mills.
But I do
questioning the
Graham the Iron Warrior saying that the model's got a lot of silver.
Let's just get that rattle can off the wall, shall we? And give that.
Whoa there, Lee Harvey Oswald, the assassin. I generally didn't, have walls of silver. I tend to use black actually. Is that to sort of like barrels and things? I would paint them sort of black where they could be black. Just saying, that's all. But yes.
Anyway, yes, that's those, and I did the crew too. So for the Deathcore Krieg, because I had the Deathcore Krieg stuff for a very long time, and I said I will one day do a proper militia army. I think I've probably got about 500 points maybe at the minute.
Yeah, which if it's militia is about 200 models.
I like the rangefinder chap.
Oh yeah, that's good from the heavy artillery crew.
Yeah.
It's really good kit. Still got another couple of them lying around, and that was pretty much me for the month. So yeah, I'm currently working on some Mortis Poisoners for the Death Guard.
Is that the new dudes?
Yeah,
that's the new dudes.
GDF chaps.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's the new dude. I'm working on them to to add to those because they look cool. So squad of 10 of them, all armed with flamers and chem munitions.
What, no Volkites?
No, not in the guard.
No.
Oh, I do need to pick up a heavy flamer actually for one of them. So
Come to take them out.
So what about Rob? What have you been doing?
I think everybody's probably aware of what I've been doing in the last couple of weeks.
I wasn't
Stressing me out.
I'm not stressing you out. It's fine. It's physics.
That model is stressing me out every time I look at it.
Like literally in one of my WhatsApp groups, there's a term physics PhD, and then another one who's got a physics degree and an engineering degree. So it's cool. Plus, the advice was given by a guy Moggy who's built 40 of these things in the past.
So how is that? It looks like it's just wanting to fall over at any given moment. Have you?
It's not that bad.
So basically, to fill anybody in who hasn't been paying attention, I also have joined the Titan Owners Club. And I have bought a Warhound. However, mine is running. So it's on one foot. More specifically, it's on one toe.
Yes, it is on, like, you've arched its ankle upward. Yeah, the one that's actually in contact with the base.
Yeah, so there's only the front main central toe in contact with the base, which means that the whole model is stood on a contact area roughly the same as a 32mm base.
How in the name of all that is holy is that thing standing up?
Carbon fibre.
So what have you done with the carbon fibre? You like put a rod through it or something?
Oh, and the rest. And
okay, explain this to me. I saw you've got a rod going.
This thing's had more rods than Linda Lovelace.
Okay.
Good Lord. I mean, so family show, people. Family show. Shall we?
Yeah. That's why I went for an old reference.
Okay.
Sorry. So I was basically said that I was going to buy it. I was chatting to Miles, and Miles was like, "Right, go talk to Moggy. Moggy's Miniatures on Instagram. He does a lot of Titan building for people, and does a lot of one-footed pose Titan building. It's his kind of thing. And I had a bit of a chat to him. He was kind enough to film me a little video of one that he was working on at the moment, and told me what he'd done to make sure that it was strong enough.
Yeah.
And basically, he uses carbon fiber rod because it's actually pretty cheap, and it's stronger than brass, and it's easier to work with than brass because you can just cut it with a normal saw. You don't need a Dremel to cut it. So if anybody looks on Instagram, basically my Titan is stood on one toe, which there are, on that one toe that the weight's on, there are three 3mm carbon fiber rods going from the toe into the main foot. There's then 3mm carbon fiber rods going out of the bottom of the toe into the base, which I'll get to in a minute because I'm sure Graham will want to mock me about that.
Of course, I can't wait.
Yeah, and then from the foot up into the lower leg section, there is a 90mm long 6mm carbon fiber rod, which I've my engineer friend has done the maths, has a break-in strain of pushing on for 200 kilos. And if we're talking tensile strength, as in hanging stuff off it, it's got a break-in strain of several tons, so it ain't going anywhere. There's horizontal 3mm pins through everything else, and then in the hips there is one 160mm long, 6mm wide, 6mm thick carbon fiber bar that'll hold nearly 200 kilos at that length. So it ain't breaking. It's strong. Everything holding it together is stronger than steel, and it's all done with 2-part epoxy putty. I don't like JB Weld because that's designed to be a cold weld for metal. 2-part epoxy putty and this carbon fiber, and it's not going anywhere, and it's going to get screwed to the base as well.
There you go. Wow, every day's a school day here on Age of Empire.
Yeah, well, it was it wasn't my idea. I would have probably gone with steel rather than carbon fibre just because I've got stuff that'll cut steel. But Moggy was like, get some carbon fibre from eBay, and it cost me about £3 for enough carbon fibre to do 4 of them.
Nice. Okay.
How are you cutting it then?
Just with a normal saw or a Dremel if I'm feeling posh.
So this wasn't the carbon fibre that I jested was actually off the F-117 stealth fighter that crashed in the Serbian hills.
Yes, indeed.
That's the sort of thing that you would go for.
The only tricky bit was on the hip, because I had this one long pin going straight through the hips, which meant that it was sticking out on either side, which because of the angle, it didn't come out, inside that hip joint. There's like an outer circle that you can, or an outer ring section that you can see. It's always better to describe it as a ring on that bit. And then there's like an inner
slightly
boss.
recessed in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a recessed bit. So it's come out of the side of those. So I've just ground that back with a routing bit on the Dremel and just basically carved it back into shape. Just needs a bit of green stuff work, a bit of milliput to just touch up the details once the build's done. But that was the only finicky bit, really.
What happened to us all back in the day? Jumpers for goalposts,
Yeah, and now it's carbon fibre racing titans.
Carbon fibre, master
weapons
Titans.
I've gone for the only acceptable pattern of weapons, which is the plasma and Vulcan Mega Bolter, because they look the best.
Yes, although I must admit I do quite fancy the flamer at some point.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of how it looks. For me, this will probably never see a gaming table.
Yes, it will. We're going to do a Titan walk.
Well, it might in that case, but it's not going to be something that even by my own sporadic standards would regularly see a table.
Not regular. No, I doubt mine will as well.
When you guys do your Titan walk, can I bring Big Bear just for fun?
Yeah.
That'll get used about as rarely as a Warhound Titan will.
Yeah, pretty much.
What did you do it for my birthday?
For your 40th.
Yes.
Which is when?
Which you've been hinting at since episode 7.
Okay, you're gonna have to. You're gonna give me a better
season 1.
October.
Yeah, exactly. So
beginning of October, but I don't know.
We're away in the beginning of
mine probably won't be,
event, aren't we?
Mine probably won't be finished by then anyway.
End of October.
Yours won't be finished by then, did you say, Rob?
Probably not.
Really? Okay.
Michael did his in a week. Come on.
Yeah.
Chop.
Like 2 weeks. No, 3 weeks.
Doddle. Absolute doddle, mate.
No, this thing I'm going full on.
I can really? I hadn't got that from.
Yeah.
What about the base?
The base arrived today. The base
full
is
on.
behind me. In fact, the base is now in my hand. 5.6 kilos of spalted beach, which is 305 mil wide.
I've been to Spalted Beach. It was quite
50 mil
nice.
thick.
It is nice.
The ice cream vendor was reasonably
very
priced
good,
as well.
very reasonable. However, you don't want to go round the corner because that's the nudist part, and I got caught out.
Yeah.
Well, if you ask for a chocolate Mr. Whippy, you're not getting an ice cream.
No.
My
Even if you want a flake in it or not.
Yeah.
My
So
sister
this
used
is
to live overlooking a nudist beach.
Okay.
I was joking about that. Her master bedroom overlooked a nudist beach in just out in a little town outside of Barcelona called Stitges, which was exclusively for the use of gay men.
Sounds flipping awesome. Cool. Okay. Well, anyway, slight tangent.
So the base is getting chucked up into the lathe tomorrow, which is a technical lathe term, and I will probably thin it down a little bit.
Wait a minute.
You can tell he's serious when he's got a flipping lathe in his hobby
I was going to say, so not content with sourcing this from a volcanic island in the Ring of Fire chain, specifically the Pacific side of that, and on the northeastern corner, and having it shipped, hand road actually in a kind of
you'd be really disappointed to know that it's come from Dagenham
like thing. You are now gonna, it isn't fully formed. You're gonna mess about with it further.
No, it's gonna go on the lathe. Because I used to be a wood turner for a living.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I have a lathe.
What's your company called? Backman Turner Overdrive.
Bachman
you-
Turner
you
base
said-
manufacturers.
I bet you said you haven't. I bet we haven't seen anything yet.
No, we have not even. It might take me a few attempts to get the words out, but
Yeah.
you ain't seen nothing
You
yet.
ain't seen that. No. Yeah, it's true.
So yeah, it'll be going on the lathe, getting turned up. I'll be doing basically like the base bit and the plinth bit out of the same piece because it's a really nice bit of wood. And then that'll be getting finished, polished up, and then covered over in masking tape, ready for me texturing and doing what I need to do on the actual bit.
So
that's
you're going to
got
kind of
tape
leave
over
the
to it.
wood so you can actually see it's wood. I'm assuming you're doing that.
Yes,
You're
I
not
didn't
going to
spend.
just
I
paint
didn't.
over. I was going to say you could have done
I
that with a
didn't
block
spend this
breeze
much on the
block
piece
or
of wood
something.
to then spray it black. I would have
Right.
bought something cheaper.
I just bought a breadboard off Amazon.
I think I used an old picture frame. But anyway, very cool, Mr. Rob.
Yeah, I was half tempted not to base it at all and literally just have a polished display plinth.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't have let you live that down.
No, and you would not have been alone. So
Unfinished bases, Paul.
yeah, so that's why I'm going to do a kind of combination of the two. I was actually talking about it to Justin Hill at Company Legends. Like, I'd be half tempted just to put one on a really nice board, but then there's that thing of I get frustrated now if you go for food anywhere. Restaurants don't have plates now; they just have random shaped pieces of wood that your food comes on, and I didn't want to give the same impression with the Titan.
Sure.
Okay,
That's
someone
the
started to eat
definition
it.
of artisanal.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Are you
Nothing
complaining
can be
about
more artisanal.
artisanal hipster food?
Yeah.
No, I'm complaining about the presentation of it. I'm not complaining about food. Have you met me?
So you think this is, so you're basically going full on scale modeler here, aren't you?
I have been watching everything in Uncle Night
Johnson
Shift's.
Plaster.
Maybe I might be hitting you up for that.
Mm.
Depending on because I might want some thin sheets of it casting onto
want-
like a baking tray and then breaking up into rubble. But
Do you want some foam?
Potentially, but not much.
All entirely doable.
Radio. But yeah, I've been watching everything Uncle Night Shift has to offer. Who, if you don't subscribe to Uncle Night Shift on YouTube, then you should, because the man is a genius.
This is the chap that redid all of the guns because they weren't quite good enough, so he did them in brass. Is that right? Etched brass.
Yeah. He bought replacement.
Yeah, the 27 pieces for guns the size of a pea. Okay, right.
Cool. Well,
so yeah, I will keep people posted. I'm basically going to bang on about the Titan until everyone's sick of it. But tough, it's mine. So me.
You and me, Rob, together with my diorama, your thing. Give it 3 months when I've lost 1,000 listeners for this
and a huge amount of money.
And spurged. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't. So I said about my spreadsheet.
Oh yeah, the one that basically turns black when you exceeded your budget, and then
guess what colour we're at now?
I bet the whole thing's just like this.
Is it blacker than a Metallica album?
It's the same shade, in fact.
Nice. Wowzers! There you go. Cool. All right, let's see what happens next month in the continuing saga of our journeys down the artisanal path. Well, at least some of us, anyway. Cool.
You're just as bad. You're protesting, but you're
protest too much.
Yes, you've caught it now. We'll get Mr. B on board with it. Trust me.
Okay, we shall see.
I bought a breadboard. That's artisanal, isn't it?
Well, not if you're not putting handmade focaccia on it. No.
No.
No, I put on a Titan.
Yeah. All right. Let's rock onto
games on it.
Is it Pebble Beach wood, whatever it was?
Spalted beech. It's a type of fungus. Has really nice black lines through it. So yes, I've spent a lot of money on a piece of mouldy wood.
Let it never be said that Rob is not a fun guy.
Come for the heresy, stay for the comedy.
Lined it up, smashed it out the park.
Oh dear Lord! Right, come on, games played, because that'll take like seconds.
All right, that's me done. I didn't play any. Next.
Yeah, me neither.
I played a game of AT.
Well, that's
not
good
this
enough.
month, but last month.
No. Okay.
Between recordings of this section.
Okay. Well, get it in.
I'm ready. So me and Adam and Steve played a cushy little game of AT. Steve had his beautiful Eligio Solaria. I will just quickly send you the photo of that again, just so you can just go, oh yeah, they are pretty, because they are pretty.
Prettier than Adams. I mean, Adams.
I'm not going to answer that question because I'm going to be seeing them both in a couple of weeks. And Adam has my Fafnir Rand model, and I want that back in an assembled piece. But Steve is an excellent painter.
Okay, let's have a look see at that. Oh yeah, they are lovely, aren't they?
They are absolutely beautiful.
Very nice.
Yeah. And he does it all on the end of his kitchen workspace. He doesn't have and he then puts it all away in a cupboard and then gets it out when he wants it, and it's just the man's.
And he's still
genius, as far as I'm concerned. Man's
and
brilliant.
battle bling bits there as well.
Yeah. So we played a game. So yeah, they are absolutely. We're playing again in a couple of weeks. So I'll try and get some better photos, and I'll. I don't know what Steve's Insta thing is, but that's another photo there of them. Just quickly going to send that. Man looks at the thing on phone and sends to other people to look on phone.
You win.
So
proper content.
Yeah, absolutely. What do we do? So Adam took an Exterminus Maniple, so 3 warlords and a not the warlord. What's the other one? Warbringer. That's the one. So we had 3 warlords and a warbringer against us. I was running support, so Steve was running his Solaria, which was mostly warhounds, a reaver as well. I think it had 3 warhounds and a reaver, and then I took my Psi Titan and Porphyrion, basically acting as his additional choices, because it was just easier. And I, if I'm honest, thought we were going to get absolutely spannered, because warlords and warhounds is not a lineup that you think is going to go in the smaller foe's face to their advantage, if that makes sense. But we played probably an almost perfect game tactically, and somehow we came out victorious. I mean, at the end, I think we had 1 warhound and a reaver left. I sort of sacrificed the Psi Titan on 1 turn to take a lot of fire, knowing that that's what was required at that moment in time. Adam was a bit unlucky on occasions. There were times when he should have deleted things, but once we got the warhounds into crunchy, chewy time, it all kind of worked out, and our stratagems paid off as well. So we had the stratagem where you can, for those that don't play AT, if you move forward, you can move forward your full movement. If you move outside of the forward arc, you halve it. But there's a stratagem you can take where you don't have that problem. So basically, my Psi Titan went, I'm going to walk around that corner really quickly now. Sort of when it's full 4 inches right into the line of fire with its awesome weapon of evil. And I run my Psi Titan as a ranged weapon, as a ranged Titan. It doesn't have the fist, because if I'm getting to the point where I'm punching things, no, not in this game for me. This isn't the.
Could somebody tell me what happened to Chris?
Yeah, I'm going to do
the same with mine.
I'll expend Marines. They're to a penny, but I'm not going to expend massive Titans to throw me a bit nonsense. So yeah, I mean, so it's got a volcano cannon, the left hand of death, and laser blasters on the shoulders. So it's got lots of ranged firepower, and it's pretty good at knackering things.
Nice.
It did a good job. The Porphyrion was absolutely useless.
Okay.
It got deleted turn 1. The problem with knights is that high strength weapons, even Asteriuses and Porphyrians, they'll just get whacked.
Gotcha.
Because against anything higher than strength 8, he says on top of his head, they didn't get a save against it. So yeah, it's just
okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you got one Porphyrian, anything above strength 7, in fact, doesn't get a save. So it's quite easy for them to just get deleted off the board.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Knights are great. I think knights are great against other knights. I like taking them because I think it adds a little bit of extra, a sprinkle or something different in the game.
Yeah.
So I do tend to run at least some knights if I can do, but they do die quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, in that sort of battle of Titan v Titan, knights are just going to get in the way, really, aren't they?
Yeah,
so
no, absolutely.
That's fair enough. But yeah, cool.
But yeah, so we came up triumphant. We basically had to get the center objective. Our secondary was hold an objective in our deployment zone, and we managed to achieve. It didn't matter at the end. We tabled Adam, which was surprising.
I was going to say slightly satisfying because he's usually the one who's dishing out the tablings.
Yeah, absolutely. It did feel good.
Did the vein of anger go?
No, because it was a fun game.
Okay.
It wasn't. I think it was a fun game. Steve's a super chill player.
Cool.
And me and Adam we don't take it. Well, I mean, we don't take it as seriously as we've ever taken 40k back in the day.
Gotcha.
Although I do get annoyed when things go wrong, but it's not to the point where
you're throwing dice around.
Where a certain wind-up merchant would get me to the point where I could throw a dice at his head, and that's not. And
just a dice.
Just a dice.
Oh yeah, I only threw a dice at Warren's head once.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, if it was one of the 30th anniversary steel dice from GW, you could have killed a man.
You could have done.
Oh no, this was yeah. 20 years
Classic
ago.
Games Workshop dice from the 90s.
Yeah, this is probably 15 years ago, but
yeah.
Wind-up merchant extraordinaire. But yeah, so we had a good game. Yeah, we're going to play again in a couple of weeks. Hopefully, go a bit bigger scale. Maybe I'll chuck the War Master in for this one. Swap it out for the Psi Titan.
It looks kind of Psi Titan.
Yeah, it just makes me sad in a way because I really love the paint job on it.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could, to quote Cher, turn back time.
Yes.
I would do that would be a different color, and my Legio would be that color.
It's always a bio strip.
There is, and I do like Legio Disco and their paint scheme, but I look at that Psi Titan on the board and just think,
it looks well next to those Solaria. To be fair,
yeah.
You could just respray Legio Disco.
I know. Yeah, I don't think I want to. I think I will keep them if I do something.
All that trim again.
Yeah, I'm not doing that again. But yeah, and also narratively, this mission made sense. So it's Solaria, Psi Titan, so Siege of Terror.
Yeah.
Against Mortis, so narratively it made sense.
Cool.
So it was good. Yeah, good fun game.
Very nice.
So, yeah. Who's next?
That will probably be.
So it'll be Graham.
That'll be me. Yeah. So actually, things were looking a little sparse. I was thinking, crikey, we're going to have an episode where nobody played any heresy. Why do we do this podcast again? But fortunately, the last 2 weeks things have turned around. So 2 weeks ago, I had a game against Paul's Space Wolves at Durham. So obviously, there's a little bit of niggle there. We know. I make no secret of my feelings towards the Space Wolves, and Paul is a great fun player and knows full well what I feel about the Space Wolves.
It's all right there, listeners, because given 2023, he'll be playing a Space Wolves army because that's the way Graham works.
I got to be honest with you that there's a line. Eventually,
you said that about Mechanicum.
No,
yeah.
Yeah, you did.
You did.
I was a listener then, and I listened to three episode special on Mechanicum where you did an output bitch for a combined total of nearly 18 hours.
They are super total. They are super hard. I mean, I proved that at Company of Legends. They are just redonkulously hard. So yes, I absolutely. I think what it is I have never justified my inclusion of things in the army on the grounds of fluff. If at least I am being upfront and saying yes, this army is bolt hard. So just saying, I'm not like one of these. Well, that's what they were like, and that's why I happened to spam all these really good units. So yeah. So anyway,
Why do I feel attacked?
It wasn't you actually, although you do spam all these units but that's okay because we know that you are control C, control B
now.
Yeah, you are.
I need all the Varagir now. They're going to be rock hard.
No, I've always liked the idea of 10 Varagir with autocannons, but I'm not.
To be fair, he has said that before.
Likes them a lot more now, though, doesn't he?
Just to be the public defender.
Yeah.
But I think So anyway, Space Wolves always tough. Paul didn't take them in the Spartan, so that was cool. And I did warn him in advance that I was bringing the Iron Warriors. So I thought, well, I know I don't want to bring Iron Havocs because they are super tough and they will just delete anything really. So I left them at home and tried to kind of play the game with a relatively small amount of AP2. So focusing on AP3, stuff or higher or worse, whatever you want, armor penetration. So I said, I'll tell you what I had. I had the classics really. I just had a normal Warsmith with a Paragon blade because why not? A Siegebreaker with nothing except the fact it was a Siegebreaker. A Master of Signals with nothing except it was a Master of Signals. I had a 9-man Tyrant Siege Terminator squad, so pretty tasty, I won't lie. And then I had 3 squads of Tactical Marines in Rhinos, all with the same stuff, so basically extra combat weapons and a Melter Bomb and Artist Firearm on the Sergeant. And I had, in heavy support, which of course is the main meat and potatoes of the army, I had the obligatory Arcus, heavy bolt responses, the aforementioned Tyrant Siege Terminators, and what else did I have in there? I had a normal Sakaran tank, the normal one, and I also had Venator, Sakaran Venator. I thought it'd be nice to have as many Sakarans as I could put without getting crazy. And I also had 4 in 2 squads of 2 quad heavy bolters. So nothing too crazy really. Obviously the Sakaran was tough. The Arcus was tough rather. But anyway, this was a really, really cool battle. So Paul had he had like Pride of the Legion, so he had veterans, and he had Russ with some sort of Terminator bodyguards with I think it was one of the characters, but one of the tough characters. I mean, they're all tough, of course. And Grey Slayers or whatever as the troops choices. So there was quite a lot going on, and there was a lot to deal with. But everybody was in drop pods. So there was some folks were in Rhinos, others were in Dreadclaw drop pods. So like Terminators and stuff in Dreadclaws. So that's always a problem. So you had the classic get the drop pods in turn 1. Russ and the boys in the Land Raider, gunning it across the battlefield to try and get to me. I think it was just like normal Shout Strike, how you get to the opponent's deployment zone, get points kind of thing. But this battle really was interesting actually because the Dreadclaws all came down like on one flank and started to sort of take bits of my army, 2 bits. The Arcus got ganked fairly early doors, and I was thinking, this isn't going to go well. But what kind of happened is I started to retreat my army away from the Space Wolves, and to try and I basically sort of ended up in a sort of last ditch defense. So I had the quad heavy bolters and I still had most of the Terminators, and I'd managed to get 1 squad of. Actually, Paul had 3 Vindicators, the laser destroyer ones. So not great for a tank army. These guys were tough, but I managed to sort of get one of the tactical squads sort of through the picket, if you like, into the deployment zone. So he had to send his death sworn after them. But in the end, I'd kind of managed to capitulate my troops so much that there was so much firepower there that I managed to blow up the Land Raider and shoot Russ's squad to the point where Russ knew if he'd tried to charge me, in the turn it would have taken him to get in combat, he would have been shot to bits with just volume of fire. So he actually had to leg it, which was lovely. It didn't kill him, but he did manage to get out of the way of everything. But yeah, in the end, it was really close. But I managed to eke the win because I managed to get the tactical squad into the deployment zone and out of the Rhino by the end of the game. But it was a really cool battle, actually, this one, because it was like a, real retreat and just fire and hope for the best kind of thing, when I did think it was not going to go my way at all. So keeping Russ out of combat was definitely a good move. So that was that one. And then yesterday, I went to a new club that I hadn't been to before in Durham. So Northeast, home of Heresy. This is Forlorn Hope, which is in Stanley, near Beamish Museum, actually. And this was a demo game. So
I thought it was in No Place.
Well, yeah, it was near Stanley, though, isn't it? It is in No Place, weirdly enough, which is exactly not like we're not making this up. That is actually what the place is called, No Place. Weird.
Although the locals disagree, and like half the locals say we should be called cooperative villas, and
Right.
half the locals say no, it's No Place, and they're always vandalising the signs. So the council ended up putting cooperative villas / No Place on the signs.
Well, I didn't know that I'd gone into a hotbed of civil disobedience. But anyway, the club itself is actually in a function room at a pub, which is always nice. Going into a pub, and it's a proper working man's pub, classic kind of old school. Real sort of I probably hasn't been decorated since whatever, but it's got a great feel to it, and the food's nice as well. I had a burger there; it was great. So great venue, really nice people. So I did a demo game for them, Heresy. I took my Iron Warriors, basically the same army that I had there, and I also brought my Ultramarines for them to play. So we had a Ultramarines v Iron Warriors game. I had Guilliman and the Caesarean, managed to get them out, and the usual stuff like the veteran squads, the Arcus for the Ultramarines, some shooting, a scout squad and stuff like that. But this was quite a cool battle, but the way that it was set up was that we had the table long ways. So obviously the Iron Warriors had a bit of an advantage because they were shooting and the Ultramarines were coming onto them. So, but yeah, we had good fun, and it's always nice doing demo games to people, and it was really like nice sort of banter, amongst the people that I was doing the demo with, because obviously they're used to playing these people. So yeah, we had a really good time, and I really enjoyed that game. Again, it's nice to do demo games for people and get people into the hobby. So I said to them that when the next edition, version 2, drops down, hopefully we'll be up there for some more games. So there you go, flying the flag of Heresy. And that's me, just 2 games this month, so not many.
Well, it's more than I'll probably get for the rest of the year. So
Well, there's that. That's true. So yeah, but anyway, good times.
Okay, so what about people's hobby commitments for next month? What do you think you're planning on doing?
Who are you asking, Mr. B?
Well, anybody. Who wants to go first?
Well, mine's pretty simple.
Yeah. What is it?
I'll be doing more Titan. And
Okay.
I will see if I can do a bit of catching up on the NPC challenge.
I was going to say, you're not going to slip a palate cleanser in there.
Yeah, I might slip a palette cleanser in there. I'll be buying the box as well, probably. So I'll probably get annoy Chris by the first thing to do with it, make an Enigmatus guy.
Just pointless.
Is that the Dark Angels?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you actually do an Archangels then?
We just do the Dark Angels, but the units that have got an actual reason and point to them. I mean, that's all you got to do, man. There's enough choices.
There's more than enough choices, I would say. So, Rob, are you actually thinking of going down the Dark Angels side? I mean, that's a thing with, you're in a Space Wolf.
I know. I dread
You
to think
are.
what state the paint shack will be in when I go in there after they've been left alone.
Well, who knows?
They'll be quite literally war on. But
Nice army, lots of cool rules, lots of
lots of stuff that
options.
lots of
interesting
stuff that'll
things.
annoy Chris.
Just
I suppose if you're doing
lots
them
of
in
stuff
Mark
that
6 as
annoy me.
well, I suppose if you're doing them in Mark 6 as well, you'll annoy all the people who are like, oh, actually, they only wore Mark 2.
Well, anybody who comes at me like that will find that I can quite easily not be PG-13 and have quite an expressive vocabulary and can be monumentally offensive.
I'm just going to cite it down.
And that's just with his friends.
There was a guy on. I know I'm not going to name names, but there was a guy on the Imperial Fist group the other day. They posted up a photo of his super cool army. It looked really nice, yellow and black, really strong combo. And like someone went, "Why have you got a librarian? That's an odd choice." It's like It's
like, have you not heard of Iron
they're all locked up. It's like, well, it doesn't matter. Legion doesn't have to be specifically between these 2 points. It could be before the heresy, with pre-Nicaea, where the Librarius will be around, or it could be at the siege. There's plenty of options.
Yeah,
it's not a unit. Siege. It's not a unit they can't take.
No, you're right. It's in the rules, so no reason why they can't take them. But
that's where Dawn let them out in the siege.
No, he didn't.
He lets them out to clear all the demons off the phalanx.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. In Solar War, yeah. So
there you go. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's like the whole drill your barrels thing, isn't it? It's that gatekeeperiness. But yeah, so
I know I did see Pete Reeves managed to give me a chuckle today. With people are all accusing each other of being gatekeepers, and half the time it's the gatekeepers who are accusing gatekeepers of being gatekeepers, and you're gatekeeping more than. And it's like, he's got it right.
True enough. So
got it right. Some people
Titan, and maybe the box set. Obviously, there's a little plaque. That's more than a palette cleanser. There's a lot of work there. And you maybe then down Dark Angels. Yeah, I was going to say Dark Angels would be nice. And also, I may not give you a hard time about your army then. There is that to look forward to.
Till I beat you with it.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, no. Do you know what? I've never played against Dark Angels in Heresy. So there you go.
Did you play against them at the weekend at COL?
No, I don't think I did.
I did.
I have against a jet bike army with the old Raven.
Yes, you're right. I played against them, but that was when they only had the kind of holding pattern rules.
Yeah.
I played against Ben Greaves' Dark Angels, which were all jet bikes using the old Raven Wings rules. They were tasty.
Molecular acid shells.
Yeah, that nonsense.
Okay. I saw that list. That list made my glaive list look fun.
So
it made sense, but it was not. It was a good game, though. It was a really good game.
So nothing more from Rob. What about you, Michael?
I'm gonna get this Mortis Poisoner squad painted. I've just ordered 2 heavy flamers off eBay because I can't be bothered buying a whole pack, and it probably should have bought a whole pack because it probably would have been cheaper in the long run. But I'm an idiot.
You said it.
Yep, I am. I bought 2 off eBay. They're like £6 each. And I'm like, wouldn't cost that much more to just buy a pack, would it?
Not really. Never mind. Never learn.
But then again, the postage on Forge, anyway. Yes, I'm going to get these Mortis Poisoners done for the Death Guard.
Yep.
I'm going to paint something for the Imperial Fist. I'm not sure yet. It depends. I might do the box set. I'm going to get the box set, but I'm just sort of like, when do I paint the box set? But I'm going to.
I was going to say,
are you going to do the entire box set as Imperial Fists?
Yes, the entire box is going to be Imperial Fists.
Just slot it into your jam-packed schedule, Michael.
Maybe one of the Mark 6 squads might go to somewhere else. I was thinking Ultramarine Seekers, but I don't need 2 squads of Seekers.
It's hard to tell till the rules are out, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't need. Well, I don't want 2 sets of sweet seekers because
Okay.
I just don't. But yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with the whole of the box set yet or when, because obviously we've no idea when it's coming out. I'll do something with it.
Sure you will.
But I'm going to do 2 squads of heavy weapons guys from 1 Mark III sprue for the Imperial Fists.
Mhm.
I've ordered some heavy bolters and some autocannons from Forge World, which got dispatched today
Gotcha.
to the Resni ones to make them into some really cool, just different, heavy Mark III heavy weapon squads, because I think that'd be right nice to have.
Right, nice to have. Would that be? Okay.
Happen as it be, Mr. Wilkes. Happen as it be.
Happen as it be.
Just to have a couple of different options and different armor marks within that team, and I've got some Terminators that I might do for the Imperial. Well, I will do for the Imperial Fist. They can only go with the Imperial Fist. I just need to paint them.
Okay, cool.
Because I put the auto cannon on them.
Oh yeah, unless you go Blood Angels, I guess.
No, I'm not doing Blood Angels. Don't want to do Blood Angels.
Oh, that sounds like a very firm. Did a Blood Angel do something horrible to you at some point in the past?
No, it's just not.
Can you show me on the doll where the Blood Angel upset you?
That's not what I want to say.
It's just not a style of play I want.
He's got 2 pinpricks on his neck. That's why.
Yeah.
It's just not a style of. It's not. A, I've got a 40k Blood Angels army, and I don't want one. And B, I just don't fancy that style of play.
Fair enough. Who are we?
I want to do the sitting back and shooting.
Yeah, makes sense. Always a good tactic in my book. Cool.
Are there any other tactics in your book, Graham?
Don't start. I don't need you to chip in.
It's not even a book, Rob. It's a pamphlet.
No, I was going to
Oh,
say.
it says Mr. Juan Trick Pony.
Oh yeah.
All your armies do the same thing.
At the man
It's one of Graham's pairs of Krakens on his. One of the pairs of Krakens on his thingy are actually filled with pamphlets like they used to do. Dropping them on the enemy.
It's unbelievable. I've got 5 different armies that are playing 5 different styles.
And none of them can do combat.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
These
ones stand right at the back. These ones stand.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. 5 armies, and he's got 1 unit of fire drakes.
World Eaters are not a shooting army, are they? No, they're not.
Oh no, that's true. I forgot you had World Eaters.
They're very tough, are those salamanders.
Salamanders, Ultramarine.
But he does have a Vulcan in it, so a Macarius Vulcan in it. So
I do. You're right. That's true.
It's a beautiful model. I nearly bought one the other day when I was at Forge World.
Just want to set the flipping record straight. Anyway, next month I'm building a full shooting army. No, actually, I'm going to do Custodes next month because, frankly, my moral compass is all over the place, apparently. So that's my next army. Going to pick up that box set and start to paint those, I think. No, obviously not. I've got a Land Raider to paint, and then it's waiting for the box set. Still not quite decided. I think Alpha Legion will be. I need to do another traitor army because I've got more.
You're doing 1,000 Suns?
Fast forward 1,000 Suns. I bought Magnus this month, and I bought 5 Terminators to use as.
Hold on, Mr. Valdor. I don't think I'm going to do 1,000 Suns in Mark 6. I think if I'm going to do 1,000 Suns, I like them. They look cooler in the older marks, I think.
What was that? Pray to that model that got released last month that we talked about. The really cool one, librarian chat. What mark was he in?
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Librarian. They haven't had a librarian.
Yeah, there was.
No,
there was like
a new model. Looked really cool.
Mardruk Cedras.
No.
No, I think there was was it 40k model?
It was a plastic 1,000 Sun. Yeah, it was it.
Oh yeah, him. Yeah, the Infernal Master.
Yeah, and he had Mark 4, didn't he? Yeah, I think. But anyway, I'm quite tempted by. I think the 1,000 Suns I probably might do in Mark 3, but I think Alpha Legion I'll probably do in Mark 6. But it all very much depends on, with me anyway. It's if I can get a paint scheme that's repeatable and that I can do without too much thought.
I think I sent you a link to a Warhammer TV video they did on a painting.
I've got a paint scheme in mind. I haven't tried it yet, and that's this silver, and then a mixture of two Tamiya, the sort of clear blue and the clear green. To make a kind of turquoise.
It's just like silver with contrast.
You could do silver and then airbrush. What is it? Actelian blue, or whatever it is. It's the same colour I used for the Void Shield.
Or Tamiya clear blue.
I've got Tamiya clear blue and I've got Tamiya clear green, and I'm going to mix them together to make a turquoise colour. I've got the ratio because this is a recipe that Mark Howlett, who contributes to the pages sometimes, that he used for his. So I'm going to give that a go because I think it look really cool. And obviously that does mean they're going to be kind of airbrushed bright. So probably Agrax will be chucked into the mixer at some point. But I really like the colour scheme for those. So I'm going to give that a go, see if I can get that to work. If I can, that'd be great. And that's probably what I'll do. So the whole of that box set will probably be Alpha Legion, which will be quite fun. So yeah, that's it for me.
Cool, awesome. And I'm just gonna keep chipping away at Project Mortis, plaster and carving next, I guess. Yeah.
Cool.
And a bit of painting. Yeah.
Okay.
State of the Union.
State of the Union.
Next up, we'll have a little scan through the world of Heresy and its surrounding meta, and bring you the things that have caught our eye in the process. So, first out the gates, Chris.
So we started the month off with a lore article. I mean, because they now do a lot of heresy stuff. It's almost hard to imagine a time when they didn't do a heresy article. And for the hardcore fans, there wasn't any new information. But if you're, afraid of a book, like a certain member of this team is, that doesn't have rules in it, then they've given you a good insight into how the heresy started, and the first sort of initial betrayal.
Speaking of betrayals, yes, I think even I know how that started. Thank you, Mr. B. Get a little sassy nurgling you. Okay, next Games Workshop will be at the UK Games Expo in a couple of weeks. And Mr. B is already going to be there playing board games. So we're fairly sure he's going to be there in the thick of the scrum, throwing his underwear up at the main Games Workshop stage when they release the Kraken that we think will be the Heresy box set there.
As long as Mr. B doesn't release the Kraken by throwing his underwear, we're fine.
Well, yeah, nobody wants to see Mr. B's Kraken. So we do.
I'll be there representing a company, so I'm going to be very professional.
Okay, well, that's good. Will you sort of sneak around in your Edge of Empire t-shirt, just to spread the good word?
I will on Sunday.
Okay, because you've got a free day Sunday.
I'm not working Sunday.
All right, nice one. Cool. Well, we look to see what happens from our man on the street, as it were, in UK Games Expo. Where is that, Mr. B?
NEC in Birmingham.
Oh, of course.
Really good day out, actually. It's a really good day, and I would encourage anyone to give it a try. No, it's really excellent. You have it's I think it's now the third biggest board game event in the world.
Right.
So, and obviously you've got wargaming as a very much staple of it now. So there's lots of games. Obviously, Games Workshop major sponsor, and it's going to be a really good weekend, I think.
Lovely. What are you demoing, if you can tell us?
I don't know yet. I think it might be Star Wars Legion, but I can't be entirely sure because it's still up in the air trying to figure out who's going to do what, because it's probably I'm probably not going to find out until the day I get there, and it'll be like, all right, you're demoing Carcassonne again, and I'm like, yes. And then I'm like, I don't want to demo Legions.
Okay, well, good stuff.
All right, so we also got another lore article, another one, which saw a brief look at Dawn when he caused Alfarius to take up the new hobby of being dead. Also gave us a lot of information about the infiltrations of the Alpha Legion in the days leading up to the Heresy and the Siege. So
It's a hell of a hobby to take up.
Yeah, it's fairly hardcore. Like.
You know, like once
I mean, it's nothing compared to Magic the Gathering, but it's fairly hardcore.
Yeah, watch how I never. I didn't include the Magic the Gathering news in the thing this week, so you know, could have done, but I was like,
That's
nah.
a little in joke for any of the York listeners. That one, to be fair.
Okay.
Yeah, and obviously the Magic the Gathering 40k set got revealed this week as well. So
Oh God, I've started something.
Not heresy.
But you know,
Try and mock something, and Michael goes, "Oh yeah, that's really interesting. I'm into that."
Okay, come on.
This is not going to happen for me because I'm not that daft.
So
Such a good picture of Dawn.
So to drag the conversation back vaguely on topic, a few of the team behind the heresy, a few of the studio team, they did a little video on YouTube and an article on Warcom to tell us why the heresy appeals to them, which was all right. I mean, we kind of don't need them to. Yeah, it was all right. You know, we know why it appeals to us. Be interesting to see. You know, is it the tail wagging the dog, so to speak? I mean, you know, it's got an awesome picture there of Dan Abnett looking rugged when it's like, you know, appeal of the heresy.
Yeah, Andy Hall, John French, and who else?
Yeah, and you've got Abaddon there looking all well. Like Abaddon, it's slightly converted that one there, though, isn't he? Because he's not got his power sword.
Oh yeah.
He's been slightly converted. It doesn't say whose he is, but it's not stock because he's actually got a vaguely useful weapon.
Cool.
He's got a combi grenade launcher, I think. Anyway, it's me obsessing over small details, but no, it was quite a cool little article. I haven't caught up on the YouTube video yet. That's tomorrow's job when I'm home alone.
That was good, actually. I enjoyed watching that.
Yeah, it was a nice little video. All right.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I was reading the article. So we got a look at the White Scars Legion. They've got one of the little preview articles that we've been having for every Legion. This time it was the Scars' turn on the chopping board. Some lovely models on display that have been painted by Henry Steele. And Jagatai was Andy Wardle's Jagatai, which was
painted by Andy Wardle, so say no more.
Yeah, exactly. That power sword, the blade looks delicious. Just the power field just forming up the blade. Yeah. That's Andy Wardle, so let's not be surprised by this.
I think the army that's painted down here. I think that there's a sergeant sort of in the center above the Terminators with the lightning claws with the top knot, and I'm like, and there's actually another top knot in there as well on the Terminators, and I'm wondering where they've gotten them from.
It's probably the hairdo from the Praetor that they've split across 6 models because there's enough of it.
Yeah, no, it's just they've just gotten some different parts there. So I'm like, are they showing us is there going to be an upgrade sprue? But then I doubt they'd actually give that to a community painter.
It could be off anything. They could be Custodes top knots.
Henry will be taking a mosey down the garden path into the paint shack at some point in the next couple of episodes.
It's funny, sometimes when you say that, it sounds like you're going to murder them.
Yes, it does.
Well, Miles hasn't escaped yet, and no one's heard from Medders for a while.
It puts the lotion on.
So, right of war for them.
It puts the lotion on, or it has to do the base goblin green again.
It puts the aggro.
Okay, so we've got a right of war here. Chagorian Brotherhood. Legion, Sky Hunter squads, and Outrider squads may be selected as troop choices in a detachment using this right of war, and such units gain the line unit subtype. So that's new, line unit. I don't think we've had that yet.
No, I'm guessing that's scoring.
Sky Hunter squadrons and Legion Outrider squadrons may also be selected as elite choices in a detachment, though these units do not gain the line subtype. And all models with the infantry unit in a detachment and using this right of war gaining outflank rule. Now, line, I suspect is going to be similar to core. Did I not
just say that?
No, you said scoring.
Oh, is that different?
Yeah, core is sort of like there are certain stratagems and stuff
So
that specifically
tactical
affects
squad
them.
is attack squad is a core unit.
Yeah, but
Things like
a
that. So
recon squad wouldn't be.
Okay, sorry, apologies. So line is more than just scoring, or compulsory.
It's like trying to influence people to take units that are that aren't necessarily the best units, but would make up the core of an army, as it were. If that, I don't know if that makes any sense.
Kind of, but I guess if you were taking,
it's like you get advantages through taking units that are considered, filler.
Yeah, okay, but I suppose.
But
there's not a huge amount of difference between that and the current right of war, is there? I mean, it's basically the same right of war that lets you take jet bikes and normal bikes as troops, doesn't it?
Yeah, true. So, but we don't know what line means yet, so we've got to wait and see.
Yeah, I suppose there already are troops. Actually, looking at it, selected as troops choices and attachment using this and get the line special rule. Yeah, you're right, Mr. B. Yeah. It's more than just being troops, isn't it? Because they already are troops by the look of things.
Yeah,
cool.
About the born to the saddle rule, is this any different?
Yeah, because I think currently they get +1 to their jinx saves if they're on a bike, and that's gone. I think that's right.
Man, you did tell them what this one currently is, Mr. B, and I will.
Yeah, so born to the saddle, warlord. This warlord, so it's a warlord trait, I'm guessing, and all models in the same army with the Legionis Astartes White Scars special rule and the cavalry unit type. So we've not had cavalry units, so that's different. Ignore the effects of difficult terrain and gain a 4+ invuln save against all wounds inflicted by failed dangerous terrain tests they are called on to make. In addition, an army whose warlord has this trait may make an additional reaction during the opposing player's movement phase, so long as the warlord has not been removed as a casualty.
So that seems so. Previously, they got the move through cover, so I think.
Previously, born in the saddle, sorry, and that bike or jet bikes got the skilled rider special rule.
Yeah, so skilled rider, I believe, is +1 to your invuln save, and don't you get ignored dangerous terrain and difficult terrain?
Man looks up rule in other book one.
Good man. So I think they've taken a bit of a hit there in comparison, because in the most White Scars generally tend to have quite a lot of bikes.
But we don't know what their Legionis Astartes rules will give them.
I'm guessing that's the same.
So it might give them something similar. So we don't
see what you mean. Yeah, the warlord.
So this is the warlord trait. The Legionis Astartes rule might give them
very good point. Yeah, this isn't
make them better on bikes.
So this is a warlord trait for the warlord only.
What's that?
All models in the same army, so it's a bit like the Legion Astartes rule then.
Yeah, so it applies to the whole army, but
makes sense.
It'll be interesting to see how that applies across the board.
Do we know if they're doing that same thing? Where have we seen any other examples of like Iron Warriors, for example? Currently they don't have to take morale tests if they lose people in the shooting phases. Like they're part of their kind of anything with Legion Astartes, Iron Warrior.
I don't think we've seen any proper Legion.
So I wonder if they're replacing that with the warlord trait.
No, they still got the Legion Astartes rule because it's specifically Legion Astartes White Scars. So,
whether exactly, that's what I mean. Whether it's the White Scars part has got anything special, or whether that just identifies them for the Legion Astartes.
I can't see them not having something like that because.
You're gonna have the gene elements of the Marines. Bear in mind, and you've got to represent those in some way. So I imagine that's what. So I should think that the legions will have their own Legion Astartes rules, and then that won't change. I wouldn't have thought.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Because you've got to differentiate the Marine legions in some way intrinsically.
Yeah, I just wonder whether that was the warlord trait that you used to differentiate. Like a different warlord would have a different. You might have multiple warlord traits, so you can run different types of armies. If that makes any sense, but yeah, I don't know.
You wouldn't be able to have multiple warlords though, because you'd only have one warlord.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. But you could have multiple warlord traits for different types of armies. So if you wanted a bike army, you would use the Warlord trait Born to the Saddle, but there might be another one that isn't about bikes, but for the same legion. If that makes any sense.
Anyway, they did a painting guide as well. I haven't watched it properly yet because it's like full 60 minutes and I just can't be bothered. Because I'm not going to paint. I'm not going to paint White Scars, so I'm not even going to.
So you say you might do one day.
I can't see it.
Never say never. Oh wait, just did it twice.
Red on white. Well, anything with white and another colour is always tricky, I think, without masking off. And
I mean, having looked at what they did, it does actually look quite cool. They've done the backpacks done in red. They've got the. I think it's just a very involved video because the White Scars, depending on how you do it, it can be a very involved scheme.
If you want to look at White Scars, look at Tom Sargent of the Merchant Princelings and Chthonic Waterbeast on Instagram, because I think their two are the best out there at the moment.
Okay, cool.
I like Andy Hawes as well. These are quite nice.
So, anyway, White Scars got their time in the sun. We should wait and see how that changes what that army plays like. Because I say, quite a lot of people, White Scars you normally associate with bikes, so it'd be cool to see. Okay,
Graham.
Yeah. So next we've got the squats, and they're getting a dreadnought of sorts. How can you have a dreadnought of sorts? I hear you say. Well,
it was previewed yesterday, wasn't it?
You've got this fantastic looking. Very much looks like a dreadnought for a squat, so slightly smaller, slightly squat, in fact, but really cool aesthetic that very much ties in with the general aesthetic of the squats that we've seen today. This is more of an exosuit than a dreadnought, isn't it? I suppose because it's got a little squat inside it.
Yeah. Well, they used to have their thing used to be exo armor. Their version of Terminators used to be called exo armor, so it is like a exosuit.
Yeah. Vartian Exo Driller. Looks really cool, quite a lot of fun. And yeah, if I suppose you wouldn't really be able to use that anywhere though, Mr. B.
Militia Sentinel, done.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Militia Sentinel. I even said it in the notes.
Does a Sentinel have a power fist?
Can have a close combat weapon.
Okay, cool. I stand very much, or I squat very much corrected.
Yeah, but it does look really quite cool. I like that. But yeah, that's what Sorry, go on.
You could kind of run it almost as like an Ogryn's proxy.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Depending on how big that base is, because we don't know how big that base is, it might be better as an Ogryn.
That would totally work, right? That would be good.
Yeah. Like a Charonite Ogryn, because actually the power fist looks a bit like the ones that they've like welded to the arms on the Charonites.
Good shout.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Good shout. Good idea.
Okay, cool. All right. So
what size are the Charonites on?
40 mil.
40s?
That's on that's a bigger base than 40. That's a 50 or a 60. That.
Fair enough.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, if you think it's 3 mil tall, that is a lot more than 10 times the height wide.
I suppose, yeah. Okay, so the Wolves got their Legion article. They got better. Chris is quietly seething in the corner. Graham is crying and just rocking back and forth and saying, Wolves, Wolves, Wolves.
Why?
I'm looking forward to the point when Rob gets his new book and he finds out that he can only take 2 power weapons for every.
And Rob no longer needs any little blue pills, just a link to this article.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you'd think somebody would go, they're already ridiculously hard. Now's a good chance. Oh no, let's not do that.
They can have a free run roll if they want, and also if they can't run.
Oh yeah, they get extra, don't they? So come on, Rob. Why don't you?
Painted army looks really cool.
Well, are we swapping? Am I doing this one and Chris is doing the next one?
Why not? Go on, give us your first-hand account, and Chris can pick up the next one. Nicely painted Russ on that one.
Yes, very much so. By Stephanie Flores, apparently. Orion's Belt Minis. Can't say I've come across that one before.
She's quite good.
So yes, Bestial Savagery, which is what they've got at the moment. That's the one that gives you +1 weapon skill across the board on making a successful charge, which hasn't. Well, it kind of has changed. So it's units that can't run like Legion Cataphractii Terminators, or models that do not have the vehicle or infantry unit type, instead gain +1 weapon skill on any turn in which they successfully charge. So it's not your Grey Slayers.
Well.
Yeah, it's not your Grey Slayers anymore. So you've not got weapon skill 5 base troops anymore.
Yay!
But it does mean that things like your Varagir, who come with Frostblades as standard, which is +1 strength.
Currently,
who start at weapon skill 5.
Yeah.
They go up to weapon skill 6 on the charge and that's without them having something to replace what the current Bestial Savagery is, and them all getting plus weapon skill when they do charge. So you could potentially see weapon skill 7 base Varagir in plastics,
nice.
jumping, converted out of plastics, jumping out of a plastic Spartan, punching you in the face.
Because that's what we just need more of from the Space Wolves.
Yeah. You get back to counting your munitions, you.
One mortar shell.
Missed. One stab in the face. So yeah, and even if that charge is considered disordered, as well. So and anything with a vehicle unit type that has this special rule that makes a ram attack, the strength goes up by 1. So you could have lighter vehicles, maybe getting up to strength 10 rams, which, you know, if you have got things like rhinos and whatnot,
we'll finally see a Space Wars armored breakthrough list.
I'd love one if someone wants to pay for it.
Get it all in plastic, mate.
Yeah, exactly. It's all plastic now.
Well, yeah, there's the Kratos and what have you.
Sakaran.
Oh,
Spartans for buttons, ain't me?
Yeah.
Ah, interesting.
Anyway, what does this crown breaker nonsense do?
Oh, the crown breaker basically means it breaks your crown. So the warlord and all models in the unit he has joined gain preferred enemy independent characters. So it's a little bit like Firewing. Those models also gain feel no pain 5+ when locked in combat with one or more enemy models with the independent character special rule, but not units including one. So if you've got someone hiding at the back, you know, like 1,000 Sun would do, I think you've actually got to be in combat with him, not with a unit with him.
No, I'm not so sure. When locked in combat with one or more, if you're if it's like now, locked in combat as the unit effectively.
Yeah. And the usual one, you can make an additional reaction in the opposing, but this time in the opposing player's movement phase, so long as the warlord has not been removed as a casualty. All these special warlord traits all seem to give you an additional reaction in some phase. I think the Dark Angel one was in the opponent's charge phase, wasn't it? Like in the combat phase when they charge you.
So yeah, how we expect reaction, or how we understand reactions work, is you get a reaction available to you every turn, every phase of the game, and you get one basically per phase, unless you possibly can manipulate that in some way,
like this would.
So,
I think it's going to be an interesting mechanic, manipulating reactions, because I think it's going to make for a better. I think it is definitely going to make for a better game, because it gives you more to do than just taking bottles off.
As long as we're not getting into super territory like in 40k, where you kind of farm for battle points by combining things. I wouldn't like that very much, but I think there's a maximum number. I could be wrong. Is it 3 per phase or something? So
we shall see. But we shall see when the book comes out.
Confirm or deny that.
No. We also get a new psychic power as well, Stormwrought.
Wait a minute.
What?
Don't you hate psychers?
No, because we don't do.
The Space Wolves powers don't come from the warp. They come from Fenris.
It's shamanic.
Great Aunt Margaret.
And they come out the backside of blooming Russ.
It's not it's not witchery. It's shamanism. So shut up.
The sham is what it is.
A lot of old nonsense.
Instead of making it, says the man starting 1,000 Suns army.
But at least we're up front. We don't say, well, we're not really psychics.
Hang on.
Oh yeah, and
he said we're. He didn't say them. He said we're up front about it.
See, this is how it starts. You see,
Yeah, exactly.
It's just these
Slippery
little
slope.
word.
You know, I mentioned you use that
terminology changes that happen. He thinks no one notices it, but I listen out for this
Hold
now.
on, let's not straw man this. We're not talking
As I
about me.
said, the first time I met Graham, he was wearing a Thousand Suns t-shirt.
Thank you.
They're quite tough. Oh, we're upfront about it.
Yeah.
Magnus did nothing wrong next month.
Magnus did nothing wrong.
All of a sudden, it'll be 2 psychic levels bad, 4 psychic levels better. What happened to
Sons of Ferris, low psychic sorcery, and would obviously never fight alongside a librarian witch, unless of course they're using psychic powers, which clearly are not the same. Anyway, what does this Stormwrought do? Probably what?
Look, you know what happened.
weapons?
You know what happened to Boxer.
Haywire.
Don't be a boxer.
Okay.
So Stormwrought.
Yes.
Instead of making a shooting attack, the controlling player of a shaman with this psychic power may select a single friendly unit with at least one model within 6 inches of the shaman that is composed entirely of models with the infantry, cavalry, or dreadnought unit types. If they bring marines on dogs into my wolves, I'm going to go nuts.
Okay.
The chosen unit gains shrouded 5 up until the beginning of the controlling player's next shooting phase.
Right.
When using this power, the controlling player may choose to have the psychic take a psychic check. So you can do a 5 up and just say, yeah, he's doing that. There appears to be, from what I can see from the psychic powers, there's 2 levels, one like auto pass and one that you've actually got to do something.
Yep.
If you take the check, the shrouded is improved to 3+.
Yeah. Nice.
Now that is tasty.
So shrouded, sensibly, they've got shrouded rather than using stealth and shrouding. So they do the same thing, just with a parenthesis saying how much you're shrouded by. That's sensible. But anyway, psychic powers for the wolves. Very nice. Okay.
Yeah, and then we've got a bit of fluff about the Primarch. Yeah.
That particular underneath that one, the face of Russ does look a bit odd.
I'm not
the hairline. It looks like he's wearing a mask.
He looks a bit like Smashy from Smashy and Nicey. I've just noticed.
I'm pretty sure that is a Scandinavian metal album cover. I mean, all you would have to do is put something like Death Walker or something in some fancy writing at the top, and then it would basically be a European entry.
I'm not keen on the picture, and they have slightly changed the fluff. Yes, the Russ beat the Emperor in a drinking contest, and he out-ate him, and then that was meant to outfight him. In the original story, the Emperor was like in a big long robe, and he had a power fist on one hand and just chinned him and knocked him out. And that was in the original 2nd edition codex. But now it's just like, he got punched in the face by the strongest psyker. No, he got punched in the face with a power fist. But anyway. That's by the by. It's Russ. He's cool. He broke Magnus's back, and they destroyed the Thousand Suns. Sorry, want to say something there, Graham? And if you ever need to, if you ever need to wonder why the wolves are in Mark 6, it's because after the Wolf Call of Yarrant, they were rescued by the Raven Guard, who are famous for what?
Doing nothing.
Yeah, but weren't they
creating mutants of their own legion that turned out horribly, and they had to destroy them all?
Dying honest man.
They were rearmed and resupplied by the Raven Guard, so they would have had a surplus.
No punches there for the Raven Guard.
No, that's true.
I've been wound up by all this.
Rob, it's simpler.
That's normally the thing we say for the Iron Hands.
Simpler than they were on Earth when Sigismund raided Mars.
Yeah, he did.
That they would have had Mark 6 armor delivered to them by Sigismund. So they were on Earth when the original Mark 6, the Mark 6s that were being made in Mars were liberated from the
like Camper Diaz and all them.
Yeah, and thus they would have got them that way.
I think I'm going to do some of these. Might do some more Seekers.
Talking of Camber Diaz, segue time. Imperial Fist got one as well.
Yes. Oh, seamless. Excellent work. Look at that.
Thank you very much. So Imperial Fist got an article because it's all going done numerically, and as the 7th, it was our time. There is a very sexy Rogal
with a beautiful purple cloak. It looks absolutely delicious. And that was painted by Richard Gray.
Will do then.
And there was the Imperial Fist Army as well that was painted by the guys at SN Battle Reports.
Oh yes, that's the Gibraltar.
They're the guys
fellas,
that do
isn't it?
the Gibraltar. Yeah,
Yeah, they
Is it
invited me
Pardo?
to.
Is his name?
the
I
one
think?
that the place we'll never get invited to.
They
Not
did
the only
invite me.
place,
They did invite me.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
You,
have
they
to
invited
apply.
you.
It's like, it's,
You
hang
have
on.
to apply.
It's not we, is it? That's you.
No,
Yeah.
you have to apply. They did invite me, but it was for
the other
40.
thing, whatever
It was for 40k. It was for 40k. And I was looking into it, and I was like, Jesus Christ, I cannot afford to go there.
No, it's crazy, mate.
Cheapest way to get to
so-
Gibraltar is join the Navy.
Like, okay, so I'm gonna have to fly to Barcelona and take a flipping bus. It was basically
Anyway,
Anyway, so
It's a complete wrong end of Spain.
yeah, there's not. It was cheaper. It was so much cheaper that way than considering how from flying from Newcastle.
Oh,
Like,
fuck,
otherwise
I
it's
would have flown
flying-
somewhere in
flying-
Portugal because I know you sit at the
flying
right
from
end of the
Liverpool.
continent.
Sorry.
No, I did look into that. It was,
Chris, Imperial Fists.
Anyway, fists, yes, fists. It's a very clean army, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So we've got an advanced reaction. So God knows what the difference is between the advanced reaction and a normal reaction. This advanced reaction move made once per battle.
Yeah, that's pretty
During the
advanced.
opposing movements phase, when any enemy unit ends a move within 10 inches and within line of sight of any model with the Astartes Imperial Fist special rule in the unit under the reactive player's control, with that unit making this reaction. The reactive player may declare a charge against the enemy unit which moved. God, these are going to be confusing.
Yep.
The trigger that reaction once the enemy unit has completed its move, and as if it were the controlling player's assault phase with a charge distance inches equal to d6 plus the lowest unmodified initiative characteristic. So potentially 13 inches. Initiative 7 for a Marine, or initiative 8, can't remember.
Initiative 4 for a Marine.
Oh, I'm thinking of leadership. Yes, yeah. Sorry, yeah, I'm thinking of. Okay, so possibly 10 inches then. Sorry, I had leadership in my head for some reason.
Well, we think. Who knows what's happening in the new
Yeah,
edition.
absolutely. And then it basically charges in and has a free charge turn. Is basically the crux of it in the movement phase.
Nice.
And fine. Oh no, sorry, I do. No, that's like a complete bullshit. I just skipped loads of it and made it upside down. If the charge is successful,
Nothing
the
new
units
there
are
when
locked.
it comes to rules.
Oh, you shut up. If the charge is successful, the units are locked in combat and fight in the assault phase as normal,
Yeah.
with the charging unit benefiting from any charge bonuses. So basically,
You
they
charge them
out-
before you
yeah,
charge
yeah,
before they
yeah.
charge you.
Yeah, it's nice that.
Yeah. We have
Once per
discipline
game,
and-
though, isn't it? So it's not like you've been doing
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think with these reactions, you're going to have to choose to spend them wisely.
Yeah, I mean, I think the normal ones you can keep doing them, but stuff like that, it's like a
Yeah.
one-shot deal. But then again, how often have we played a game where
But also,
the charge has been the pivotal moment? You know, that one charge. So yeah,
the amount of times that I wish I could have sort of countercharged, if that makes sense.
World Eaters.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
charge
the
them
World
before they
Eaters.
can charge you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
every day of the week. Discipline and resolves. This is the same as we currently have, except it's changed from bolt weapons to also encompass auto weapons.
Mm.
So auto cannons and bolt weapons at ballistic skill 3.
Yeah, +1 to hit. So yeah.
So 2s to hit with those. That's all good. We have the Templar Assault Rite of War because we're a close combat army now, apparently.
Right up your alley.
Right, exactly. The time to dust them off has come round again. I knew it would. So units of Templar Brethren may be taken as troop choices in an attachment using this Rite of War. All models in a Templar Brethren unit taken as part of the attachment using the Rite of War gain the Heart of the Legion special rule and the Line subtype. Heart of the Legion, That's
Yeah,
another
I
thing.
do.
That's the one that gives you stubborn within an objective, isn't it? If the leaks are anything to go by.
Don't know.
Couldn't possibly confirm or deny that, Rob.
No idea.
I think I saw that or heard that on another show somewhere.
Okay.
Not this one, obviously. Another one.
Yeah. For the duration of any turn in which a Templar Brethren unit. Sorry. For the duration of any turn in which a unit of Templar Brethren taken as part of a detachment using this right of war disembark from a model. Okay. All models in the disembarking unit gain the Rage 2 special rule. This does not apply if the unit is forced to make an emergency disembarkation.
Mm.
So Rage 2 when they pile out of a vehicle or a model.
Basically. Yeah,
So
which I'm guessing is.
potentially, just to throw devil's advocate here, do we think maybe the time will have come that you can disembark from a drop pod and assault in the same turn?
I sincerely hope not. But
Well, hang on.
otherwise, why would you
So,
have the
hang on,
Dreadclaw?
the only reason I asked this question,
Mm-hmm.
so could I use that advanced reaction on the same turn? You see? So if I come out
No,
of
you
the
couldn't.
drop pod
You'd have
on
to
my
be out
turn,
Yes, you could.
on my drop pod. So I disembark from the drop pod on my turn,
Yeah.
if I'm the first player.
You are.
Okay. I then can't assault, but in the opposing player's movement turn,
Uh-huh.
which is still the same game turn, but not the. Yeah.
Yes.
He moves within 10 inches of me. I could then
You could
potentially
declare
use
the
that
charge.
advanced reaction and charge them.
Or if he's sensible, he'll back away 10 inches because it's at the end of their movement phase and then shoot you to death. But yes, you're technically right. If they move towards you, you could charge them. But unless there is some other rule that says...
But it's not within. It's within 10. And the enemy unit ends a move within 10 inches.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if they've moved towards you or not.
Yeah, no, you're right.
If they're
as long
within
as they're
10
within
inches.
10 inches at the end of their movement phase, you could. But if you backed away to make sure you're outside of that, and then shoot you. But yes, you're right. You could technically do that, I think, but we'll probably find out because unless it specifically says that you can't charge until the start of your next turn, if you get out of a vehicle that's not an assault vehicle, then you wouldn't be able to do that. I don't think because you still
Just trying to break
physically
2.0 before it's already come out.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Because there's not. I mean, we might as well because everybody else is going to be trying to do it. So
yeah,
there was actually mucho speculation slash wishful thinking when there's a picture on that with a whatever they're called, Cestus.
Yeah, but that's an old image.
I know it is. But somebody's like, hey, does that mean it's going to be in plastic? Yeah, no. Probably not. Probably not.
But that probably won't be. But no. So that was cool. That's the other thing I was going to ask. In the bottom army picture,
yes,
is that the new Kratos tank in the bottom left corner?
Nope. Oh,
or is that one of the other?
Bottom. That's the saber, isn't it?
Is that the saber?
That's a spot left as a saber because the Kratos is going to be bigger.
Yeah.
Mini.
Yeah, that's a saber. The Kratos is.
I've never seen a saber in the flesh, so.
Okay.
Kratos is apparently not. It doesn't look like it's much smaller than the Spartan.
Yeah.
Cool. But no, nicely painted armies. Some interesting things there. I'm intrigued about the switch to being slightly more assaulty. Well, not not to be a switch, but that does seem.
How much more salty can they get?
More prevalent than. Bear in mind that they were a shooty army first time round, or that was where their preference was.
Yeah, nice.
So,
cool.
Yeah, cool.
Master Rob. No.
It's
it'll be you again, Graham.
Yes, it will be.
It's you again. Yeah,
we've
gone
all out.
Yeah. So certain circles of the heresy got angry when Warhammer community for those not in the know of our abbreviations, published an article about Mark 6 armor. That's one of the heresy, which gave us some nice color plates of different legions in said armor. So a little look see at the Mark 6.
Yeah,
I haven't seen one yet that I don't like in Mark 6. There's some that I'm not used to seeing in Mark 6.
Oh yeah,
But
Iron Warriors, Death Guard. I was like,
I haven't seen one yet that I do not like.
I think Death Guard look alright in Mark 6 actually. I'm not convinced about having stripy legs on Iron Warriors, if I'm honest with you. It's like, where can we put a stripe? Oh, there's only one place left, on the leg. Don't know.
I mean, you could do them on the left hand. You could do them on the shoulder, the right hand shoulder.
You couldn't you?
You could have a stripy heed.
Stripy heed. Peter Reed has a stripy heed.
Peter Reed's got a stripy heed.
H-E-A-D. There's no I in head. Just making that perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Imperial Fist looks good in Mark 6 with heavy bolter.
Yeah. Raven Guard looks exactly as you'd expect.
Yeah, not a huge departure. But yeah,
I like the World Eaters in Mark 6.
Okay.
I really like the World Eaters in Mark 6. I like the way it was described on Tosphex Party, that basically, when Mark 6 was invented, the Mechanicum uploaded it to the cloud, and basically all the Forge Worlds got it. So as they were rampaging around, they were like, oh, we've got no armor left. Right, well, what can they make us quick? Mark 6. That'll be right. Nails. There you go. You've got World Eaters in Mark 6.
You're right. They do look. Yeah. They look slightly weirdly. Maybe it's a trick of the light or the way that the models, the contrast of colours, but they look slightly more bulky in Mark 6 than the others.
Yeah.
Looks cool.
The white is not slimming, it would appear.
Mark
6 in white is not slimming.
Yeah, definitely want to avoid
you want a slender silhouette.
Yeah, right, cool. So anyway, we shall wait and see what people do. Obviously, we can see a plethora of all the legions in the world in the Mark 6 armour, so including...
What armour is Khan in, the model?
I think it's in 3 or 4.
Khan, let's have a look.
Khan! Okay.
I know he's got the bottom half of a Sarum pattern helmet on. Man looks up thing on the internet. He's in Mark 4. Oh, well, technically 5 because he's got bonding studs.
Okay.
But the knee pads are 4. The chest plate is very 6, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Maybe it's artificer armor. Does he have artificer armor in the rules?
No, he does not. Because that's why he dies so quickly.
I thought that was Angron that doesn't have artificer armor in the rules.
No, he doesn't either.
He has a 3+ armor save.
I think it's a 4+ in one, but it's a 3+ armor save.
So it's it's Mark 5 because there's bits of 6, there's bits of
Which
4.
makes sense. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, Mr. B.
Oh yes, it is me, isn't it? Okay. Today we get today's a bit of a batty day, and we get a look at the Night Lords and their rules. That's what we've got today. So
that's literally the worst pun you've written. From a plethora of terrible puns.
Yeah, whatever.
Get batting with it.
Okay, they've got the Conrad Kurz painted by John Ninus, Ninjon. I like this.
I'll do the jokes.
It's all right. It's a nice non-metallic metal blue. It's okay.
I think it's really nice.
I do like the artwork actually of Kurz. It looks very like Castlevania.
Yeah, definitely.
That's really cool. That picture of Kurz looks the business.
The big army they've got here, done by Tabletop Titans. I must admit, when I first looked at this, I was like, "Oh, is that Imperial Fist?"
I thought it was Ian
Crimson Fist, yeah.
I thought it was Enid Thiel's red marked.
Yeah.
Ultramarines.
Crimson Fists, I thought.
With the red heats.
That's what I thought it was, Crimson Fists. But I'm not sure about. It looks all right. I don't think those Praetors suit Night Lords.
The blues, if I'm going to be critical, it's a nice paint job, but for me that blue is a bit bright.
Yeah, I would have hoped for a darker blue. Okay, so rules-wise, talent for murder. When a unit made up entirely of models with this special rule attacks during the fight subphase or makes a shooting attack against an enemy unit that is pinned, falling back, or outnumbered by the attacking unit, it gains a bonus of +1 to all 2 wound or armor penetration rolls made during this shooting attack or assault.
Nice.
When determining if a unit is outnumbered, models with a bulky special rule count as a number of models equal to the value included as part of that special rule. Models with a vehicle unit type count as 10 models for the purpose of determining if a model is outnumbered by another unit.
So same as, except with pinned and falling back, which is actually very much part of the kind of ethos of the army, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if you successfully wipe out a unit with a talent for murder, you get offered a job at the Department for Work and Pensions.
I would, before we get too political, there's still something that calls to me about the Night Lords. I've got to be honest.
So hang on, no, because this is different also. Because it gives you a +1 to wound and to hit.
Oh yeah.
This is just to wound.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So that's big. That's a big change.
That makes sense because that was pretty hard. Talent for murder was a toughie.
Yeah.
So it's taken a slight nerf, I guess. Then.
But then it seems that the chain weapons have taken a buff.
Yeah. What is breaching? So
that's ignoring armor saves on a certain value. I believe it's what Plasma's got now.
Okay.
So it's like a new version of rending, but it's for making
Plasma.
For because it's not
so on
rending.
A 6+ it ignores armor.
Yeah.
No, on a 6+, it will probably count as AP.
Because it's AP3 already. Yeah, so it'll be AP2. Maybe.
If it works the same as rending, because rending actually just takes things to AP2.
Well,
yeah,
I've got no clue, so we'll figure it out. So chain blade. So chain blade. Is that just like a chain sword? Or
I am happy to see that chain weapons have got something useful about them.
Yeah, +1 strength AP3 on a chain blade.
Shred.
And melee shred and whatever this breaching is.
Much a chain blade's not the same as a chain axe, is it?
No, or a chain sword.
I don't know. We'll see. Might be. So we've got chain glaive, headsman axe. So they're all shred, breaching, two-handed, strength ×2, strength +2, strength plus. Yeah.
But headsman's axe is strength ×2, AP3.
But
not unwieldy.
Not unwieldy.
Yeah. So
re-rolling wounds on that, and on a 6, we're guessing it's going to have a better AP.
Unless two-handed now means unwieldy.
Possibly. No, we don't know. We haven't seen the rule book. Okay, cool. And then we've got Flaymaster as a warlord trait.
Flaymaster Flay.
Yep, a warlord with this trait gains the fear (1) close bracket special rules. So no idea what that means.
Only one person's scared of him.
Yeah, and that warlord is part of combat that results in all enemies' units being destroyed by having their models removed as casualties or as part of a sweeping advance, or that is part of a challenge in which the enemy combatant is removed as a casualty. It increases the value of this special rule by 1 up to a maximum of fear 3. In addition, an army whose warlord has this trait may take an additional reaction during the opposing player's assault phase, as long as the warlord has not been removed as a casualty.
So they can run away more.
I would suspect that fear reduces your leadership by the number in parentheses.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking. But we'll see.
Like a reasonable.
Because that would start off being quite scary, and once you see your guys get killed, you're gonna
have some editing with the bleeping button tonight, Michael.
Yes.
I don't think it was that bad, was it?
13. Go on.
I didn't call him, did I?
Oh, God.
Oh, nice one, Chris.
Nicely done.
Witty. That was like South Park-esque in its delivery as well. My old man said, be an Arsenal fan.
Sorry, old chap.
I do like the look of the dreadnought in the army they had, though. The posing of it.
Doesn't skip a beat.
Yeah, look at that. He'll seamlessly chop that in. I can't get past the whole kind of overly angsty teenager in an alchemy gothic t-shirt look about the Night Lords. I quite the opposite of what they're supposed to be. They look almost comedic to me because they're trying so hard.
So the thing is, so in that first picture, Kurz still has a certain regality about him at the top of the page.
Yes, he does.
He looks like a Primarch. He looks like he's a commander of men. At the bottom, he looks like Dracula has drained him of all life, and
he's about to give you the choice. He's about to give you the choice he never had, and he also looks like he's eaten everybody that he's killed.
I mean, that's but how it started versus how it's going. That's that. Isn't it?
Before
That'd be
lockdown,
perfect.
after lockdown.
Yeah, either that or his armor
exactly.
really doesn't fit him because, like, you could drive a bane blade around the gap between his neck and the
look,
gorget and not
Neither
that
of
thing.
it's an artist, better than we could do.
Oh, yeah.
I think
Yeah,
what
I
I do
can't
like,
paint
though,
that.
I do like the Primarch painted. The expression on his face is pretty cool. In
Yeah.
the painted model, it's like I've seen things, man. You would not believe.
Oh, he's a really nice model. He's a really nice model.
And I guess that's pretty much what the character's like, isn't it? So yeah,
That was the point because his casket was cracked when it went through the warp. So basically, he went through the warp with no protection.
Oh, right.
And it
That's occurs if Tim Burton directs him.
Yes, you're right. Anyway, Mark 6 guy they've got as well painted up.
Yeah.
Flashes and light.
I've watched a bit of the video. I haven't finished it yet, but it looked all right.
It's not up to the standard of the 40k Night Lords paint jobs that they've got in the studio.
Okay. Anyway, so Night Lords, a bit of a nerf, we think. Well, of course, because they're traitors, they're going to get.
No, the chain blades are better.
Chain blades are better. Talent for murder slightly less. So it balances out.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Bear in mind, you can have chain bayonets now on all your standard.
You can.
Oh, yes, true. Okay, over to Rob.
Yes, hang on. Let me get back to the list. What am I talking about? I know exactly what I'm talking about all the time. Permanent control. So we saw a Kickstarter campaign. We're going off topic. This is Curious Ninja Bread, who has done a Kickstarter for Rocknaut Space Dwarf 28mm sci-fi war games and RPG miniatures. Michael's been a bit of a fan of the little people with beards and baldy heads.
Oh, come on, these are amazing.
These are full-on 90s squats.
They just look like 90s squats to me.
Like they really do. Like, I think they're brilliant. Curious is an amazing painter. I'm surprised he hasn't been walloped with a cease and desist.
Yeah, me too, because these are very much.
Like, if you didn't know these would just come out now, you'd think someone had found some unreleased masters.
Yeah, in the bottom of a cupboard somewhere.
Yeah, he's even painted them with goblin green bases, dry brushed in sunburst yellow for crying out loud.
The artwork is almost identical as well.
Yeah,
the layout of that package.
I mean, they are. He's obviously started his own company, Ontos Games.
Yeah,
like they're not cheap. 30 quid gets you 5.
Yep.
Okay. Wow.
But they are resin.
Okay.
And you could, if you're an oligarch who hasn't had all his assets frozen, then you could make a very nice militia army out of these if the options are there. I don't know what.
I think these are set models right now, and at some point they're going to be more. But
I'm going to be slightly controversial here.
Go on.
Would taking these as a militia army be modelling for advantage?
What? Because line of sight, you can't see them.
No, there's no official model for militia, and there were squats in the heresy.
Oh, I don't dispute that fact.
It would be a little bit cheeky, like. You're right.
You could hide these behind an Aegis defence line and not see them.
Equally, they couldn't shoot. I guess if you were going to play it like that. So
we know what new army Graham's doing. That's the that's the Alpha Legion on the back burner. He needs an army he can hide behind his defense.
Yeah, because they could take 2 defense lines for every thing, couldn't they? With that.
No,
that's Solar
Auxiliary.
Yeah. Blah, blah.
But anyway, so yeah, you could argue, okay, well maybe they can't be seen if they can't be shot, but then equally they couldn't shoot out back from the Aegis defense line. So.
No, but the artillery stat behind it still could.
It totally could, yeah. It totally could.
Just raising a point. That was all. Just
I think you're right. It would be a little bit cheeky, like, because you'd be like, that is a bit naughty. There's no standard miniature, as Mike says, for militia. So without that saying they have to be, human size minimum, sky's the limit, effectively. But yeah, another one of those grey areas that thankfully we wouldn't exploit in the heresy community, but other games might.
They
Cool.
are nice. They are nice. They're like full on nostalgic. The more I look at them, I'm like, yeah, they're really nice.
Okay.
Yeah. The paint job helps as well. The
Well, yeah,
proper
he's
90s.
he's not shy with a brush. Like,
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Well, and that just leaves Chris.
And yeah, so we've almost gone a whole episode without talking about a map, but do not worry, people, because we are gonna be ruining that now. P Work War Games, I could have said that much easier, have released the Alien Planet War Games terrain maps, and that looks pretty jazzy.
That's nice.
is it P Work or is it like a very posh green skin? Is it PW Orc?
PW Orc, attorney at law.
Yeah.
I take it you've all seen the She-Hulk trailer.
I haven't
No.
yet.
Oh,
Anyway, nice, Matt.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's thunder and lightning outside my house.
Nice. It's not from No Cut Studios.
Is it very, very frightening?
No, but I'm going to keep an eye on it just in case.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a map, but not from our good friends at No Cut Studios. So maybe we should get onto them to send us one, because that looks pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I'll leave that with you, Mr. B, from our sponsorship and / begging department. So
No problem. All right then, we will. Okay,
Please email us to onthecadge@edgeofempire.co.uk.
We'll do anything for free.
Yes,
We do lovely adverts.
that is the State of the Union for this month. So shall we move into Engine Kill?
Europe.
Now it's time for Engine Kill, and we've already discussed the Direwolf release earlier in the episode.
Oh, it's mint, isn't it?
I'm a big fan. I know Rob's not convinced, but
I don't mind the pose either.
Yeah, if I could put it on some slightly better legs, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I can see people 3D printing different ones of that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yes.
But covered that, so let's move on to this month's Legion, and that is Legio Fortidus, the Dauntless. Mr. B, tell us their history.
Right, well, they're one of the more ancient legios, dating right back to the Age of Strife, and they've been destroyed and rebuilt several times over. They took to the crusade with great fervor and given the power to claim feudal rights upon the distant worlds of mankind, which they did, establishing bases on outposts like Molech, which they had a big hand in that battle. Each decade, the princeps would return to Mars to tell tales of the Legio's great triumphs on the battlefields of the Crusade. So, lots of going back to home to Mars. And they were considered one of the most loyal legios. And during the schism of Mars, they were one of the first legios to be targeted for destruction by the traitors. During the Death of Innocence, the Legio's fortress on Mars was obliterated when the reactors went critical under attack, and 57 of their 127 engines, which were back home for the retelling of the tales, were destroyed in the battle. So they basically continued to fight on other worlds during the heresy as scattered groups, having to sort of become a bit more flexible, and they had to replace Titans in maniples with different ones in order to remain operational. So they're a legio of flexibility, I guess. So,
I mean, they're one of those. It's sort of like a Shattered Legions kind of vibe, isn't it? It's very much that we're below half strength. Right, let's just plug whatever gaps we can, and something could work.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, what about the rules then? What have you got for Legio traits for us?
So we've got Children of Mars. The Legio never suffer penalties to command checks and ignore effects that force you to re-roll successful ones. Knight banners may re-roll command checks to avoid becoming shaken if they are within line of sight of a single Legio Fortidus Titan.
I like this one because it's going to keep knights in the fight for longer.
It is. You've got to hope that the knights actually exist for much longer.
True, but
I mean, yeah, anything that can keep those command checks ticking over, that's always a win, isn't it? Certainly in my book.
I think the second one is what you want to bring, what you want to build your legios around, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the Lost Sons trait. So a legio fought in this battle group may alter one of the mandatory Titan components of any of its maniples, exchanging this mandatory component for a Titan of scale 10 or lower. Note that for the purposes of maniples rules, the replacement Titan does not count as the Titan type it is replacing. Which I think that's the important bit, because there's
under the original rules it did
count
as the same type.
And there's a loyalist legio in the build your own legio traits. Legio build your own legio rules where you can replace a Titan with any type, and I don't think it has that additional line to it.
It's a good one. I can just imagine a Warbringer and a Myrmidon.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to think. Yeah, you replace it with one of 10 or lower. So you could have a Regia with a Warlord, a Reaver, and some Warhounds.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Gives you a bit more options, if you're starting up your Legio, you don't want to have, tons of the same thing or whatever.
I think it'll also let you manage your legios a bit better. Your maniples a little bit better, because maybe you'll want to get more than one maniple in there for whatever rules. So you might be able to slip something out for a Warhound or something, or a Direwolf now, to sort of get the extra points to get something else in there.
Oh, so, do you know what? I'm just going to tangent here. But I wonder if the Direwolf is going to come under the same thing as the Warhound for the purposes of maniples.
I don't know
whether it's going to have its own, whether it's going to be a Direwolf, if that makes because it's the same, roughly the same thing.
Yeah,
without it being completely different.
Well, I can't see those needing to. I can't see you wanting to squadron them.
No, but I'm thinking if you want to run it in a maniple and you're running
maybe
Warhound heavy run, for instance. But anyway, that's a conversation for another time. I just this sort of the reading this and then the release of the Direwolf kind of triggered that trail of thought in my mind.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, cool. Right, so I think that's what you would build your Legio around.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. In terms of stratagems, they've got two. For the Red Planet, which is until the beginning of the following game, a Titan ignores the damage effects of a critical damage to its head, body, or legs as chosen by the player. I think this is actually rather expensive for what it is, but that's just me. I think 2 points. I think 2 points is a bit expensive.
Yeah, I'm not massively overawed by their stratagems, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Red Skies, I think, is better. When one of the Legio's Titans suffers a magazine detonation or catastrophic meltdown result on the catastrophic damage table, add 5 to the scale. So you've got a higher chance of getting that chain reaction.
Well, no, because you only add the scale on for the purposes of range.
Oh, is it only for range?
Let me just double check that. I'm pretty sure. Because you'd have to.
It just says when resolving the catastrophic damage effects, add 5 to the Titan scale.
But so the way that it works for magazine, you have to already get the magazine detonation one. So magazine detonation, D3, add the Titan scale. Each model within that many inches of the Titan before it's removed suffers D3 hits using the highest strength from among the Titan's weapons. So actually it's D3 plus roughly, 15. I can't know, I can never remember what anything scale is in this game. So you're adding the inch that you're adding 5 inches onto the range that it can shoot with its weapons.
So that's interesting.
Yeah, so
there was
you can
another
do it for one Titan. But it's a bit of a gamble for one. It's a very situational stratagem.
I'm just looking. There's another stratagem that I thought that I've been told can work quite well with it, and I'm just looking for it now. Soldiers of the Crusade, and I'm just trying to find it in the book now. And I should have looked this up before.
Man looks up thing on book. Always a classic.
Yeah, it's always a classic. Soldier of the Crusade. I can't find it in the Loyalist Legio book.
Oh well, that's right. So what is it? You've written out a brief description of what it does.
The soldiers of the Crusade. No, I haven't actually. But I'm gonna.
Before forces are deployed, when choosing stratagem, the Legio pretenders play against one stratagem.
Oh yes, that's it. Sorry,
it's in his personal traits, my friend.
That's personal traits. No, it's even in death. That's what I'm looking for. I'm just looking at my notes here, and my notes are my scribbled notes. Even in death, that's what I'm looking for. Right, let's have a look. Soldiers of Fortune, Soldiers of the Crusade is a great one, I think, but we'll get onto that in a minute. Even in death, where is it? Aspects, wages of battle, static ruin. Because someone was like, this could be a good combination. Even in death, stratagem can be purchased by any lost player. Play this stratagem when a friendly Titan suffers catastrophic damage before rolling on the catastrophic damage table. Instead of rolling on the table, roll a d6. On 1 to 4, the Titan suffers a magazine detonation result, and on a 5+, the Titan's. Okay, so.
Thing is, though, how many points is that?
That's 2. So you could use 3 points.
You're wasting 3 points
to guarantee it. Yeah.
And
I don't see it.
It's not worth it at all.
I hadn't properly looked it up, and I'm like, no, that's not worth it.
Bearing in mind, best case scenario, you might get 4 or 5 stratagem points.
Yes.
For the game.
True.
Splurging 3 to get a magazine detonation. There are much more.
Yeah. Not unless you're like me and you save everything until the last throw of the dice.
No.
Rarely uses your stratagem points. Yeah. Okay. What about the personal traits then?
So we've covered Soldier of the Crusade. That was the last. That's the D6.
We haven't really covered it, but yeah.
So let's start from the top. Broken by treachery. Once per round, when targeting a Titan with a scale equal to or greater than the Princeps own Titan, you may re-roll the hit die. Note that in the case of attacks with multiple dice rolled, all of the dice must be re-rolled or none of them.
Yep. Seems reasonable.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
It's not the right on about, I don't think.
No, I mean, I'm just trying to think. Useful for Warhounds, Reavers, Warbringers to a lesser extent. Yeah, it's all right. I don't think it's like say. It's nothing. Yeah, nothing to write home about. I'd agree with that.
No.
What's the next one, Mr. B?
A Mortal of Mars. The Princeps counts the effects of critical damage to the Titan's head as 1 level lower than it is. Which, again, that's fine. It's nothing particularly amazing. But it's the next one, Chris. I'm going to leave this to you to properly explain. But I think this is the one you always want to take. It's rare, I think, that we've had one specific personal traits that are, all right. That those one absolute standout that you wouldn't even consider anything else for. So,
a Soldier of the Crusade. Before forces are deployed, when choosing stratagems, the Legio Fortilis player gains +1 stratagem point if one or more Princeps with his personal trait is present in the force.
Yeah.
So that's really useful because you can spend what you would normally spend your stratagem points on, and then you can have the other one for free effectively. You can take your Red Skies one for nothing. But yeah, like you say, that's out of a fairly weak list. That is 15 steps higher.
Yeah. The only question, and I've been thinking, Could you get 2 of these if you've got 2 maniples in there, or is it just 1?
No, it's
No.
yeah. It does say if 1 or more princess with personal trait is present in the force.
Fair enough.
It's not 1 per.
Yeah, because when I was knocking around with some
you're
lists, I was
farming
like,
things.
you could very easily get 2 maniples in here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Brilliant. Okay. Okay. So painting them, I think I've got down here, and I put it onto the wrong heading. It's bright silver trim with red and white armor. So my personal thoughts for the trim would be Ironbreaker, washed with 50/50 null oil and null oil gloss. So it's a more of a satin shiny, and then dry brush with Stormhost silver.
Is that red? I'm just gonna.
Is it red? I'm sure it's red.
I would say that's more of a copper than a red.
Do you think?
Yeah, it's when you look at some of the other reds, it's certainly more on the orangier side of red.
I mean, all the painted pictures I've seen of painted stuff is all very much red.
I'm just going by the ones that are in the lore list.
Yeah, it is coppery, but
it's a bit more coppery there for me. But I mean, it's all going to come down to personal interpretation. But I would if I was going to do them, I would do them coppery.
Yeah, because a lot of people have like Mephiston red, null oil, recess wash, and then highlight with Evil Sun Scarlet. But I can definitely see the copperiness of it there. Yeah.
Yeah, when you look at some of the other legios and how red is. I mean, it's just my eyes. It's just my how I perceive it.
No, I see that as a more bronze. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's sort of a bronze with kind of a. I mean, if I was going to do it in Games Workshop color, sort of paint color, it's sort of like bronze, that very silvery gold highlight, and then the white for detail, kind of the silvery gold color is. But
indeed,
not bad.
The white I would probably do with Grey Seer, wash it apothecary white, and then highlight it with white scar.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, but again, more advanced painters are probably going to tell you to go and get out some. They'll be telling you to use Lami media mixed with all sorts of bits and bobs. But yeah, a very thin coat of apothecary white, I think, would really highlight that well.
Yeah, I think you're a million miles away.
What would be your thoughts on mana pools then?
I mean, it depends how you're going to run it. The inference is that you'll want to be going with small titans again, because of that additional taking the Lost Suns, getting a titan of 10 scale or lower. But
I mean, I think a Myrmidon with a Warbringer would be awesome, but then why not substitute the Warlord with a Warhound to bring the cost out of that mana pool down?
Yeah. If I can, let me just quickly, because I can never remember what the damn thing's called.
Corsair would work with a Warhound.
Yeah.
Again, brings the cost down, and it's like 90 odd points. It'll bring it down roughly, depending on what the loadout is. Bring it down over 100 points. That's pretty good. Sidestepping Warhounds could be quite cool.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty nimble at the best of times.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be a bad thing. You could, Fortis, that's always a good thing. Fortis, switch out.
Yeah, drop the Warlord for a Reaver.
Yeah, or a Direwolf or something. Just you can always add another Warlord in.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's quite cool. I'm just trying to think what it was. Of course, what was work. I mean, to be honest, I think it's a lot of. Ferox. What about Ferox? Because the trait applies to all Titans, not just the not just the particular one. So
that's the thing, isn't it? You've got to, because you're not necessarily getting the benefit.
Yeah.
Of.
I think Fortis
The
applies
rules.
to all Titans as well. I'm gonna have to look it up now. I'm sure Fortis
Yeah.
applies to all Titans. Where are they? Generally,
we
Fortis. Fortis. Yeah, applies to all Titans.
Yeah. So some useful overlapping shields and things give you that extra bit of protection.
God, you could really have some fun with this.
I think there are some.
There's very few that you could you're not gonna get some use out of. Maybe not Janissary, but how do you pronounce that?
Janissary? Yeah, I imagine it's just want to double check the wording on that again. Just.
I remember when they first came out, people were like taking a warlord into I think Lupercal Light, and they were like trying to squadron up the warlord with the warhounds.
Yeah.
And it was like, that's just ridiculous.
So it's exchanging a mandatory component for a Titan of scale 10 or lower. So basically, you can swap anything for a warlord or below.
Yeah.
Without it being, I mean, could you? Side Titans or auxiliary Titans? I'm just like, can I get a side Titan into a manifold?
I don't think they are. They're not Legio. I'm just going to look at Doom and Moloch as well, because for some reason I've got this idea that it was maybe a little bit different in Children of Mars, Lost Sons. Still counts as a right. Olivia might alter one of the. All right. So for some reason, I got this idea in my head that back in the original book, it was limited to the 3 basic Titans. But I can see absolutely no reason why you wouldn't be able to take a Warbringer in a Myrmidon.
Yeah.
That's sort of like what I'd love to do. I'd love to take out the Warlord and put in a Warbringer.
Yeah, I mean, just you could run the I can never pronounce the damn thing.
Exterminus.
Yeah, because it's 3 warlords. You just swap one of those out for, a Reaver.
Yeah.
Because it's
that's
when the Titan from this
Earth.
manifold makes an attack.
Scorched Earth is going to be good with that. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I think there's lots of things you can do that are quite good with this Titan, this Legio. I don't think they're that interesting.
No, they're not really. But
I think you've got to do the work to make that Legio what you want it to be.
Yeah, lots of stories you can tell around them, though. I think there's a fair bit of storytelling that's there. Awesome. So, right, I think so. That's pretty much then done. Ooh, who have we got left to cover in that book? Moloch. Have we covered everybody now? Let's just have a look.
I'm glad to hand.
We've done the Warmongers. We've done Dauntless. We've got Volcanium left to do, I think. Or have we done them?
That name rings a bell.
Volcanium, Dark for Two-Faced God. I'll go back and check old episodes, but we may not have done Volcanium yet.
New book. Good lord.
And then after that, it'll be onto a new book. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Right then, I think that's it for us. So shall we go and see? I think Rob's got Meadows on to.
He does, yeah.
In the paint check, yeah.
Yeah,
so he's got
more painting celebrities.
He's got sick of having Graham on the show. He's like, yeah, I've taken you so far. You can't go any further, my son. And
I mean, you can have too much of a good thing when it comes to Graham. I tend to find.
Yeah, true. Anyway, all right, let's go get on with that then.
Yep. Hi guys, Chris here. I'm here with the Warlord Titan and her crew of the Argent Monarch. Say hello! Perhaps I'll stand a bit further away next time. But anyway, we're here because the Princeps was a bit sad that the Argent Monarch looked like every other Titan on the field. Isn't that right? So we gave them all the details of Battle Bling, an online web store where you can get all the bits and pieces that you need to make your Titans stand out. Doing alternative weapon options, alternative bases, heads, everything you need to make your Titan that little bit different from the one you're about to volcano cannon. Well, someone found it funny. So why not visit BattleBling for all of your little updates and little tweaks that you want to make for your Warlord, Reaver, or Warhound Titans for Adeptus Titanicus. And that's not all they do, but it's certainly worth checking out. Wouldn't you agree? So just visit battlebling.co.uk for all of your Titan upgrades. Graham, you're getting the bus home. The Titans crushed your car again.
So, good afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is, whenever you're listening. Rob here again with another issue of Paint Shack, and this week, or this month rather, I have kidnapped another well-known name from the Horus Heresy scene, Mr. Robert Medders Medwell of Medders Miniatures and the new Heresy Hammer podcast as well.
Hello.
I have dragged him down the garden path to pick his brains here in the shack. How are you doing this morning, sir?
Yeah, I'm well actually. I'm just waiting for speaking of garden paths, I'm waiting for a skip to turn up at any moment. But yeah, all good. And I'm currently doing some more Horus Heresy this morning as well.
What are you working on this morning?
So I finished a sort of a relic Leviathan dreadnought for the Imperial Fist. So it's
yes, you've been posting some pictures of that recently.
Yeah. So I finished that this morning. I'll give it 24 hours and I'll come back to it and just do any touch ups that I need to do. But yeah, just managed to quickly finish that off before the call, and then I've also managed to build Lionel Johnson. And he will be the next one over the next 48 hours that I need to get finished for a client as well.
Wow, 48 hours for Primarch, that's pretty quick.
Yeah. I'm pretty excited about this one. So the client has asked for it not to be magnetized as well, this one. So because painting the lion while he's got a magnetized sword and a magnetized head is a bit of a pain. So this is good because it's just all stuck together, all ready to go, just ready to paint him.
Yeah, he is. As much as it pains me to say, he is a nice model. I've come across him once at Company Legends, killed him, but he literally just soaked everything up for 4 turns.
Yeah, he's a bit of a beast.
Going nah. It's like
I've not played against him, I don't think, but he, from reading the rules, he is an absolute hench.
Yeah, he can be. He can be in his rules, but in my experience, he ran away from an Axiarch.
Oh right, okay.
Like a 75-point Mechanicum fellow with a glowy stick, and the lion ran away.
That's pathetic, isn't it?
It is, but hey ho, yeah, still a nice model.
So that's why Luther should be ruling Caliban, I guess.
Yeah. Well, is he? Is he not? Is Luther actually Luther? Is Luther somebody else?
Yeah, exactly.
So for people who don't know, like for anybody who's decided to start playing Heresy from under a rock, I'd say you're one of the best known people in the UK. I don't know how your international reach goes, but for people who don't necessarily know who you are, I haven't listened to Tom Sargent drooling over you. Who is Medders Miniatures? Who are you?
Yeah, so I am. My name is Rob Medwell. Well, that's a big question, isn't it? It's quite a philosophical question.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah. Welcome to the format.
Yeah. So the best way I can describe myself is a keen hobbyist, keen painter, and also a commission painter as well. But I have a huge sort of burning passion for the Horus Heresy, and have done ever since Horus Rising kind of dropped when I think I was sort of 18 years old. I think it came out when I was 18 actually.
2005. It
dropped. Yeah. So I'm 34 now. So So it's been a huge part of my life for an incredibly long amount of time. And it was more sort of what really motivated me. It was more the painting and the modelling more than the gaming itself. And it wasn't until I kind of finished university completely after I finished being sort of training to be a teacher that I kind of got into the gaming. I was like, oh man, well I'm kind of I've got this army, this Imperial Fist army initially, and I was like, I better learn how to play, and I've got a bit of money now that I've got a job, etc. So
all those long holidays, because
yeah, exactly, yeah, time to paint as well, and I kind of fell into that way, but again, just hugely motivated by the Horus Heresy novels and the Black novels, and then from there it's just sort of spiraled out of all control, really. Between getting armies, buying armies, and then often flipping armies. So I paint it and then play with it for a bit, and then sell it on, and then kind of get excited about a new project, and that usually happened and coincided with the drop of a new Horus Heresy novel, right? It's like the Burning of Prosperos,
very expensive.
Burning of Prosperos come out. I must therefore paint Space Force. And then more recently, sort of in the last sort of 3 years, I've been able to take on sort of commission work here and there, and almost sort of moonlight as a commission painter. I just found that sort of I was being approached by more and more people to do things, and then that again spiraled out of all control, and then to the extent that I've now gone part-time with my teaching job, and I now paint part-time, and I'll soon paint full-time from September onwards. So really exciting, but a bit of a nerve-wracking kind of time for me, but as I say, just hugely motivated by the Horus Heresy, the lore, the models, painting, everything surrounding it. It's a huge part of my life, and I think that when you speak to particularly Horus Heresy enthusiasts, but they're really, I don't know a whole lot of 40k enthusiasts, but it really is a huge portion of our lives, right? We either thinking about it all the time, we're either thinking about projects, we're thinking about how to save money to get a project, we're thinking about list building, etc.
Creative use of the credit score to fund projects.
Exactly. That's it. So just I guess. In simplest form, just a hobbyist who absolutely loves the Horus Heresy.
Yeah, there's a lot less dragon chasing, I would say, in Heresy. Something that I noticed, I think it was one of the first events I went to. You've got your beauty pageant, lunchtime, day one, everyone sets up and goes, oh, look at mine, and then you lose to Pete Reese because he gives people Haribo. It's a standing joke, it's fine, he's heard me say it before. But then there was like 40k players wandering around, and obviously, the Heresy people, everyone loves a big centerpiece. Everyone loves a big chunk of mortgageable resin.
Yes.
And there was all the people from the 40k tournament, which was a tournament. There was like 3 times as many of them wandering around going, "What's that? What's that?" And it's like, eh?
Yeah.
It really struck. I was like, do you not know what the And it's like, well, it's not the hardest thing this month, so I'm not interested.
Yeah.
And it's like,
definitely.
It's like, I don't get that. I mean, when I was playing tournaments, it was fairly easy. Like, I bought a Skaven book and had the hardest thing in the game. End of story. And that just never changed. Whereas 40k, it's like, it's a Wednesday, something's been nerfed. It's a Thursday, back again.
When I initially got into it, I remember going to, because the rules for 40k and Heresy were basically the same, right?
Yeah, it's 7th ed, wasn't it? It was like,
in the initial days. And
in fact, it wasn't even 7th.
I remember, because I think it started with 6th, and then
6th.
But I remember going to 40k tournaments with a Horus Heresy army, and that causing much confusion. But they were never very good, because they were always going against Eldar meta at that point. And so it was always a tough slog, and never did very well. But there were definitely people who hadn't heard of it, or didn't recognize the models, or didn't know what stuff did. But likewise, right? I didn't know what half these Eldar or Imperial Guard armies did at that.
Well, yeah, it's true. Yeah, you kind of go, well, it's a generic human. Get out of my sci-fi game. I was always a bit like that with Empire when in the Warhammer tournament phase. I was like, look, you're a 16th and 17th century German or Austrian. Get out of my fantasy game and be an orc or something. It's like you're far too historically recognizable. Go away.
Yeah, fair play. Yeah.
So how long have you been painting for, or when was the did you have a teenage sabbatical when you discovered
so I remember the person who got me into it, actually. So I got into it when I was at primary school by a boy called Stephen Kendall, and
He has a lot to answer for.
Yeah, he does indeed. So Stephen and his family played 40k, and it was back when it was second edition Warhammer 40k, and
God, you must have been young if you're only 34 and you were playing second edition.
Yeah. So and at that point, right, it was so complicated that who knew what on earth was going on. But it was cool to build the models and those sorts of things. And I remember saving up my pocket money to buy. I think it was 40 quid for a box set at that point, and saving up my pocket money to get the big box set with the sort of like 100 orcs and Gretchen. Or 20 space marines, whatever. And then kind of from there, it just kind of grew and grew. And actually, throughout my time at school, when I was in secondary school, I still did it. I never really played. I mean, I didn't play really. It was just purely modelling. And then the Lord of the Rings movies came out, and then what happened? GW produced the Lord of the Rings minis, and then that captivated me for. Yeah,
and then all of a sudden you can buy them in the newsagents every week, and you get a new one.
Yeah. And so that really captivated me for a long time, and I remember.
So I'm just feeling really, really old now, because I was working for GW when Return of the King was a new film.
Oh, man alive, yeah. And then I must have been sort of 16, 17 maybe when, like, those metal miniatures dropped, like the Fellowship of the Ring, and I remember distinctly painting that. And I remember taking the models with me to uni, but I don't recall playing while I was at uni. I don't recall modelling too much while I was at uni.
Do you recall much from uni?
Yeah, a little bit. But then when I kind of as I say, I was always into the painting. I was never, and we obviously didn't have at that point things like too much like social media. I mean, Facebook was just, but I was not many people were using it for hobby at that point.
And it was cat memes.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So like my hobby was mainly driven by White Dwarf. Like probably many people's hobby was mainly driven by White Dwarf. And then I kind of got into it more when I did my teacher training at Cambridge, and it kind of from that point on it really blew up, right? Because I was into 40k, I had a bit of money coming in, so I was able to actually afford the models. And I remember sitting at my desk at Hughes and just painting space wolves because Burning Prospero had come out, and then from there it really did kind of like spiral. And then the gaming just sort of like like an addict, it just fed my addiction once I started kind of gaming and doing Horus Heresy gaming with people, because from there it was like, oh man, right, I've got this army, or I've got this, and now I definitely need this to go against my opponents, and now I definitely, and then it just sort of spiraled and got from there. And then so definitely been painting from 10 or 11 years old, and it really has not stopped, with a brief hiatus or a couple of years maybe while I was uni, but I never stopped liking it. I never thought it wasn't cool. I always thought it was cool. It was just that I just didn't have much time to do it.
I suppose it'd be a good counter as well to the stress of teaching, and the other kind of stress that you've kind of alluded to separately in 3 bits that I've just figured out. So you went to uni, you went to Cambridge. You didn't go to uni, you went to Cambridge. So you went to so picking that together. You mentioned Cambridge, you mentioned uni, and then you mentioned at Hughes, and I was like, there's only 2 universities where people refer to places by one name.
Yes, that's right. So it's a good, it's definitely good. I think any hobby's a good kind of good stress relief, really. But but I think that I've taken it much more seriously, kind of like the painting in the last few years. In the last 3 or 4 years, especially while doing the commission painting, I've taken it way more seriously. I think that although there were previously lots of YouTube tutorials and things like that, it does seem that through Patreon and things like that, the quality of tuition that you can get online has just increased. So if you do want to dedicate yourself to become a better painter, that now is like, there is no better moment than the present.
It's a golden age compared to what it's been historically for finding out how to do stuff.
Absolutely. And I think that if you really dedicated yourself to improving, and not necessarily like massive army painting, I think army painting's for gaming, right? But if you want to dedicate yourself to improving, one model by one model that GW produces, be it your, Forge or GW, it really is. Now is, no time.
Now's the time to do it.
Yeah.
If you're not spending the money on armies, spend it on picking people's brains or on video content. Because it's interesting because I've picked up. It would seem that you've taken a slightly different path to a lot of people. A lot of people they go, that's a cool model, I want to play that game. People say they look pretty good. You kind of twigs, I'm all right at this painting lark. People seem to like it, let's push it. Whereas you seem to have been, I want to paint.
I definitely like people who know me quite well will know that I'm like hugely sort of motivated by audiobooks in particular. Those are really where I get my rocks off, and the painting sort of allows me to unlock the listening of audiobooks, right? So that it's time that I like to spend just sat down at a desk, really focusing in on a project, feeling proud at the end of a project as well. I think that's the other one, that you've created something. And I think that we really don't appreciate ourselves sometimes, I think, in the hobby, about no matter what standard you are at painting, all of the people who are in this hobby who put a little bit of paint on a model, they are creative people, and although they might not see themselves as creative, I think that they really are, and they are artsy people. And I think that I just like being sort of absorbed by that, while listening to a good audio book. But it's always been the painting and the hobbying for me. But I would say that my progress in terms of painting quality has got better, obviously, over time. You get better at things over time. But I've tried to work in the past 3 years, and particularly more consciously, on becoming a better painter and try to learn new techniques. And I think that it's quite easy to plateau with painting.
Definitely.
And it's certainly easy to plateau when you are doing army painting, because you often try and create things at the same standards as when you first started to make it kind of fit in with the whole army. And that's often the problem with big armies, I think, which is that if you've got 10k of things and you started it 4 years ago, inevitably you would have become a better painter. But often you feel the need to keep it at that standard that you did 4 years ago, so
it works when it's all out.
Exactly. And I think
there'll be a lot of people having that kind of crisis at the moment with version 2. I'm gonna, version 2, let's go back to what my main focus is. No matter how many armies you've got, everybody's got an army that's theirs. And if someone started in 2012 when the first Black Book dropped, even somebody who isn't deliberately trying to improve is going to have improved in 10 years.
Absolutely.
You'd hope, unless there's some horrific accident happened in between.
I think there's two camps that you can fall under, which is just one, which is you just like, okay, well, I'm just going to start a new force and do it that way. But I don't think people should be afraid to have an army which demonstrates their sort of
improvement.
I think
it tells that story of, this is where I was when I started it. This is where I am now.
And I think that it's better to see the army as a journey in that way, and to see perhaps it as just something you kind of like, oh man, I have to plateau at this level. And that's certainly something I think a lot of people, as you say, will be kind of concerned about or worrying about, or but I think two camps: start a new one, or just see it as a journey more than a.
I mean, there's nothing to stop you going back and kind of going, well, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to go 110% on the new stuff to go with the old stuff. What I'll do is I'll bring the other stuff up. And we'll meet in the middle at about 85.
That's a fair play, because actually there's nothing more satisfying than going back over an older model and then just like making a few slight adjustments, a few slight improvements, and then actually like. It can exponentially increase the quality of a model. I often think that when people were like, oh well, I put the last satin varnish or matte varnish, I couldn't possibly touch it. But no, you can go back over things. It's really satisfying often to go back over older minutes and improve it.
If anybody ever thinks they've put enough varnish on something, I would invite them to go onto YouTube and find any historical model makers channel, proper one, and watch something like that, something like Uncle Night Shift or Plasmo or something like this, and they will varnish in between every single step.
Yeah,
like, you know, you've got tanks
So-
that have got more coats of varnish than an actual tank will have ever, ever
yeah,
had.
exactly.
So, yeah, right. Okay, so that's my first 3 questions, all 4 questions actually, all sorted out. Interesting how you got started at school, because it was a teacher who actually got me started. when I was at
Interesting.
school.
Yeah.
It was
Incepting children into the hobby.
yeah, it was Mr. Arnold, the science teacher, was building a Rogue Trader RTB-01 Marine, and I can still picture it, painting it as a Firehawk in the original colours, so Badab colours, really, yellow Marine, red flames around the greaves and on the shoulder pads, and I was like, what is that?
It is interesting that these sort of like moments in terms of our hobby, and it just goes to show you how important people's hobby in terms of Warhammer is to people, because you remember that moment, I'm sure, really distinctly. And I remember finding Horus Heresy in Huntingdon Library, and I remember going around sort of people's houses and playing second edition for 40k and things like that. And they are
a green cloth with some books underneath.
Goblin green bases, right? Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting how those moments sort of stick in your head, because they are really important moments that define us up as hobbyists. I'm sure everybody's got a moment they can remember when they first discovered it, or and I think that is just great. I think that's really cool.
Yeah. So outside of the hobby and other people, because obviously we all, it can be quite not an echo chamber. That's a negative way of putting it, but you can get used to sort of a certain circle of people that you see within the hobby and following the same people, and it might be that they're just better at social media, so the algorithm promotes them more or whatever. But outside of that, from an artistic point of view, this is a question that I asked Miles as well. I'm trying to keep all the questions as similar as possible, so we've got answers. What kind of influences that do you bring from outside the hobby into your hobby? So whereas Miles, if he lived in Venice in the 1600s and painted a bit, chances are Miles is all over him. Is there anything like that you kind of think?
That's a really good one. So I have an appreciation of art, like everybody does, and like Miles, appreciation of the old masters, like everybody does. And I think that when you talk about light and color and the exploration of certainly sort of art from the 1500s and 1600s and onwards, having an awareness of how light kind of works and plays on miniatures, you can't get away from the fact that that's what you see when you look at images and pictures. And I think that in itself is always really, really kind of interesting to see. So when you walk around a gallery and you're also a miniature painter, you can't help but say, I recognize where the primary light source is now, and I recognize where the secondary light source is now. And that understanding of light in particular, I think is something that sort of permeates what probably all artists do, but in particular, I always see that through that lens. But it's particularly the light, I think, the lighting, and how that then will be transferable to miniature painting. The one that so not a particular artist. No, I don't get particularly influenced in that way. I mean, the one book that I would recommend to everybody is Colour and Light by, let's have a look. I've just got it right here. So if you've not seen it,
as if he planned it.
So this is by James. Is it Colour and Light or is it? No, it's Colour and Light. So Colour and Light is by James Gurney, and what you'll find is that lots of artists, sort of miniature model artists, have read or touched upon or seen this book previously.
Miles mentioned James Gurney, but I don't think he mentioned that book by name. But he did mention
so
Mr. Gurney.
He's done two that you might be interested in. So it's Colour and Light and Imaginative Realism. Colour and Light is the main one, basically, and you can go through it in a weekend, right? You can just sit down and go through it. And again, it goes through his own work that he did from Dinotopia and also work from the masters as well in terms of looking at color theory and light theory. And I think that is a really interesting book from a model makers and model painters perspective. So I really recommend to have a look at that one. But
yeah, and actually, I'm just having a look now. It's not prohibitively expensive.
No. And it will make you a better artist and miniature painter just by virtue of the fact that you've read it and you probably understand light a bit more and color theory a bit more. The one thing that does influence me though is particularly weathering. So like going outside and just going for a walk, either in the woods or around town or wherever, that has a huge influence on me and the way that that I might approach miniatures, because when you look at like cars, trucks, lorries are really great inspiration for when you are approaching model making. Like I particularly like doing things like walkers and tanks. Those are the things that I really love to do. And being able to transfer those things that you see in real life over to models, I think is really cool. And I think so a really good example, I think, in terms of transferring real life kind of like images or what you see to model making is Adeptus Titanicus, because I think often that with AT the doing the weathering at that scale is often quite to get it right is quite tricky. But when you look at old abandoned sort of ferries and old abandoned sort of modern day ships with ginormous rust streaks, sort of the size of buses down them, that's when you realize that actually it's perfectly sort of like streaking down sort of a panel of an AT Titan is perfectly reasonable and perfectly okay. And and
if that's been hit by a shell that's the size of a Land Rover, it's gonna have a rust streak that's the size of a bus.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that using that helps to justify the way in which you approach painting, but also gives me sort of inspiration as well. Like I'd like to do, if I had time, I'd like to do a lot more sort of scale models, like like military scale models and those sorts of things, if I had more time. But I just simply don't. And because I think they would be a really interesting way to have a look at how sort of you can take realism to the nth degree in terms of
that's something that gets me proper frothing. Does that like that's what I want to. If I was given, like, there's the budget, there's the time, what do you want to do with your hobby? It would be one part of it would be the exercise in futility that would be trying to get to be anything like Kirill Kenaev. It's just unreal.
It's nice.
The other part of me would be like, right, full on Euro militaire, like let's go absolutely bonkers, like photorealistic. But I'd still probably try and do it with GW stuff. It'd be like, right.
See, that's interesting. So I think that if for anybody who who is interested in scale modeling, like AK Interactive do an awful lot of like magazine series and things like that, and actually the step-by-step guides that they produce are actually exceptional. And they're actually like, because they use enamels and things like that, and as you said before, because it's gloss varnish to the nth degree, between layers, that it is quite a forgiving process. I actually think scale modeling is actually more forgiving than lots of the stuff that we do with GW.
Yeah, and probably because of that varnishing, because once you're happy with something, you save it with a varnish layer. Right, I can't wreck that now. Right, let's
I do think as well though it's a difficult. It's interesting what you say about like Kirill Kenaev, because he did the FAQ book through AK Interactive, which lots of people kind of absolutely went nuts for. But I think the other one is that lots of these guys who paint, and we see, particularly like the European painters, like their job is painting, and I think it's lots of people up until recently, like I had a full-time job as an assistant head teacher, like that is a full-on job, so I think that like it's whenever we approach painting and we see things online or see things in books and see things in magazines, I think it's really important that we say to ourselves that we are we have full-time job. Our full-time job is not necessarily but even now I do it part time, right? It's not full time for me. So
but I bet you do a lot of I've known teachers. You won't be coming home at 3:30 going right. That's it.
Exactly. Yeah, they're full on days. Very rare is the chance that I get.
You come home at 3:30 and finish work at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Yeah. So I think it's difficult to. People shouldn't compare themselves too much because people have got the time to do it. It's the same with the gym, right? When you see these big hulky, like guys at the gym, well, what's their job? Well, their job is to be bodybuilders, and they're sponsored by people who allow them to not do a kind of a job, an office job. They train 2 times a day for 7 days a week at the gym. So I think that it's really difficult, and we shouldn't compare ourselves too often to people because there's that fine line between inspiration and then don't be upset because you're not them. And especially if you're picking people like Sheryl, who he's a particular I wouldn't say fanboy because it's like I can't even really relate to it. I just look at it and just go and talking to Miles about it. Miles is working through that book. And obviously, Miles knows his stuff when it comes to color theory, and he knows his stuff when it comes to light placement, and he knows his, he knows his fundamentals. And I've just ordered 2 James Gurney books while we've been nattering. They're arriving tomorrow. Fantastic. But he was saying, I've got the Sheryl book, and he was saying, like, I read it, and then I read it again because I haven't understood what he said. And it's not because it's poorly written. It's like it's just that. He's at that technical level. Like he thinks of it on that level that even people, like someone who I describe Miles as probably the most famous person in the heresy internationally because he's certainly defined a lot of what we see as heresy. I think that is and that's what I said. And he kind of stepped back from that and was like, oh, I don't know. And I was like, it's just being modest, isn't he? Like he is. And he was in early doors. He jumped on it when it came out. He was like, I'm going to run with this. And like because of the standard that he was producing right at the beginning, I would say there isn't anybody playing Horus Heresy who hasn't at least seen one of his miniatures, or even if they didn't know who he was, if they saw another one of his miniatures, they'd be like, that's by the same guy who did that. He's got a distinctive style, and he's really prolific. And he's a heresy hussy. I described him. He's created a huge body of work. But again, Mars does it full time, right? So and I think that it's difficult going down the route of playing sort of a comparison game, and I think that that's one of my biggest things I think I'd say to people, which is that try not to compare, especially when you've got different circumstances. Just do you. But I think going back to the Kilkenny thing, which is that you're right. So I've read that I've read that book in depth, lots of things, especially around the color theory chapters, you do have to go over and over because it is quite complicated. But what you actually need to do is you need to read it, what he does, and then you need to implement it into particularly bust painting. I mean, I'm not sure, there's maybe 1 or 2 GW models in there, but really, it's bust painting. He has got, if you follow him on Instagram, he has got a Marine Army. Right. Okay. And it's hilarious when he says, "This is my tabletop standard Marine Army," and you're like going, "That's your what?" He's a really talented man. I mean, but then but he creates art, right? There's something about like painting, the distinction between sort of painting for army painting and then what Kilkenny does, because it's pretty astronomical. But I mean, you wouldn't ask Da Vinci to paint your living room, would you? No, definitely not. So I mean, he's I always use him as an example because to me he's the most extreme example, I would say, in the world at the moment of what can you possibly do with a little toy and a paintbrush, and you go, that's what you can do. Yeah, definitely. And I suppose he's obviously released the FAQ book as well recently, so that just shows off his sort of body of work and his theory behind it as well. And it was a really, really in-depth look into how he approached model painting, bust painting, and sort of larger scale figure painting as well.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll move away from that, and what we'll do is we'll do the advertising bit, because everybody loves a bit of advertising. Because obviously you're doing courses now, you've got your own podcast now. You've got commission bits and whatnot. So how do people get in touch with you? What will you do for people for how much money? And please don't take that the wrong way.
That's the question, isn't it? So let's talk. I'll do commissions first. So my bread and butter is commission painting. And I am fully booked for the rest of this year. So if you are looking to get a commission done, you will be. Unfortunately, we're going to have to move you to 2023 because I'm absolutely chock-a-block this year, absolutely full up. I've got army commissions coming out of the yin yangs, character commissions coming out of the yin yangs. I'm really, really busy, and that's even taking into account that I go full time from sort of like August onwards, right? So, and I can do painting at speed, and even then, I'm absolutely chock-a-block. So if you're interested in a commission, then you're looking for 2023. Some people are happy to, loads of people are happy to wait, but it's just about how fast you want it done. Ultimately, that's the same with any commission, really. Shop around, get various quotes, but it will also come down to speed and what you want it, kind of use for. But I would also suggest book in early, because if you don't book in early, then you're only going to be waiting another year to
just be like, I want something done at this point. We can work out what it is later. Just block in this time.
And lots of clients will often do that. They'll just say, look, I don't know what I want, but I know I want to book a slot, so this is the deposit, and therefore we will decide later what it will be. But they know that if they don't lock it down a year in advance, then they just have that slot. It just won't exist, right? So that's the thing about commissions. So a couple of ways to contact me. The easiest and best way is via email. So it's medofminiatures@gmail.com. But I do have a website. I've got obviously social media, so Facebook and Instagram. It's all Meadows Miniatures. If you just Google Meadows Miniatures, all the stuff will appear. But email is just generally the best way to get a conversation going between you and I. It seems it's a bit more formal than email as well, So that's the commission painting side of it. In terms of costs, how long is a piece of string, right? I could talk about costing on commissions for hours and hours and hours, but the long and short of it is that I don't have a sort of a table or guide to be able to tell you how much commission will be. It all depends on the project and what exactly the project is. And it also depends on the level that you want as well. So it tends to be that most people will ask for their characters and Primarchs done at a higher level, and then they're sort of like their tabletop army done at a sort of a high standard, right? And that just makes it generally more cost effective and more manageable from my point of view, but also more cost effective from a client's point of view as well. Because when you look at an army on the tabletop, what are the things that you're mainly drawn to? You're drawn towards the bigger things,
the big stuff,
but also the special characters as well, the Primarchs that stand, head and shoulders above.
No one's going to be going through your line inventory going, oh, these lenses have only got one highlight on them.
No, exactly right. And
or if they do, just tell them to get a life and somebody else.
So that's the commission side of it. But as I say, some armies will cost more, some armies will cost less, but I will give you a quote that is sort of based on my experience of the army, because I've painted most things by now and built most things and done based most things by now, but also so it's all individually priced. So if you're interested in a commission, just send me over an email and I'll get a quote to you. Cool. As for courses, so there's kind of two strands with the courses. So number one, I guess the best way to look at it is that I work for Miles as an associate, I guess would be probably the best business model to kind of like view it as, which is that I will help him and support him with courses. So either that's leading on a course myself, or we'll support if we have, say, 20 people on a course, then we're definitely going to need another instructor there. and I will sort of support him as an associate. So I just did one, I think last weekend or the weekend before last, which was a sort of a Knights and Armigers course, which I did under the banner of Little Legend, so that was really successful. That was great, and I think that success probably shouldn't be judged on the number of people we had. I think we had 7 people. 7 people come to that one, and even then, that's pretty good turnout for something as niche as Knights and Armigers. I think that's pretty good. But I don't think success should be probably judged on the number of people you have at these courses. It should be judged on the outcomes, which is that, what did students paint before, and then what did they paint by the end of the course, and how does it look? And I think that actually when we look at the outcomes of that particular course and previous courses, the outcomes are really, really high, and the students should be really proud of themselves for what they've achieved in such a short space of time, right? Because it's not even a full 40, it's 48 hours in terms of days, but in terms of painting time, it's sort of 8 hours each day, maybe, so 16 hours, and they've produced some absolutely amazing things. It's not a lot when you're looking at a night, even a little one like an hour. You think I've got to do this in 16 hours. Yeah, but people people walked away with a fully painted night at that course, at the end of it. It was pretty impressive. It was ambitious, right? I knew when I started thinking about the course that it was going to be an ambitious task, and certainly for myself, because I was painting a night myself, but you've got to, as an instructor, you've got to keep about 5 steps ahead of everybody else. So I was there sort of on Saturday night, sort of painting till 8:30 in order to get ready for the next for sort of the next day's kind of teaching, right? So we managed to do it, which was quite phenomenal. But then so that's the primary one. So we've got another course coming up, I think, in the summertime. Don't know exact. I can't remember exact dates off the top of my head, but it's an army painting one. That was particularly successful the first time that we ran that. I think we had 17 people come along to that one, so it was really busy. And I think we're going to run another one off the back of the fact that sort of New Heresy. Here.
I'm tapping Miles for doing one up here in the Yorkshire area. So depending on pickup, he might be on the phone saying, "I need to meet you in Leeds or wherever it is if you need to associate."
I think that's some of the feedback that certainly I've been given, which is that they're often down south and not up north. But obviously living down south, it's easier to make the connections in terms of venues, because when running courses, it sounds like a relatively easy thing to do. Oh, we just bring our paintbrushes and things like that, but actually you need a space for a very, very long period of time. You need space that's reasonably costed. You need a space that won't blow up the moment we start plugging in 3 plugs per person, and that certainly adds up when you've got 10 people just alone. So that's the other thing about the courses, which is that you do need sort of specific places, and the other thing is about where we've run them as well. So I've run them out of my school, the school that I work at, and obviously we have projectors, really decent quality projectors.
Yeah, you've got sports hall, potentially
big hall, lots of electrics, no issues with electrics either. So it's not like people are gathered or huddled around a table. People are viewing it on the big screen behind you as you're teaching. So you've got really
you set it up as if it's almost like exam kind of thing, right? We'll space the desks out, and we'll just put a projector on the invigilator's desk. Done.
That's exactly it. Exactly. So in principle, sort of just running a course up north sounds okay. It's actually it's all about the venue, I think. So if you're somebody if you're looking to or want a course up north, the best way to do it is your local gaming hall, a village hall. Sort that out for us, and then we can come up and come do it.
And that's what I'm trying to work out now. There's plenty of venues around here. It's finding ones that don't have carpeted floors. Because even if it's just a brush skills course, you go, "What are you doing?" "Oh, we're doing some painting." No. But we'll sort something out, and you never know, if it sells well, then Miles might be enlisting your aid. Maybe.
Yes, yeah, indeed. And then there are courses that I run separately as well. So I run them some under the banner of Little Legend, but then some I do myself as well. So I've done an introduction to airbrushing course, I think at the start of this year, and I did that over at Cryptic Cabin in Wokingham because they're nearby. And that was another good one. We had about 7 people come to that one. That was just a day's course, sort of practicing on sort of model cars and toy cars, sort of like bigger ones. Yeah. But they're great for airbrushing and just trying out airbrushing if you've not tried it before. And then I did a brush skills one in Burgess Hill, a place, Dyson Drinks, or Shrunken Terror. I can't remember which. It's got like 2 names. I can never work out which one it is. And then I'm running another one down there in June, which is going to be an Abaddon the Despoiler masterclass. So it's not the 30k version, but the 40k version, just because
the big chaos roided up.
Yeah, that's it. So that one allows us to look at a number of different skills in order to improve painting. And I think that would be a really interesting challenge to do over the course of the weekend, looking at airbrushing, looking at brush skills, looking at OSL, looking at true metallics, because it's got really interesting, really interesting kind of range of metallics on him as well, and looking at making it quite corrupted, but also looking at face painting, or painting faces rather than face painting. I'm making him into a panda or a rabbit or whatever.
I now want, Miles said he was going to do a Primarch with a goblin green base. Now I want to see a Baden with a panda face painted to Baden.
Exactly,
still with the red underlighting, but
that's it. Very ghastly and ghoul-like. So a really good one. So if you're interested in coming along to the Abaddon the Spoiler Masterclass, get in touch with me directly, and then we shall sort you out a ticket. So tickets are going fast, and we've only got limited places because it's quite a small venue. I think we've probably sold half our tickets already, really. So if you want to come, then you need to act fast.
Cool.
Yeah. So then, and then the other things that, as you say, the Heresy Hammer podcast, just started that one up. So that one we wanted to do. So podcasts are obviously being done and have been done for a very long time in terms of the Horus Heresy, right? So we knew if we did another podcast, we would be trying to muscle in on territory where it was already dominated by, already quite established podcasts, right? So we knew that actually we probably didn't want to do that. But what we did do is, did a bit of market research and said, well, what doesn't exist? Well, actually a YouTube podcast, vlogcast, I don't know what
like
a show,
video format.
Yeah, which basically would be accessible via YouTube and YouTube only, but would allow us to share people's work in the community. It would allow us to look at the images on screen, and it would allow us to look at rules on screen as well that we could show up and have ourselves as talking heads along the side. And we thought that worked quite well. That brought in some of the things that the best parts of the podcast, but also the best part of the YouTube shows as well.
Because not everybody's up for battle reports or things like that, and there's there's battle reports and there's battle reports as well. There's so that's cool. So that's been run with Paul and Lee. Paul lives near me, so we know each other from sort of locally from Horus Heresy Gaming, but Lee I've known ever since I've started doing Horus Heresy Gaming, from when I lived in Cambridge. So he's a really, really close friend and an old friend. We've known each other for a long, long time, but we've been desperate to do it for ages and ages and ages, but we knew that we didn't want to start off on this journey at the tail end of Horus Heresy 1.0 in terms of the first version. We wanted to create a show that would be for the veterans, the old guard, but also in particular with an eye for people who are coming in who are new. So content for people who are new. And what we didn't want to do is create 5 shows about the old stuff, run out of things to say because we knew it was changing,
and then go into the new stuff. But I think we just wanted to hit the ground running with the new version and sort of learn it with everybody else as we went as well. And use
I was going to say makes sense with us having seen the box art or pictures from the box art like a year ago.
Yes.
Yeah, we know something's coming. We know something's up.
Exactly. So we could have started it a year ago, right? But ever since the fact that we saw those leaks, the clock. Basically, a clock had started, and we just needed to get to the end of that timer, and then we would be like, okay, right, now that they've announced it formally, that's when we'll start it. So I think the next one is actually on Sunday. So we're all heading up to Warhammer World together on Saturday morning, and we've all managed, luckily, like amazingly, managed to get ourselves tickets to it. So on the Sunday show will be a kind of a breakdown of what we saw, pictures, and all those sorts of things. So I'll give you a blow-by-blow account.
Well, make sure you get some good pictures because some people haven't been invited. Not that we'll be bitter until Heresy version 20.0.
You're not bitter, you're better. That's
we've not painted enough AOS models. It would seem basically to get invited.
Yes. But we'd also.
I'm never letting go of that. I'm going to be worrying away at that.
It's all right. Everyone would have forgotten it in 2 weeks' time. Once it's done, it'll be done, and nobody will remember it. It's fine. And then
world champion grudge holder.
And then the other thing that we'll do on the Sunday show is to do. It started off as sort of nerf or no nerf, sort of a Noel Edmonds kind of version of it, but I think it's going to be sort of looking at the Legion units currently in the army book and sort of saying, does this need a nerf? Do we need to keep it as is, or does it need a buff? In sort of from our gaming experiences in the new edition, because we don't know what the new edition's got in store, right? So, and I think that there are lots of unknowns, even though sort of leaks have been dropped. There are still so many question marks. And so many things that could change between those sort of the initial kind of like leaks and then what could the final iteration, right? So so we'll go through those ones. So that's really exciting. And then finally, the final kind of finger in pie is the YouTube. So I started a YouTube channel many eons ago. You're talking like sort of 10 years now. But this has got a sort of a relaunch, this one, which is that I've decided to sort of spend, now that I'm going full time, spend more time answering questions around painting that people have often given me. So the classic one is, how do you paint those Imperial fists, right? So I wanted to do a breakdown of how I approached it. I won't do every single Imperial fist like model. Like a couple of people have said to me, oh, how would you approach infantry? I can't give all my secrets away. I'll give you some of them, but not all of them. So next time it might be, for example, a Night Lord's Beaky Marine or whatever. It will be, but I'll also try and be opportunistic as well. So if I'm doing a commission on it, then it might be a good opportunity for me to record it and then
get some extra content out.
Because it does take some time it's not a huge amount of time, right? But it does take some time to get it together and get it organized and get it edited. So it'll be I'll try and be opportunistic, but I'll leave some things in reserve. Some things
learn
on the courses.
No point being a commission painter going, but by the way,
all the secrets, right?
I'll teach you how to do everything I do, either for free on YouTube or in person in exchange for less than I'd charge you for an army.
Exactly. But it would be it'd be great if people could go on there, give it a like and a subscribe. Same with Heresy Hammer as well.
So we've just got one final question now, and I'll let you get on with your day. So in 18 months' time, we'll have version 2, or version 1, whatever they want to call it. Where do you, as an ideal world, if you were the creator of the hobby community and you could make it exactly what you would want it to be, where do you see the hobby in 18 months, or the community in 18 months?
Oh man!
I said one more question. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a biggie.
Yeah. So I think it would be great to have new blood in it, because I think it will give it an injection, a much needed injection of life. I think there have been a number of people who have stuck to the course and have stuck with Heresy through thick and thin. And but it would be great to see a new injection of blood into it, partly because I think that with that new blood, Games Workshop will kind of be like, hey, we're onto a winner here. Actually, doing most of the Heresy range in plastics is actually a great shout. So we're going to continue to invest in this over a long period. So new blood, I think, is good. I think that I hope when the new people come in, I hope that they see what kind of like the standard of the hobby that people can aspire to get to with really not that much work, right? You know, like there's all sorts of things that you can do even with rattle cans to make armies look pretty cool, battered, beaten, weathered. And actually, they can still look great on the tabletop. Even if you're not using an airbrush, you could use like a rattle can to do some cool Death Guard. You know, you use a pale off-white color with a bit of chipping, bit of oil, so that sort of thing. You can do some pretty cool things with it. So I hope that the anybody coming into it looks and kind of goes, wow, you know, actually, like people really invest time in making their armies look wicked, and it's really immersive as a result of that. And so as a result, I therefore want to learn and make my armies look awesome. I personally would like to see a bit more range in terms of events. Now, but that's just me, and I know this is going to be a controversial thing, but I think that having a different range of Horus Heresy events, I think it is good. I think including, and I think something that has been missing for some time has been a tournament scene. I have no doubt that a tournament scene will rise as a result of Horus Heresy. So we'll get different kinds of events. So we'll get people who want to go to maybe tournaments, and we'll get people who want to go to sort of more narrative or story-based events, and then that might siphon off, you know, people looking for different things as well, right? Because what you have by just having a particular scene in Horus Heresy that we currently have is that if you want to get to an event and you want to play competitively, or you want to play really tactically, or you want to play lists that are quite tough, you have to end up going to generally narrative or story based events, right? Because that's all that's on offer. So if you have different kinds of events, then you'll find that some people go to that kind of event, some people go to another kind of event. And I think that would probably, for me, I think that will be a great thing to see in 18 months' time. I'd like to see. It would be great to see. I mean, there's an awful lot out there already, right? Like, there's so much stuff on YouTube in terms of painting and hobbying and all sorts. It would be great to see more time for content creators to create battle reports. And I think that the 30K channel kind of dominated the scene with the Horus Heresy, and he was the go-to. But it would be great to see the guys from Tabletop Tactics approach Horus Heresy stuff, because they make some entertaining battle reports, right? And there are some guys on YouTube that make some really entertaining battle reports, and that I think that would be great to see and great to view. More painting tutorials are never a bad thing. I mean, so get some good variation. So it'd be great to see some content creators create those. But also, I think that what I would like to see, and more, not, you know, from a hobbyist perspective, but just more people looking at and investing their time in the lore of the Horus Heresy, because that's what motivates most people, the backstory behind it, because the backstory behind it shapes current 40K. And actually, it's got to be one of the biggest like sagas in literature. It's got to.
It's the biggest I can think of, because the only other one I could think of that was anywhere near would be Raymond D. Feist.
Yeah.
So you start with Magician, Silverthorn, Darkness at Sethanen, and then you realise there's like 46 books in that series.
Something like that. I mean, it's certainly way bigger than the Wheel of Time, like way bigger. Like, it's certainly going to be bigger than Brandon. It's certainly bigger than what Brandon Sanderson has in terms of the Stormlight archives, which is meant to be 10 books long, and each one's about 40 or 60 hours worth of reading. So it must be. Why they don't tell people it's like the biggest sort of like
There's like 50. You're talking 52 full-length novels, 20 or 30 novellas.
It's huge. It's absolutely huge. You know,
that's before the siege.
It must be sort of a Guinness World Record-breaking kind of thing. I would have thought. So, and I think that the more people who get into the backstory and read the lore, I think will just be great for the hobby in general, because it is so rich. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, you know, we have our Warhammer 40k world, but they've really created a whole nother imperium that we've kind of like hadn't seen up until then, really, apart from like a White Dwarf article, way back when. So I think that people exploring that will be really exciting. I mean, I'm almost envious that some people are going to go back and read them for the first time, right, and don't have to wait for the next book to come. You know, they just can rewrite.
There are people out there, weirdly, who don't realise what an absolute cretin Erebus is.
Yes, of course, yes. And
there's people out there who don't hate Erebus, which is like no. Even if you play Word Bearers in Heresy, you've still got to hate him.
Yeah, absolutely. So the more people in it, the more the hobby wins, I think, ultimately. I think that I have no doubt there are going to be a number of veterans, you know, kind of saying, the good old days of the Horus Heresy. I have no doubt that we're going to see that. But I think that there are going to be, as I say, a number of things that will offset any disgruntlement with that, which is that I think we're going to see a rise in the tournament scene. And as a result, I think that you will have people siphoned off into narrative because they want to play narrative, and people who are siphoned off into more tournament events. And I think that will allow people to get
find their kind of place on the competitive curve and go.
Absolutely, I think the other thing, less from a hobbyist kind of perspective, but the other thing that I think that I hope we'll see is more continued support from GW in terms of updating rules. So one of the big things that we had previously with the last edition is that we got a couple of facts, but we got a couple of facts over like a 10-year period, and there were things that definitely need clearing up and clarifying. But what I hope is that we get more frequent facts and errata with the new rules. I don't want to see it going completely bonkers, you know, basically like you need your 50 facts and errata and your rule book in order to play. It'd be good if they could just, you know, if they could get it right on the first day, but I mean, obviously things that it just doesn't happen like that. And that it's the same with any sort of academic writing as well.
Like an annual general's handbook would be fine.
Exactly. And it just shows continued support, I think, and it just makes everyone feel support, and the game is supported. And I think that would be a really cool thing to see. But I think that the hobby is going to be the biggest winner over the next 18 months. I think we're going to see some amazing stuff, and I think we're going to see new stuff, obviously new models, but new ways to approach it as well. Like we've all seen my work, we've all seen Mars's work. Like we've seen lots of the same people create the same kinds of stuff over and over and over again, and perhaps with new people we'll also see new styles of painting, new things on the Horus Heresy that we hadn't previously and maybe some genre defying things that perhaps we haven't seen, and I think that would be really, really exciting to see.
Yeah, it would be fantastic. Well, I am conscious you are one of the busiest men in the world. I've taken up half of your day already. Your skip still hasn't arrived, by the way.
Yeah, no, it hasn't arrived. No, can you believe it? No, lots of post has arrived, and lots of things for allowing me to film more YouTube videos have just arrived, actually, but not an actual skip.
Not the skip that was supposed to be there by 11:30.
That's the one. Yeah, not that one yet.
Oh well, I'll let you. You can ring them and kick off now if you want.
Yes.
While you're walking the dog. So many thanks, Meadows, and we will keep in touch, and doubtless we'll drag you on again at some point if you'd be willing.
Anytime. Sounds awesome.
Grand. Thank you very much, Chief.
All right, thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
So in our next section, we're going to do something a bit different. We've decided to set ourselves a bit of a challenge. And what we're going to do is we're going to, every other week or every other episode rather, we're going to pick a list of things or something that we're interested in. And it will be up to the panel of peoples to arrange them accordingly. So the challenge that we had this time was to pick your top 5 first captain. So first captain has a very important job. Obviously, they're the man or the marine that the Primarch trusts the most to do their bidding, generally speaking, or not in certain cases. And there's also quite a lot of interesting narrative around them and the interactions they have with their legions and beyond. So our fine panel of Chris, Michael, and Rob are going to use all of their skills of persuasion and their vast knowledge of the lore to persuade us what the top 5 first captains would look like according to them and why. So without further ado, let's start with number 5. So Mr. B, let's start with you. Who is your 5th top first captain?
I've gone with Sevatar.
And why Sevatar?
I just think he's a really well-written character. Yes, he's a bit of a bloodthirsty. He doesn't give a crap. Basically, he's just, I want to run the Legion my way. When people oppose him, he just murders them. And I mean, there's just brilliant where he just kills the whole of the command cadre of the Archamentar and replaces them with his own lot. After
got to respect that.
After Kurz goes missing, and he's really well acted by Toby Longworth and Jonathan Keeble. He's definitely one of the more interesting characters, even though he's currently in the prison cell of a Dark Angel's warship.
So Sevatar, obviously, Kurz is a little bit flaky as a Primarch, so I'm guessing quite a lot of the heavy lifting went down to poor old Sevatar.
Yeah,
in that Legion.
Even though he's nuts as well.
Of course he's nuts. I mean, he's in the Murder Lords, isn't he? So he's going to be pretty crazy, but so not a bad choice. Anybody think that's nonsense when it comes to first captains?
No, I think he's got a right to be up there. I think he's not in. He's not one of my favourites, but he is very well written in that he has no illusions as to what he is. Okay. He has no illusions as to what he's like, but he also has no illusions as to how good he is.
Fair enough.
So he's earned his position by basically going, if you're better than me, you can kill me. And nobody has, because they can't.
Seems fair.
Yeah, yeah. He is bolt hard. I mean, I can't remember which book it is. There's a little bit where he jumps the shark and he goes wing walking, in outer space.
As you do.
Like he hangs onto the wing of a thunderbolt or something, or a lightning to get to a planet, which is a bit like.
That seems somewhat unlikely. But who are we to judge?
It was another starship. To board a starship, he has the pilot to fly him into the hangar bay with him hanging off the wing.
Nice.
Yeah. It's a bit a bit bonkers, but just the dialogue that he gets when he's been spoken to by people like mainly his captors, because he for all these bolt hard, he gets captured every 5 minutes.
And of course, we can't forget he was the first person to utter the words "death to the false emperor."
That's got to be worth 10 points, surely.
And there's also the rumor that he is actually one of the Sigillite basically recruits him.
Yeah.
And he becomes one of them fellas, and he's one of the guys on Titan during the siege.
Saucy. Well, there you go. That's an interesting character. All round, well-rounded, and lots of mystery as well.
I mean, as a character, totally not well-rounded, but
well-rounded in the sense of a murdering psychopath.
Well fleshed out. Yes.
Yeah,
it's just other people's flesh. That's the problem.
Yes, that he's well-rounded in. All right. So, what about you, Chris? Who, out of all the glorious first captains in the Heresy, did you put in for number 5? Really good to hear. I think we might have lost Chris.
I think we've lost him to the thunderstorm.
We have lost him to the thunderstorm.
He's currently muted.
No, hang on. There we go. No, we're back. We're back. I was going to say that anyone that's got a rule with a special rule called Dirty Fighter certainly almost deserve to be on the top 5 list.
All right, so Sevatar, okay, but how does he stack up against your respective?
Let's start things off controversially.
This is a controversial choice. Seriously controversial.
I've gone Abaddon as my 5th first captain. Yeah, because
Yeah.
his failures are what lead effectively to the heresy. Fails to protect Horus. Horus gets wounded, goes forward from there, makes poor choices. Horus gets corrupted. I mean, it's not a great start, is it? Let's be honest.
No,
Well,
that's true.
Well, weirdly enough, I did a little kind of CV of Abaddon. I did do some research. So let's just have a little look at his, things I achieved by Abaddon. So buried under a mountain, he was literally buried under a mountain of orcs, all in all. All the other Terminators died except him. So the man's a survivor, loyal, of course. He did
Given value of loyal.
Yeah, he did kick Loken's ass when they first had a scrap.
Using Terminator armor.
Yeah.
I picked on the weak kid.
Okay.
Great,
Freshly applied and oiled and maintained Terminator armor, and Loken had been on the planet for how many days?
Yeah,
exactly. All right, no, I don't write the stories, do I? He kicked. All I'm saying is, he did actually. Well, maybe you shouldn't bring a knife to a gunfight. He killed the Space Wolves at Yarant. That would get plus 10 points from me. He killed White Scar Hero as well. Took him down. He could be persuasive. He had a persuasive side, so he managed to persuade that person on Luna to rather than do what Dawn asked, to do what he suggested.
He managed to persuade one of the sisters of, I can't remember what they're called now, Selenar, who had no other choice to side with the War Master.
I didn't say she had a choice. He managed to persuade her. Persuasion is a broad church. He was going to whack a world bearer in.
So far, he's picked up the easy wins that as he's gone along. That's what we're saying.
That's tactics.
What happened to him at the Saturnine Wall?
Just wait a minute. Just bow to the Chaos Gods. Rescued Khan when Khan didn't leave no man behind. And he actually got Horus's body back at the end, didn't he? So I think he's a legend. His CV of things, I think he's higher.
What happened at Saturnine?
So he has an idea, and he goes and sees Perturabo and says, "This is what we can do. We can tunnel in, end the war, job done. It'll be over by Christmas, mate."
Yeah, Perturabo, it's a trap.
Perturabo goes, all right, go on then, give it a go. What happens is all of Abaddon's mates get stuffed in concrete or shot.
Well,
So once again, a failure.
He's a legend. He is. His name
what he does later is by the by in this conversation. Doesn't exist in our world.
Okay.
But his failures are.
He did end up crying like a little baby at the end of Saturnine.
Michael, you've got him as number 3 on your list.
Yeah, but I'm just playing devil advocate. I actually think he is pretty cool. But
okay, so you've gone for number 5.
He does deserve to be on the list
for reasons that you think
he's now going to struggle to justify.
Rob, yours was number 5 was Sigismund.
Wrong.
Totally wrong. Sigismund is such a mopey git. But yeah, go on. Tell us why you think
Sigismund was the first person who uttered the words, "In the grim darkness of the far future, there will be only war."
Oh well,
that alone gets him onto the list.
Well, this isn't the heresy wasn't won by platitudes, but yes.
No, the heresy was won by people like Sigismund chopping lots of people's heads off.
Okay.
And let's face it, he's probably the oldest character. I'm going to from a rules perspective now. He's probably the oldest character that can still mix it.
Yeah.
With the big boys, because he is nails.
Took down 200 Templars and a dreadnought on his top.
Right. He's bolt hard. I mean, okay, he's fallen out with Daddy. But
that is a bit of a black spot.
Oh, I don't know if you watch if you read, you should read well you have. I'm assuming you've read what's it called again? Warhawk.
Yeah, but that's not really
back on good terms. They're back on good terms.
Or they're talking to each other.
Yeah, they have to.
Because they have to, and not giving many spoilers here, but I'm not giving any spoilers, but Dawn doesn't give the impression he'd be that bothered if Sigismund didn't come back.
Maybe, but then again, Dawn was under the influence of Mortarian psychic shenanigans, so
Sigismund seems to get a bit mopey about it, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
but
he's a bit.
He's a
bit-
dour character.
Dawn
Yes.
basically says,
You
"Go
say
hurt-"
dour, I say mopey. But
Dawn,
yes,
Dawn basically says, "Go hurt them." So he starts hunting down first captains and praetors and stuff, and he just basically chops them down without forgiveness. I mean, he takes out
he
someone-
turns into the Black Templar. You know,
Well, he's the Emperor's champion. Yeah.
it's an origin story is Warhawk as far as Sigismund's concerned, but
I haven't read
he
the book yet, mind.
he
Sorry, hang on, what? You've not read what?
Sigismund.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I've read it.
generic Teutonic bloke is good with sword, kills lots of people, has issues, and is tortured inside. End.
And so that was number 5. So nobody had the same thing.
No.
Interesting choices. So
Are you great? You've not chosen any?
No, I haven't. Number 4.
Oh,
he didn't do any of the reading that he was required to.
I did all of it. I'm just
involves reading.
facilitating it.
He's arbitrating.
Well, my number 4 is Sigismund, and I'm going to stick with that because, and it's basically for the same reasons as Rob. So, yeah, nothing to really say.
Okay. And what about your number 4, Chris?
Corferon.
Boo hiss.
Oh, come on, I'm a word bearer's player. Even I wouldn't pick book 4 because
No, because he is the pantomime villain.
Oh,
okay?
Yeah.
But for the same reason, he's for every reason that Abaddon got a low score, Corferon gets a good score.
Not even a space.
That's fine. Abaddon is a 5 because all of his failures lead to the events that create the heresy. Corferon, all his successes lead to the events that create the heresy.
Yeah.
And I think that's better than Abaddon.
He's a manipulator rather than a fighter.
Yeah, exactly. He is playing a 3-dimensional chess before anyone's even whittled what a pawn looks like, basically.
Yeah, he's a politician.
Yeah, absolutely. And without Corferon and the tattooed Burke, none of it would have come to pass. And because it's his successes that achieve those goals, I think that for me puts him in the top 5 first captains because he is successful at what he aims to achieve.
Yeah, I find him very difficult to describe in a PG-13 setting.
Yeah. I mean,
I
as
really
a character,
as a first captain, did he do what you set out to do? Yes.
Yeah, I think anybody who empathizes with him or likes him as a character should probably be reported to the authorities, to be honest.
I mean, he's a literal child abuser.
There's no he has no redeeming features.
Nope.
There's nothing likable about him. He's even worse than Erebus, for crying out loud.
It takes some doing.
It does take some doing. I mean, okay, an Ultramarine rips his heart out and he still doesn't die because he's just that grumpy.
Yeah. So, but like I said, he is a first captain, and like Chris says, in terms of what he actually delivered, punched above his weight.
What he sets out to achieve, whether that is in line with what the Legion sets out to achieve, is that they're separate issues.
Yeah. Okay.
But he is successful in the objectives that he sets out to accomplish.
He's basically the Voldemort of heresy in that he that must not be named achieved great things. Terrible, yes, but great. To quote Mr. Ollivander.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's
why
why
Harry Potter, what are you going to do?
Yeah, that's why he made my top 5. It was, I'm not here to be controversial purposefully.
It wasn't approval.
but I think that if I'm gonna choose, I just think he deserves to be in the conversation.
I don't disagree. He's a man who set out to do his job, however detrimental that may have been to the rest of the universe. He did it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he must have deceived the Emperor in that, because the Emperor met him when he found Lorgar.
Exactly.
And the Emperor didn't go, I can see inside your head, I know what you're up to, and immediately vaporize him. I mean, but then, you know, if we're talking about people who make
secret, you know,
if we're talking about people who make mistakes, then you know, Big Papery has got some questions to answer.
He's not oblivious to that, is he?
He's not a shining light, no.
Pretty bad, Dad.
Ironic, considering he is literally now a shining light in the fact that he's the Astronomicon. But you know.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. So Corferon is so. Rob, who's your number 4?
I went for Corswain or Corson.
Corswain. Okay, you're left field. Go on then. Why? I mean, you got Corferon, Sigismund.
Yeah.
Why should he keep company with such illuminaries of the heresy?
Well, he's a strategic genius.
By his own demand, by his own.
No, but he basically you've got to forget what you can't forget is that the Lion is a strategic genius in what's the third in the Dark Angels arc? It's not Descent, it's not Fall, something Angels anyway.
Angel of Caliban.
Angels of Caliban. You know, Horus has rigged up this super complicated defense of this planet, and the Lion basically just flies up, and as he walks past, he's like, "Yeah, I can see how I get through that." Straight through. And he's the guy who taught Corswain how to fight. And strategy and tactics. He's quite well written in that he is quite chivalric, which is interesting in such a massively male-dominated dramatis personae. It's like a full-on genetically engineered sausage fest. There's barely any female characters in it, but he still has that whole kind of knightly paragon kind of thing going on.
Yeah.
He holds to the values, doesn't he? That's the thing.
Yeah, he is what they should be. You know, he's like Galahad without being square.
Gotcha.
Basically, you know, he's not Lancelot because you know he doesn't run off with the lion's mum, presumably because he doesn't realise she's on terror.
Maybe that's why he makes such a beeline for terror.
Yeah, maybe that. You know, I am Corswain. We are the Dark Angels.
That's another good point. He does get through to Terra and retake the Astronomicon.
He does.
Agree with that. Yeah,
absolutely. You know, that's certainly worth the points.
Yeah. Okay. So
without him, the Ultramarines don't turn up late, and you know.
Yeah, without him, the Ultramarines don't turn up at all.
Yeah.
Okay. What about your respective number 3s then?
Rob went. Sorry, we're just discussing Rob's. Okay, my number 3 is Abaddon. Pretty much the same reasons Chris said. Well, you know, and Graham was arguing. I still think that he's not he's not the best. I haven't put him at number 1, but he's definitely up there as being hugely influential and a hugely important part of the heresy. But
but is he influential because he's up?
No, he's influential. Well, he's influential because
point again there, Michael.
Yeah, he did quite a lot. I mean, you know, I'm not saying he should be the top first captain, but you look at his list of things that he did and where he was and how he got involved and who he took on and actually attacked and killed.
But as Frank Turner says, you can't fix the world if all you have is a hammer. Abaddon is a proper one-trick pony. Kill that. He's got there's no statesman to him.
Sigismund? Statesman?
Well, he's more of a one than a bad.
It depends on the Legion, whether you need a statesman or a soldier. And for the Lunar Wolves and the Sons of Horus, he's exactly what they call for. They are not a legion of diplomats. They are the legion that goes in and says, "Hello, we want to be your friends," and if they're not nice, boom, Abaddon, go kill them.
Yarp.
Yeah. When Abaddon gets launched at them, he's not about making peace. He's about ending. You know,
he's a blunt implement, isn't he?
You have to hit him over the head with a peace lily, chuck the teddy bear at him, say playtime's over, then shut him in a fridge.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Anyway, so we've already talked about Abaddon, and that's a controversial figure. So, what about your number 3, Chris?
I've gone Typhon.
Okay. He's a bit of a kid.
He is generally a bit of a git. Harasses the Dark Angels a lot. Is integral into the fall of the Death Guard.
Yep, totally.
And
Istvan,
he's
3.
Yeah, he's there. He's pulling strings, behind the scenes a lot.
Again, all the way from the beginning, like Corfera.
Yeah, totally.
He's an integral part of the story, and he is, he doesn't operate adjacent to the Death Guard's objectives. He is working on a slightly different set of objectives.
But it kind of sets them,
it's more like he's creating the Death Guard's
objectives.
He's
leading them, isn't he? He's leading the Death Guard into where he wants them to be. And I'll go Garrow gets in the way a bit, but
Warhawk would say that differently.
Okay.
He's kind of manipulating.
Yeah. Which which you do see, don't you? I mean, reading about the first captains and how very few of them really stuck it out with their Primarch, which seems to be a theme. Some of them, particularly on the Chaos side, had their own kind of agenda and already thinking about the post, Siege of Terror world and where they would fit in.
Of course, Typhon was the first Plague Marine, the second Chaos Space Marine. So
right, okay. Who was the first one?
Erebus.
Erebus was the first Chaos Marine, because Corferon doesn't count.
Because he's not Marine.
Yeah,
Typhon, second Chaos Space Marine, first Plague Marine, and basically by himself brings a whole legion to its knees.
Pretty much. All right, cool.
Yeah.
With Nurgle's help, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But none of the bad guys achieve things without
some
deific assistance.
None of the bad guys achieve anything actually without somebody else doing it for them.
Steady.
That's not. He's not.
Oh wait, no. The Iron Warriors managed to be miserable all on their own. I'll give them that.
Thank you.
What about Rob's choice?
I went for Chinzar.
Yeah.
Chinzano.
Bianco. Quite literally, because he's in white armor, because he's the White Scar.
Go on then. What drew you to him being the bronze medal holder for first captains?
It's another. He's another paragon of nobility. He's just the Eastern version rather than the Western version, which is Corswin.
Okay.
He is that. I know the Scars aren't Japanese. They're not entirely Mongol now, but he is that kind of embodiment of what we would recognize as something sort of vaguely Bushido-ish.
Okay.
There's the kind of
code of honor.
Warrior poet kind of thing that they appreciate the aesthetic in things and they take joy in everything. That whole laugh as you kill kind of sort of thing. But also when it comes to it, he's nails.
Yeah.
And he's here to do calligraphy and take names
and chew gum.
And he's just run out of ink.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
It's write haikus and kick ass, and I'm all out of ink.
Anything that you can think of, we're looking at notable things that these first captains did. He seems a little bit weak on that front.
He is. He's not as fleshed out as some of the others, but I think that's purely because story-wise, it's in those things with paper in the middle, Graham. Some of them don't have rules, and you should try one day. The Scars have so many big characters already. Yeah. Like Yesoge is better than any first captain.
I would argue that Kinzar's, although not fleshed out in his events, his legacy and his influence on the Legion, are testament to his ability as a first captain.
Yeah. Who's highlighting my second choice so they can Google them because they don't know who he is?
I don't even know your first choice is, so that's all good. I look forward to that with immense excitement. So, without further ado, second choices. So this, interestingly, Chris, going back to you, we've already talked about him in some depth. Everybody's favourite emo, Sigismund.
Everyone's favourite emo.
He's featured on the list. So
we've done everyone's favourite. Yeah, absolutely. So that's got to be good. I think Sigismund deserves to be higher. A, because I have my Imperial Fist bias, and
I
B,
never got that impression.
because he is kick-ass in the game, which some of these guys are not, as Rob pointed out earlier. And also, narratively, he's got quite an interesting, everyone loves him as a fighter. He goes toe-to-toe with most people and beats them or draws with them or cheats. He basically gets ostracized by his Primarch.
He doesn't
turn evil, which would be easy in that situation, given some of his companions on these lists. If their Primarch looks at them funny once, they're off worshipping, Khorne or Zinch. Just saying, Araman.
Who doesn't even get a mention because he did everything wrong, much like his dad.
Exactly.
But he's not the first captain, though. That's Ben King.
No, but I'm just,
it's Ben Kingsley, isn't it?
Yeah. But I'm just saying that he, as a character, he is unwavering in his loyalty to the Imperium. He does everything that he can to defend and uphold the values of the Imperium, and probably not as successful as some of the others on the list, but the Emperor decides that he's the guy that's going to wield the black sword. And if the Emperor's deciding that Sigismund
it's good
is
enough
wielding,
for the Emperor, it's good enough for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it does make you wonder when the Emperor knew that, we have to go and deal with Horus. I'm going to send the Retribution fleet to Istvan. Why didn't he open the cupboard and give all the sexy stuff then?
Well,
is that because he knew that Ferrus Manus was going to literally lose his head?
I mean, you could
Vulcan would get turned into
Emperor's
charcoal.
Four-dimensional chess. Corferra was on 3-dimensional chess. The Emperor's on 4 or 5.
Four or 5-dimensional chess against 9 million people.
Yeah.
Without Sigismund, you wouldn't have had all the equipment liberated from Mars. I think that's why he makes my number 2 spot out of my 5, because I just think he gets abandoned but sticks to the morals and the principles that he has ingrained in him, probably more than any other.
He did get rescued a few times by his dad, didn't he?
I mean, he takes on.
He does take on Primarchs. I mean, he does, exactly. And he went toe to toe against Carl.
He doesn't blink an eye at going on foot against Fulgrim.
Yeah, fair play.
That's because Fulgrim's on more drugs than Sean Ryder.
Well, that's very true.
It'd be like fighting the guy from the Pogues.
Whatever challenge is put in front of him, he will always attempt it.
Yeah, I guess, and spoiler alert, he would even, Sigismund himself throwing Eidolon from the walls of the palace.
It's true.
It's got to be a winner, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's almost like there's a meme about that we can't quote for the PG-13 rating.
Yes, indeed. So,
faces Khan at the siege.
Yeah, he's against Fulgrim. I mean, he's in the mix, really. Okay.
I think his
not your number 1, only your number 2.
Not my number 1. Yeah, no, only my number 2. My number 1 again. I've gone controversial, but
we'll come back to them. So, what's your number 2, Mr. B? You've gone on about this since we even started doing this. So, why?
Marius Gage is number 2. Not only Marius Gage, he is the first chapter master of the Ultramarines. And
so he avoids the fight for the whole heresy, turns up late, does nothing. Brilliant. Next.
He led the Ultramarines in the years leading up to the rediscovery of Rabute Guilliman, graciously handed the Legion over and served as first chapter master.
Is this before the heresy?
Before the heresy, yeah.
Yeah. I already covered what he did in the heresy.
During the heresy, at the Battle of Calth, he took the honor of Macragge and followed Wordbearer's flagship into the warp to basically to
So while all of his colleagues were dying horribly on Calth, he
went for a joyride.
He got his spaceship and went, I'm just going to... I think I've left the gas on. I'm going back.
When Corferon was taken away, Rubute Gulliman ordered him to chase him down and destroy his ship. Basically ordered him, yeah. And he did that. He took the flagship, the McCragg's Honor, and he followed it into the warp and destroyed the Infidus Imperator, even though he knew it would get him stuck. So he ended up
basically giving himself a holiday.
And then?
So he gave himself a holiday for free.
Yeah, and he didn't get Corferon in the deal, I guess.
So he killed one ship in the whole heresy.
Corferon ship, and unfortunately Corferon managed to escape through the warp using a knife. But he knew he was going to be, he had a ship that was absolutely destroyed. It was wrecked when it was there. He had to clear the whole thing out of demons. He led a force with Aeonod Field to clear the whole ship of demons when they had no idea what the demons were. Learn on the fly how to fight them. Followed the Infidus Imperator into the warp, and then got stuck there, and eventually came out and led the Ultramarines again as the chapter master. Master after Rubute died.
So he missed the heresy. Yes. Did everything. In fact, he missed the scouring.
Didn't kill the one guy he was told to kill by his dad.
He killed his ship.
Woohoo! Oh. Carry on. And then turned up and took the glory.
Sorry, if you put it that
Michael, you know that the number one has to be the best person, yeah?
Yeah.
He's number two.
That's what I mean.
So you don't think there's any potential unconscious bias for the fact that he's an Ultramarine slipping in here, Mr. B?
No, I think he's actually pretty cool. He's written pretty cool in the books, and in the comic book he's written very cool as well.
Yeah. What about? I mean, surely Mr. Unfortunately named Ventanus, he's a more better character for the Ultramarines. I know he's not the first captain. Anyway,
he's a fourth captain.
He's a fourth captain, and he's purely a Mary Sue, so that Uriel Ventris can be captain of the fourth company, who's his descendant. But 10,000 years later,
he was pretty kick-ass. That guy, he took the fight to them. More than Marius Cage, by the look of things. So, the next one, I've heard of Marius Cage, not heard of this fellow. Who on earth is this?
Oh, Sheed Ranko.
Sheed Ranko. Sounds like a Star Wars character.
That's kind of the point that you haven't heard of him. He's first captain of the Super Sneaky Boys.
Yeah, I had to remind myself which one he was, but yeah, he's pretty cool.
Alpha Legion first captain. Basically, he's good enough to have impersonated Alfarius in his whole Primarch thing of I am being the Primarch. I'm not just kind of sat sneaking around pretending to be a normal guy. It's like I'm good enough and I'm proficient enough warrior to basically put on the Pythian scales, and people think it is the Primarch when he's fighting.
Nice.
I thought it was Omegon.
Sheed Ranko's done it as well. It's mentioned in The Serpent Beneath. He's head of the Lernians, and yeah, he's the Alpha Legion first captain. So you can imagine how super sneaky he is, but he's also bolt hard when he needs to be.
What difference did he make to the heresy?
What did he communicate? What did he contribute?
Yeah, so you've got Sigismund's Roll of Honor, you've got Abaddon's Roll of Honor.
They've got you there.
Yeah, there's not a massive amount.
Marnius, who we've never heard of.
Yeah, there is some. It's not unconscious. There is some conscious bias there. I do like him. He's very well written when he shows up briefly in Legion, and in other short stories. But that's
one short novella.
The whole thing about the Alpha Legion is you don't know what they've done, do you? He could have done all sorts of stuff. You just don't know.
And isn't it before the heresy that he dies? Is it before the heresy that he dies?
No, he's alive in the heresy. He doesn't get to the end of the heresy, but he's alive at the start of it.
But he gets through the beginning.
Okay.
Again.
Well, and your guy barely gets through the beginning. Your guy's sat with his
true.
Your guy's playing 30k version of Red Dwarf, sat eating blooming curry and dog food and super strength lager in the warp of 7 years, and then comes out and goes, "Oh, Dad's dead. I'll be in charge then."
Yeah, what a shame.
He does have a pretty cool story. He basically there's a intelligence base in the Alpha Legion have figured out that the intelligence leaking
beneath.
And so he basically has to infiltrate the Alpha Legion base to destroy it, to prevent its secrets leaking out. which is actually pretty cool. It involves
Alpha Legion
know,
on Alpha Legion action.
yeah,
I
it's
would
great.
argue that's more useful than disappearing for 7 years.
I
Oh,
would say that's definitely the case.
The twist in the end is really good in that story.
Okay.
Yeah,
Definitely
if
should
you've not
read
read
it.
if you've not read The Serpent Beneath, it is very, very good. Just that line, kind of, the Primarch asks what he asks of all of us. Everything.
Okay, so relatively unknown, may have done some amazing things. Who knows?
That's kind of the point.
Nobody does. That's the point. So you're number one, Chris. So Sigismund was not your number one. So the next person's going to have some pretty big impact on the whole of Heresy.
Right. I'm going Khan.
Can't get much bigger
the
impact.
Betrayer.
The Betrayer.
And because
yes,
he has the nails.
He has the nails.
He has the nails in his brain.
Yes.
But he manages to keep the World Eaters as a functioning legion.
That is very true. That was tough time.
As opposed to pretty much everyone else in that legion.
Yes.
Even at the siege, he is just about making sensible decisions.
By the very thinnest of fingernails. Yes.
Yeah.
Not in Warhawk, Ian.
No, not. But prior to that, he's still, relatively.
He got the Legion to Terra.
Got them to Terra, and he sorted out Angron, so that he was able to fight.
Yes,
he agrees to get Angron, locked away.
Gets him teleported, doesn't he, into the the maze.
Tatarabo's maze, yeah.
Thing, and he's on the night. Is it on the Night Lord's ship or is it Iron Warrior's ship?
Yeah, Night Lord ship.
Yeah. So class stuff. He goes
makes a decision there. Yeah, and he, this is all he wants to do is rip out your spine.
Yeah.
And he has enough control and willpower to continue functioning at a level that no one else in the same situation seems to be able to achieve, including his Primarch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agree.
He has more self-control than his Primarch.
And so that, for me, is why he is the best first captain.
Even though he's not a first captain.
He's the equerry.
I'm just mentioning it now because you'll get less irritated with me mentioning it than someone on the internet.
Yeah. No, that's very true. But he is the only reason the World Eaters maintain being the World Eaters in any state whatsoever before chomping everything left, right, and centre. Yeah. And
before
he is
their own furniture, he managed to stop that. Yes, very good. Well made. Good point. Well made. Mr. B, your top of the shop is
Titan. Pretty much for the reasons discussed
earlier. Yeah. So good character, lots of impact. Okay, cool. And Master Rob, who on earth is this?
Oh well, it's complete conscious bias. It's Lord Gunn, who is first. He's the Jarl of On, so basically he's first captain of the Wolves. So he does his job all the way through.
Did he do anything? I mean, I suppose the Wolves didn't. Yeah,
he saved Russ's life on the. He gave his life, saving Russ's life on the Vengeful Spirit.
That's not a bad way to go.
No,
but are his stories? I mean, I'm not,
They're kind of in passing. The sagas are not long and storied of Lord Gunn, other than literally it says his saga was long, but you don't actually hear any of it. He's been with Russ since he was found on Fenris. He's one of the Einerjar, like the Varagir, the guys who were too old to become Marines, but were going to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And survived, and he's basically his oldest friend, and his final act is to save Russ's life while simultaneously telling him off.
Not bad way to go.
You shouldn't have thought so much. You should have stuck him like a pig, and then he dies.
I like the artwork of him. It's fairly brutal.
Also,
he's basically
he
Odin.
does
He's got
similar
one eye.
role to Khan.
Yeah.
In that when Russ is sulking, and not doing anything, he
steps up. Does the job, yeah. What as a first captain should.
I mean, the Legion may then go on to hide for the end of the heresy and not be involved in any conceivable way whatsoever, because they had a stick to chase somewhere. But I think that's entirely. I think he's worthy of his spot there.
Bottom to sniff.
To be fair, he's one of my go-to cards in Horus Heresy Legions.
Okay, so before I give you the scores, next question: is there any of the things that you've heard today where you would swap what you've got from what somebody else has done? So, for example, you might drop Courseway and put Khan in.
No.
One chance to move around.
I'd be tempted to bring Courseway in front for Marius Gage. I'd move everyone up and put Courseway in at the bottom.
Is that purely?
So where would Sevatar go? Would Sevatar drop out of the top 5?
Sevatar will come into the top. So I'd take Abaddon. I'd pull out a Marius Gage. Everyone will come up and Courseway and come in at the bottom.
Oh, so Marius Gage is demoted out of the top 5
out
entirely.
of it.
Is that because we've pointed out he's done nothing?
Yeah, basically.
He's still pretty good, but
yeah, in the big scheme of things.
To be honest, he wasn't around in the heresy.
Swap around for Courseway.
He's the France in 1940. He kind of flaps about, is massively ineffectual, and does nothing.
Changes my scoring. Okay.
Deadly resistance.
Okay. What about you, Chris? Would you want to make any changes?
Yeah, of course, Wayne. I'd kind of forgotten about him, if I'm honest. The fact that he gets to the Astronomicum and relights that, I would probably take Typhon out and put Courseway there.
Oh wow, that completely changes everything. So Courseway will then
I kind of think, I know this is making rules up on the fly, but I think if all 3 of us have chosen someone, I think that they ought to.
Don't worry, I've already thought about that, Mr. B.
They ought to get automatically included.
Oi, steady thyself. I've already included it in my patented scoring system.
Scoring matrix, which is even more arcane than that for QI.
Well, it's pretty much there. So you would swap Typhon for Courseway, did you say?
Yeah, I would take Typhon out and put
Typhon out completely. Yeah?
Yeah, I still think Corfair and Abaddon deserve to be on the list.
Corfair seemed a bit weak, to be honest with you, compared to
he's others have done. 3.
Yeah, there is that.
I think, I still think they deserve to be on those lists, on the list for me.
Yeah.
Typhon, and bear in mind, Courseway and Typhon have a whole thing going on.
Oh, do they? Nice.
They hate each other.
I'm just trying to think.
No,
they're the ones
Typhon.
that duel. Is it Courseway or is it the other guy that he fights all the
Luther
time?
and Typhon. Oh, fights all the time is Courseway, yeah, but
yeah.
He's got a bromance going on with Luther.
Yeah,
exactly. So for that, it would be between those 2 for third spot.
Okay.
But, yeah.
So do you want to? Next question before I give the scores: which legion would you not want to have been first captain for?
Night Lords.
No.
In every other legion, you've got free will.
Apart from which one? Sorry.
The World Eaters.
Yeah.
World Eaters.
World Eaters.
Because I can't really had it tough. Okay. Well, what about you, Mr. B? You are transported to a mystical universe.
Night Lords.
And you're given a choice of which first captain would you like to be? You would
to be.
Not like to be. Sorry, not
not like to be. Definitely would be in the Night Lords.
Night Lords. All right, cool. Well, here are the scores on the doors. My patented system based on the number of people that have kind of voted. Top of the shop with a late addition and a very convincing case, Courseway. Best first captain. Second, Sigismund.
Can I just?
Yes.
Sigismund comes higher than Courseway twice on our list.
Ah, yes, but not all of them. So Courseway is second, third, and fourth, and Sigismund is fifth.
Courseway is third, fifth, and fourth. Sigismund is second, third, and fifth.
Yes.
So Sigismund
will be getting higher.
Aggregate higher, yeah.
Let me double check my calculations. Well, I'm just So
I've just sent you I've just sent you the artwork of Lord Gunn Rob on WhatsApp.
I always think
you play the
basically it's Anthony Hopkins being Odin in Terminator armor for me. Yeah, that's yeah, he's a bit like Chris Gibson if he wasn't bald.
So Sigismund was second, which gives him 4 points in your one, Chris. And he was fourth, sorry, in Michael's one, which gives him 2 points.
Nice, got promoted to third.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. That's where the confusion is.
Courseway came in at the bottom.
Courseway came in at the bottom. Oh, apologies. I didn't hit. So Courseway came at the bottom. He didn't replace Magus, whatever his name was.
No.
Cage. I thought you got rid of Cage.
I bumped them up.
Why? Thank you. So where did Magus give? So Sigismund then went to up one, and Sevatar dropped off after Courseway replaced him. Correct?
No, Sevatar dropped up. Marius Gage left altogether.
Yes. I'm with you. All right, cool.
It's literally on the screen.
Yeah. All right. So I'll take it all back then. So Sigismund is the first captain. Then I think it is Courseway, and then we've got a bit of a tie for third and fourth and fifth, with the Khan being, as he was voted by Chris's, top shop, and Lord Gunn tying in fourth, with Abaddon coming up in fifth place. There we go. So do you agree? Do you disagree with the panel's choices? Do you think there's somebody we missed or a better case? Feel free to let us know in the comments on our Facebook page. If you want to stick your own top five in there, we'd love to hear it. Cool.
We would indeed.
Next section, gentlemen. Let's move on.
It'll be just saying goodbye.
Yes, indeed. We shall go into the close and bid you all farewell.
And that brings us to the end of another show. So, has everyone had a good time tonight?
Well, I have.
Yes. Fantastic.
Chris is still staring at lightning.
Awfully forced. No, it's died off now. I was just considering whether I'd enjoy myself or not, and I think I can quite happily say that I have.
Awesome. Right. So in the meantime, let's do that normal roundup. So if you can leave us some reviews on iTunes, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Links are in the show notes. And so, so you give us a like, review, thumbs up, whatever. No reason to let us know that you like what we're doing. If you want to get in touch with us, post on the Facebook wall, message us on Twitter or Instagram or whatever, Facebook. Or send us an email to info@edgeofempire.co.uk, and of course go back and listen to every single episode we've done to get us some more downloads, because Graham likes that. Except the first seven. If you want to help out the show, we have an affiliate link with Audible, so you can sign up to get your Horus Heresy audiobooks through them with a month's free trial. After that, it's $7.99 a month for your audiobooks, and all the back library books are on there pretty much, I think. We've also got a Patreon thing where we really need to put some more stuff up there at some point, but I keep saying that every month. Pop a couple of dollars on our tip jar. We're eternally grateful, and it basically pays for the hosting fees and that, and it's awesome. We have been asked to set up a Ko-Fi, and I am looking into that this month, so we'll let you know.
What now?
It's like a tip thing as well. It's like, it's like, buy me a copy or something on Ko-Fi. I'm going to look into it. Apparently, some people would prefer it over Patreon, and that's fair enough, because Ko-Fi can be a one-off payment, whereas Patreon is a ongoing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
makes sense. That's more what we're after.
You can also help us out by going through the advert on our website to purchase your wargaming toys through Element Games, which is great. It gives us 5% of whatever you spend there, which again goes towards keeping the lights on. I just bought myself the new Nighthaunt Codex from there for Age of Sigmar, because we've got an Age of Sigmar reference in every show to annoy Chris.
No, it'll get us invited to something, won't it?
Oh yeah, it gets
Yeah,
invited to events. Yeah. Okay, so we also have crystal codes. That's basically a loyalty code. Every crystal you get goes to, I think, counts for like 10p or something of loyalty points. If you put in our crystal code, you get double crystals, and we get normal crystals. So we've got codes. They're in the show notes, but Chris's is CHR211, Graham's is GRA2794, mine is MIC440, and Rob's is ROB676. And we also have an affiliate link with the Outpost, which is a great little friendly local gaming store in Sheffield. So that's pretty much it. Next episode, well, I don't think we know what we are doing because we don't know if next episode it will be box set ordering time, and we have to do something up for that. So it's a bit up in the air at the minute, isn't it?
It is. I think we'll have to wait and see how things go.
The whole episode will be about 30 seconds of us going, can't talk now, putting my card details in.
Yeah, we all.
Yeah. If the box set goes on order, I think what I'll do is I'll try and grab someone straight away, and I'll be like, right, record 10 minutes and say what's coming out. Are we excited? And go and put that out as a little Dreadclaw special or something.
Gotcha.
So yeah, right. So yeah, next episode up in the air because you don't know. It would be a list challenge normally, and to be honest, if we do get the books in time for next episode, well, I doubt we'll get them in time for next episode, but
yeah, it's like 2
a
weeks.
couple, isn't it? Because do we want to do the next episode with a list challenge for that's about to be invalidated?
If they want to send us the books.
Yeah, Games Workshop. If you want to send us the books so we can figure it all out for ourselves, do our list challenge, we're ever so grateful. We'll even pay for it, and if you give us it early. But anyway,
we're not maniacs. We won't leak it.
Okay.
Sorry, did I pronounce that right?
Anyway, right.
You're going to cause us to get into beefs with other people.
Okay.
No, you can edit that out, can't you?
No, I won't, because it's funny. Anyway, right. So see you in a few weeks. Rob, you're off on holiday to the Netherlands.
I am, yes.
Whereabouts are you going?
I am going to.
Can you tell him your hotel number so we can put that in the show?
No, just like the area. And
do you want to know when exactly I'm going as well? Bearing in mind, I know you've been to my house.
I know when you're going. You don't need to tell me that. But
Rob's just going to enjoy his holiday.
See if there's any local gaming stores out there you can go to and send us some photos.
I know there is one where I'm going. I will not be far away from Arnhem.
Sweet, I've been to Arnhem. It's quite cool. But send some photos from whatever gaming store you go to.
Yeah, that might be a thing. I will do what I can. Yeah. I'm sure there'll be somebody nice and chilled behind the counter going, "Yes, we like playing war games. Yes, very nice."
Yeah, take your t-shirt and wear them to the thing and go, "Yeah, you listen to us, don't you?" And they'll be like, "No." I don't think we have that many listeners from Holland.
I don't think Holland's one of our key demographics.
No.
Okay, cool.
Right, so let's do this thing. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.